Chapter 151, Cruel Punishment. Roaring Annihilation Cannon. Looking at the Gate of Justice, which was not far away, Spandom laughed heartily, ah ha ha ha. Finally passed, I'm so happy. Hey, gatekeepers of the Gate of Justice, are you ready? Your savior is here. Report to the commander, the escort ship is on standby in front of the third pillar. Hearing the other party's voice, Spandom suddenly became unhappy. That's not what I said, why don't you come out and salute? Hero Spandom is about to pass. Is this how you treat your hero? So disappointing. The fate of the whole world is on my shoulders. If you make me unhappy, I will make you even more unhappy. Hearing Spandom's unhappy voice, the navy on the other side immediately panicked. Yes, I'll be there soon. Everyone, follow me, let's go see the hero commander Spandom together. After hanging up the phone, Spandom said unhappily, what a bunch of idiots. You'll cause trouble. This kind of thing should be prepared in advance, but I still need to remind you. My subordinates are really going backwards. After that, Spandom grabbed Nico Robin's hair and said, Hey, Nico Robin, look at that. Spandom pointed to the passage in front and said, that small door is the real entrance. That door is the dividing line between heaven and hell for you, and the moment I cross that door, I will go down in history. The whole world will cheer for him. He will definitely gain an unimaginable status by then. Nico Robin was stunned when she heard this, and looked up at the door. That represented hell to her. If she walked over, she would really be finished. Thinking of this, Nico Robin's heart beat violently. Can't go, absolutely can't go. If she goes, she will die, really die. Thinking of this, Nico Robin took a step back, then turned around and ran. Where do you want to go? Spandom grabbed Nico Robin's hair and yelled, where do you want to escape to now? Ah ha ha ha. Come here. Spandom pulled Nico Robin's hair hard and pulled her back a step. I also sympathize with people, really. But 08 can't do anything. Who told you that you have no value in living? Ah ha ha ha. No one in this world wants you to live. After saying that, Spandom slowly leaned into Nico Robin's ear and said, go to death quickly. This sentence directly stimulated Nico Robin, and the whole person struggled violently. She didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. It was not easy to meet such a group of partners who could open their hearts, and it was not easy to live so happily. She didn't want her life to end here. The strong desire to survive gave Nico Robin powerful strength, and she tore off the hair that Spandom grabbed, and quickly fled to the bridge. You woman! Spandom was immediately furious. Do you still want to resist now? Is it really meaningful to do such useless work? She is still causing trouble for me. The angry Spandom quickly rushed up and slammed Nico Robin to the ground. Stop it! It's meaningless even if you resist this kind of thing. There is no point except causing trouble for him. Okay, get up! Spandom pulled hard, but found that Nico Robin did not move, and was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Why can't I pull it? Spandom, who was full of doubts, looked down and was dumbfounded. He found that Nico Robin was biting the edge of the bridge with her mouth, and she didn't mean to let go even if her mouth was full of blood. You are holding on to the stone bridge. You are such a hateful woman who won't give up easily. Your obsession with life is so indecent. You are so pathetic. Get up quickly. The angry Spandom pulled Nico Robin's hair hard, trying to pull her up. How could Nico Robin, who was so eager to live, open her mouth now? She knew that she had to delay for a long time. In this way, her companions could come to save her. At the same time, she also knew that once she stepped through that door, everything would be too late. So, even if she died, she didn't want to go over there. Damn it! Let go! Spandom kicked him. She is obviously a prisoner, and only death can bring happiness to people. At the very end, she still has to put on such a pathetic and tearful posture. Are you disgusting me? Let go! Spandom was almost angry to death. Why is this bastard woman so stubborn? Why not just die? I'm so afraid of death. Nico Robin never thought she would behave like this today, but now she really doesn't want to die. Everyone! Come and save me! The angry Spandom became stronger and dragged Nico Robin to the side of the ship. After all, she couldn't resist because of the sea stone. Ha ha ha, you look so stupid. Spandom looked at Nico Robin's miserable appearance and sneered, it's all your fault for making meaningless resistance, stupid woman. Ha ha ha. Okay, stand up. Seeing that Nico Robin had no intention of moving, Spandom kicked her hard again. Can't you hear me asking you to stand up? Really? Spandom looked back at the small door and said unhappily, the door is right in front of me. You're just causing me trouble. After thinking for a while, Spandom took out a rope and tied it to Nico Robin's body, dragging her slowly away. Ha ha ha, see, Nico Robin. Preparations for sailing are complete. Spandom looked at the figure appearing in the distance and laughed. No one can stop me anymore. Now he just needs to reach that small door, and he will become the whole hero of the world. Ya ha ha ha. By the way, Nico Robin. Spandom stopped and looked at Nico Robin and said, I want to tell you something interesting. I activated the mine in front of the stairs we passed. If anyone wants to come here, the stairs will be blown up to the sky. How about it? It's interesting. But you don't have to worry about this, because no one can reach here. Ya ha ha. He didn't believe that anyone could catch up like this. What is that little dot in the sky in the distance? Forget it, I guess I'm dazzled. Shaking his head, Spandom continued to move forward with Nico Robin. Nico Robin gritted her teeth and said, I will never pass through this door. Chu Feng and Luffy will definitely come back to save me. Because they said they would come to save me. They will definitely come. Nico Robin believes this very much. No one will come, stupid woman. Spandom roared angrily, you are still talking like this at this time. No matter who it is, they will be burned to death by the hellfire of the Demon Slayer order. The scandal of the sacred flag being pierced by pirates will also be wiped out by the Demon Slayer order. It's the same as the giant navy betraying O'Hara 20 years ago. There is no scandal allowed in world conquest. So, even if this place is destroyed, these pirates cannot be allowed to leave alive. Nor can the things here be spread out. Hearing Spandom's words, Nico Robin's face turned pale. The scene 20 years ago appeared in her mind again, that terrible nightmare. You don't think I don't know anything? Spandom laughed and said, Vice Admiral Haguvel of the Far Navy. Sorrow's misdeeds and your mother Olivia. And what happened in O'Hara at that time, I know everything. Do you know why? Spandom laughed at Nico Robin, who was already gritting her teeth. That's because someone told me. The person who stepped into O'Hara, the land where demons live, and launched the demon killing order at the same time. That's my father, Spandane. What? Nico Robin widened her eyes in anger. It turned out to be the father of this bastard. At this moment, Nico Robin's heart was full of murderous intent. She wanted to kill this bastard directly. Looking at Nico Robin's eyes, Spandom laughed very proudly, ah ha ha ha. I heard that everyone who stayed in O'Hara died at that time, but Conquest missed a child and let her escape. That person is you, Nico Robin. How about it? An 8-year-old child was almost killed by adults for money so many times, it must be a bad taste. Spandom could even foresee what this woman had gone through, an experience like hell. She lived in fear all the time, afraid of being killed by others and exchanged for the bounty. Don't you want to talk? Spandom grabbed Nico Robin's head and taunted, there is no one around you who can be trusted, no place to sleep in peace, and no food to fill your stomach. I don't even want to think about these 20 years of shit. Nico Robin bit her lip, thinking back to the bitterness of the past 20 years, tears flowed unconsciously. She suffered so much. Looking at Nico Robin's tears, Spandom had no sympathy at all, but laughed even happier, are you crying because you are so unfortunate? Let me tell you another secret. The person who put the bounty on you 20 years ago was my father, Spandom. Ah ha ha ha. For world peace, this is a must. Looking at Nico Robin, who was crying even more sadly, Spandom moved closer and said, then 20 years later, as a son, I caught the only fugitive and kicked off the Battle of O'Hara. What a perfect ending. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, it's time to go. Spandom kicked Nico Robin hard, laughed and dragged Nico Robin forward. Forget it, I'll drag you away, anyway, it's almost there. Looking at the door that was so close, Spandom's face was full of excitement. Ha 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 ha, your hero is here. I'll be there soon. Before he finished speaking, a beam of fire flew over from a distance and hit his back at a very fast speed. Boom! The terrible explosion instantly blew Spandom away and landed hard on the ground not far away. You bastard! To Robin. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Nico Robin widened her eyes and looked up in the direction she came from. When she saw the shadow in the sky clearly, her body trembled, and she couldn't hold it anymore, tears streaming down. Everyone! You came to save me. Looking at the navy rushing to Nico Robin, Chu Feng said coldly, Usopp, snipe all the navy around Robin. Okay. Usopp didn't hesitate at all. Even in this high-speed movement in the air, he could attack the enemy with great accuracy. Even if it was a kilometer away. Damn, who is it? Spandom stood up angrily, looking at the distance and roared, dare to attack me, are you looking for death? However, when he saw clearly who fell next to Nico Robin, he was numb. You, why are you here? Because of fear, Spandom's voice became a little sharp. Didn't CP9 stay behind to cover the retreat? Didn't they stay to kill them? Why are they here? Did they bypass CP9? Yes, it's possible. This guy seemed to have flown here just now. Thank you for your care for our historian. Chu Feng said coldly, it's fun to fight, isn't it? Damn it, come on! Spandom roared and commanded the surrounding navy, saying, stop them, don't let them take Nico Robin away. After CP9 catches up, 520 will kill them all. P9 Nami snorted, gestured to the key in her hand and said, if they are still alive, where do you think the key in my hand came from? What? Spandom's eyes widened. They actually got the key in CP9's hand. In this case, CP9 was defeated by them. Why can this group of rubbish pirates defeat them? Spandom couldn't figure it out. It's actually opened, Nami said with a look of surprise. That's good, we don't have to wait for Franky. At this moment, there was an explosion in the distance, and at the same time, a man screamed. Nami! Backup transfer group 8610644746. What happened? I guess the man named Franky in your mouth stepped on a landmine. Nico Robin stood up, looked at Spandom with cold eyes and said, it was fun to fight just now, right now it's my turn. 12 rounds of flowers slapped the mouth. 12 arms appeared on Spandom's body, slapping his mouth crazily, and directly beat him into a pig's head. Damn it! Spandom, who climbed up with a pig's head on his head, roared angrily, don't just stand there, kill them. I allow you to shoot. Robin, your punishment is too light. Chu Feng said, and walked forward step by step with Sanji and Zoro. To deal with the enemy, you must attack in the most hateful way. As soon as the voice fell, Zoro drew out 3 swords and rushed up. 3 swords flow 360 trebled whines. Directly chopped Spandom into the air. Sanji was not to be outdone, and the whole person quickly turned around, burning his legs, and then rushed up, devil wind kick. The finishing touch shot. Bang! He kicked Spandom hard and kicked him towards the distant sea. It's so hot! Spandom screamed, and the intense pain even made him temporarily shield his fatal injuries. It's my turn next. Chu Feng raised his hands and pointed at Spandom and said, I hope you won't be so arrogant in your next life. Go to hell, Annihilation Cannon. Boom! The roaring annihilation cannon pierced through Spandom's body, annihilated him directly, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Looking at the actions of the Straw Hat Pirates, the other navy was dumbfounded and even forgot to attack. "Captain! The commander was killed. What should we do? What should we do now? Damn it, revenge! But we can't beat them. If you want to die, you can do it." Sanji glanced at the navy coldly, and actually stunned them directly. Then he walked to Nico Robin and said, "Robin, are you injured?" "No." Nico Robin shook her head, and then said with emotion, "Thank you." She didn't give up on her in this situation. She really was. The others smiled when they heard it. "Isn't this a matter of course? Hey, the gate of justice is completely open." Chapter 152, The Terrifying Demon Slayer Order, Non-Stop Destructive Bombardment. Listening to Usopp's voice, the others looked in the direction of the Gate of Justice and found that it was indeed open. It seems that the Demon Slayer Order is about to arrive. Chu Feng grinned and said, "Robin, you watch carefully and see how I defeat this Demon Slayer Order." "Okay." Nico Robin nodded. At this time, she would not refute her companions. Chu Feng said that they could fight, so they must fight. At this time, Nico Robin noticed Chopper tied behind Usopp. "Hey! What happened to the ship's doctor?" "Him." Chu Feng said helplessly, "This kid went berserk in order to defeat the enemy." "Run away." "What do you mean?" "It's a bit troublesome to explain. You just need to know that he can't move now." Chu Feng shook his head and said, "In short, there are only two things we need to do now. The first is to wait for Luffy to defeat that Rob Lucci. The second is to wait for me to defeat the Demon Slayer Order, and then we will leave here immediately. After that, our bounty will definitely increase to a terrifying level." Speaking of this, Chu Feng's face was full of excitement. "How much will he reach? Will it reach more than 200 million? You know, Luffy has reached 300 million just by defeating Rob Lucci." Sanji also got excited after hearing this. "Increase the bounty? Then he must be stronger than that bastard Green Algae Head." It was really annoying that he was not included in the last bounty, even though he fought hard. "Will I have a bounty too?" Chopper's weak voice came from behind Usopp, but his tone was very excited. "You're awake." Nami walked over and said distressedly, "Are you okay?" "Although I'm still weak, I'm fine now." Chopper smiled apologetically, "Sorry, I've caused trouble for everyone." "What are you talking about?" Chu Feng went over and rubbed Chopper's little face and smiled, "You are our important partner, what trouble is not trouble. As for whether you will offer a reward." Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally did not say the cruel thing, and could only say, "If you participate in the battle, we will all have a reward, don't worry." "That's good." Chopper closed his eyes with relief. "I'll rest for a while, please, Usopp. Leave it to me with peace of mind." Usopp raised his thumbs. Before he died, no one else could hurt Chopper. He had heard from Nami what happened just now. Chopper risked his life to run away in order to win. In this case, how could he let Chopper continue to be injured? Even if he dies, he has to protect Chopper. "Hey, are you okay?" Franky ran over from a distance, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Nico Robin had been rescued. "It seems that you are faster than me. You are a little slow, Franky." "No way, he was stopped by that Rob Lucci before, and he couldn't get up at all." Franky sighed. "If the Straw Hat Boy hadn't stopped that bastard, he wouldn't have been able to get up at all. By the way, I don't know which bastard just installed a mine on the road that must be passed." Franky said with an unhappy face, "Fortunately you didn't walk from there. Only his iron body can withstand such an explosion. Others would be seriously injured if they didn't die." "It's Spandom," Nico Robin said, "he activated the mines there after we came up." "Really? Where is he?" Franky said unhappily, "I'm going to punch him hard. He's been blown to ashes." Forget it. Since he's been killed, forget it. It sounds like his ashes have been scattered. It's a bit miserable. Anyway, let's find a way to get a ship first. Franky looked into the distance and said, there should be a ship there, the ship of that idiot Spandom. Let's go and grab it, and then leave here after the Straw Hat Boy wins. But before that, we need to defend the ship to the death. Otherwise, if there is no ship, they will definitely die here. No need for a ship. Chu Feng waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, there was an explosion in the distance, and then a huge fist rushed out from the tower column, and at the same time there was a roar rubber giant pistol. Boom! With the explosion, Rob Lucci was punched out by Luffy and landed on a warship not far away. This is one of the warships of the Demon Slayer Order. That's right, the warships of the Demon Slayer Order have rushed over from the Gate of Justice. What is that? Usopp looked at the huge fist and was a little dumbfounded. Why does that voice sound so much like Luffy's voice? Could it be that the fist belongs to Luffy? But he doesn't have this ability. Could it be that Chu Feng gave Luffy the pill that can make him bigger? Noticing Usopp's gaze, Chu Feng waved his hand. It's not me who gave it to Luffy. Things, this is one of his own abilities. Okay, don't think too much. Before Luffy arrives, let's kill as many Navy as possible. We must not let them disturb Luffy. Chu Feng said with a grin, I'll go meet this Demon Slayer Order later. Is it finally here? Looking at the other party's continuous destructive bombardment of Judicial Island, Chu Feng thought excitedly. Let me try the power of the Demon Slayer Order that scares the world. Oh! Looking at the companions who turned and left, Chu Feng thought for a while and shouted to Luffy, who was standing in the empty space in the distance, Luffy! This pigeon-raising bastard is left to you. Even if you die, you have to kill him for me. After that, he turned and left. However, what Chu Feng didn't know was that at this time, a handsome guy riding a bicycle was riding on the sea and heading towards here. Got it? Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Luffy shouted loudly, leave it to me. Then he ignored Chu Feng and others and focused on the warship in the distance. His intuition told him that the pigeon-raising bastard was not killed by him. This is also the fact. Even if Luffy's strength has become stronger because of Chu Feng's special training, he still has no ability to kill Rob Lucci with one punch. At this time, Rob Lucci was lying on the warship and gasping for breath. At this time, there was still a trace of disbelief in his heart. He didn't understand how the Straw Hat Boy did it. It's just a rubber fruit, why can it exert such a terrifying power? At this time, several Navy officers pointed their weapons at him and said, who are you? Beast. No, it's a capable person. Hearing the voices of this group of people, Rob Lucci breathed a sigh of relief. Is it the deck of the warship? Saved. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Rob Lucci stood up again and walked forward step by step, ignoring the weapons of the Navy. Stop, I'm asking you a question, who are you? Answer it quickly. Facing the words of these idiots, Rob Lucci frowned slightly. Don't you know him? Stop it, idiots! The Navy captain shouted, put down your guns quickly. Who do you think that adult is? This adult is Rob Lucci from CP9. If you go against him, you must be tired of living. As soon as these words came out, the Marines were directly shocked. Is this the killer? For the so-called mission, the terrifying guy who directly killed hundreds of hostages? Sorry, please spare our lives. Shut up! Rob Lucci glanced at a few people and said, very noisy. Seeing that they were completely quiet, Rob Lucci once again set his sights on Luffy in the distance. Then he found that this guy was actually going to jump over. Rubber rocket! The huge body flew out from the pillar tower in an instant, and the terrifying momentum directly frightened the Navy. What is it this time? What is coming out? That's the Straw Hat Boy Luffy with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. I didn't expect it to be so fat. Is it coming? Rob Lucci raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting, too interesting. How long has it been since he encountered such a powerful opponent? I hope this battle can make him stronger. Found it! The pigeon-raising bastard Luffy looked at Rob Lucci standing on the deck of the warship fiercely. I won't give you a chance to breathe next. He swung his feet into the air fiercely, and at the same time transported the energy in his body to his feet. Rubber Giant Battle Axe. Boom! The powerful attack actually destroyed the warship directly. It seems that if there are a few more attacks, the warship will sink. What, is he a giant? The Navy was a little dumbfounded. What a powerful attack! Damn it, Vice Admiral, do you want us to take action? A Major General looked at the Vice Admiral and said, if he continues to destroy like this, the losses will be very large. They only have 10 warships in total. No need. The Vice Admiral said coldly, Rob Lucci is very powerful, he can definitely defeat the Straw Hat Boy. We just need to do our own tasks well. Launching the Demon Slayer order to destroy the Judicial Island is their current task. As for the damaged warships, are there not enough warships destroyed by pirates every year? This loss is acceptable. On the warship, Rob Lucci, who dodged Luffy's attack, jumped onto the sail and threw out his attack fiercely, Ray Kick. Don't even think about it. Luffy ducked his head and dodged, and then planned to attack again. But Rob Lucci was faster than him. He came to Luffy in the blink of an eye, changed into a leopard and bit Luffy's shoulder fiercely. Poochie! Blood was spilt, and the pain was deep in his bones. Luffy gritted his teeth and put the gas on his feet. It was reabsorbed into the body, making itself swell up, and sending Rob Lucci flying. Looking at Rob Lucci, who fell far away, Luffy roared and swung out his long legs again, Rubber Giant Whip. Boom! With a fierce kick, all the strange poles were kicked off. Hee, although the power has increased, the speed seems to have slowed down. Rob Lucci appeared beside Luffy in the blink of an eye and kicked him hard. Boom! The whole person fell on the deck of the warship and screamed. Go to hell! Rob Lucci swung his thigh fiercely, Arashi Kairi. Luffy's face changed, and he quickly pulled himself aside to avoid Rob Lucci's attack. Boom! The powerful record instantly cut off the iron outer splint of the warship, which made the Navy dumbfounded. Actually, this ship is in danger. First, the Straw Hat Boy's 2 kicks, plus Rob Lucci's blow, this warship is going to sink. It was a close call, I was almost cut off. Luffy got up and glanced at Rob Lucci in the sky, thinking that he had to end the battle quickly. The time for the third gear is almost up. Ha! Rob Lucci grinned, the next attack will take your life. At this moment, the warship in the distance quickly opened fire and hit the warship fiercely, without caring about the life and death of the Navy on it. Rob Lucci frowned and flew away quickly with the moon step. That person. Looking at the Vice Admiral who gave the order, Rob Lucci's mind emerged with a hint of understanding. Ghost Spider. Eagle Brand, no wonder it's so cruel. At this critical moment, Luffy's third gear was released, and the whole person flew out like a balloon and returned to the original column tower. At the same time, his body became young, as if he was only a few years old. It was a close call. The panting little Luffy raised his head and looked at the distance in confusion. Why are you attacking your own warship? Are those guys idiots? Isn't this a pancake? They really don't care about the lives of their own people. Luffy looked at his hands and feet and said in distress, it's smaller again. Although the third gear is interesting and powerful, its side effects are very troublesome. It expands for 1 minute, and it will probably shrink for 1 minute. If you don't hide before it returns to its original state, you will be killed. Thinking of this, little Luffy immediately got up and quickly fled far away. Now you have to hide, otherwise you will die. Rob Lucci in the air watched this scene in silence. What did he see just now? That guy actually shrunk. Is it an illusion? It seems to be serious, but it seems to be a joke. In the end, he is still alive. Well, it would be a big disappointment if he was really killed by the bombardment. After all, he is having a great time fighting now. If he doesn't beat this guy to death, he will feel very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci quickly flew down. He wanted to crush this guy to death with his own hands. After landing on the ground, Rob Lucci glanced around calmly, and raised the corner of his mouth. Straw Hat Boy, you don't think hiding will be useful, do you? Facing me as a Superman, you don't think I can't find you, do you? People who have reached their level have very sharp five senses. Just looking for one person, it's too easy. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci closed his eyes and moved his ears. After a while, Rob Lucci opened his eyes and looked not far away and said, "Found it." There was a panting sound there. It seems that the physical consumption of the Straw Hat Boy is not small. Ray kick. Boom. The terrible attack instantly shattered the stone, and Luffy, who was hiding behind it, was also knocked out. We were discovered. The little Luffy lying on the ground had a face full of pain. In this state, he was seriously injured by the attack. What an unbalanced fighting power! Rob Lucci's face was full of amusement. If this is the price of your power just now, you really deserve it. In Rob Lucci's view, the power that cannot be completely controlled will sooner or later cost him his life. With a light snort, Rob Lucci launched the 6th style life return paper painting martial arts. As the voice fell, Rob Lucci's body gradually shrank. Although he looked a lot thinner, his strength increased instead of decreasing. In this state, his fighting power will be even more terrifying. Looking up at Luffy, Rob Lucci sneered and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Luffy, and he hit him hard with a finger. Finger gun. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Luffy flew into the air. Rob Lucci seized the opportunity, grabbed Luffy's neck and pressed him against the wall. Boom. The whole person was sunken. As a result, your ridiculous attack was against me. Rob Lucci's words had not been finished yet, and little Luffy raised his little fist and punched Rob Lucci again. Although this punch was weak, it was extremely insulting. Rob Lucci was almost angry to death. He increased the strength of his arm and pressed Luffy into the wall. Looking at Luffy, who was stuck in the wall and couldn't move, Rob Lucci sneered and jumped away. It's such a pity, you just keep that stupid look, go to hell. Finger Gun Madara. Chapter 153, Black Fist, Desperate Roar. The last blow of gambling life. Looking at Rob Lucci getting closer and closer, Luffy said anxiously, "Change back quickly. If you don't change back, you will be killed." Too late. Rob Lucci laughed and said, "Go to hell." At this critical moment, Rob Lucci's calf suddenly felt a sharp pain, and the whole person fell to the ground. Rob Lucci. What happened? Wait. Rob Lucci recalled the punch that Luffy hit him not long ago, and it seemed that the damage was caused by that punch. Damn, did you hurt your foot? It was at this time that Luffy successfully returned to his original size. Hey! Luffy breathed a sigh of relief that was close. He was almost killed. After taking a breath, Luffy stood up and said, "Look, my attack is very effective, isn't it? Your foot is still injured. I see, it seems that your seemingly nonsensical fighting method is not a joke." Rob Lucci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "But don't underestimate the willpower of my 6th style user. If you want to master the ultimate physical skills, you must have the ultimate willpower. Otherwise, you can't learn the 6 styles at all. After all, the 6 styles are physical skills that are honed by grinding the body to its limit. Only those who have learned it know how painful this process is." So what? Luffy rushed over quickly and punched Rob Lucci fiercely. "I must defeat you today." How shameless! Rob Lucci bounced Luffy away, and then swung out a fierce slash, Arashi Kairi. Boom! Directly smashed the wall. Luffy dodged the attack and took a look and retracted his sight. He squatted down and panted and said, "No matter what, I must defeat you. Second gear." This is the last fight. I will never release it before the battle is over. At this moment, Luffy has already put life and death aside. He has only one goal, to defeat this bastard. Do you want to die of exhaustion? Rob Lucci looked at the smoke coming out of Luffy again and said coldly, if you use this trick again, you will be exhausted to death. So what? No one knows what will happen in the future, but if I don't defeat you here, my friends will die. So even if he dies of exhaustion, he must defeat this bastard. Rob Lucci laughed when he heard it. He could feel Luffy's determination. In this case, then come on. As soon as Rob Lucci's voice fell, Luffy rushed up quickly and punched Rob Lucci hard. Rubber jet pistol. The powerful attack knocked Rob Lucci out, but this time Rob Lucci chose to jump back actively, reducing some of his strength. Looking at Rob Lucci jumping into the air, Luffy's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. Can it still be like this? After a short breath, the two collided again. They attacked desperately and hit each other mercilessly. This was a fight to the death, and only one person could walk out standing in the end. Rubber bazooka. Bang! The powerful attack hit Rob Lucci's body and knocked him out. This time the force even left 2 fist marks on his abdomen. Go to hell! Luffy didn't give Rob Lucci a chance to breathe, and rushed up again. Rubber. Before he finished speaking, Rob Lucci appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, staring and roaring, let me show you the strongest moves of a person who has practiced the 6 styles to the extreme. 6 styles secret 6 Kings Spear. Boom! An extremely terrifying impact rushed out of Rob Lucci's hand, hitting Luffy's abdomen directly, knocking him out. Swoosh! Boom! Rob Lucci put away his fists without saying a word. He didn't believe that this move would not work. Ahem! Luffy covered his abdomen and looked at Rob Lucci, with veins popping up on his face. It's the same as Sky Island's. Impact. Strike Shell. But the power is. It's several times that of Impact Shell. Although Luffy couldn't figure out how what happened, this power really worked on him. Looking at Luffy lying on the ground, Rob Lucci sneered and swung his long legs fiercely, Arashi Kairi. Swoosh! Luffy's face changed, and he jumped to the side while enduring the severe pain in his body, avoiding the attack. Boom! The powerful slash cut off part of the wall again, allowing the outside to clearly see the situation inside. That's Luffy. After seeing the situation here, Usopp, who killed a navy, immediately shouted, Luffy! We are here. Now only your battlefield is not over. Hurry up and kill this guy, let's leave here alive together. Luffy raised his mouth and nodded when he saw this. It seems that everyone is safe and sound. In this case, he will definitely defeat this bastard and take everyone out of here alive. Rob Lucci glanced at Usopp and then retracted his gaze. He looked at Luffy and said calmly, as you said, your companions are still alive. I really admire you. However, I really want to see if you can maintain your current expression in a few minutes. In this world, good will never prevail over evil. The power of the Demon Slayer Order is irresistible, not to mention that there are a large number of officers on the warship. This group of pirates will definitely not survive. I don't want to argue with you. Luffy stood up and said, but I will definitely defeat you. I will never fall down before I hit you again. After that, Luffy roared and rushed up, waving his arms mercilessly, fighting with Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci snorted coldly and rushed up to fight. But after coming into contact with Luffy's attack, Rob Lucci found something wrong. What's wrong? Is it my psychological effect? Why do I feel that the power of your doping moves has been greatly reduced? Is it because it has been too long and the physical strength has been consumed too much? Or is it because the injury is too serious and the strength can no longer be exerted? Forget it, no matter which one it is good for me. Don't struggle in vain. Rob Lucci blocked Luffy's attack and taunted, you can't escape from Judicial Island after all. You will die here in the end. I don't care about that. Luffy swung his long legs fiercely into the air. I only know that I want to defeat you now, and the rest will be left to Chu Feng. Rubber jet tomahawk. Boom. The powerful force instantly shattered the rocks on the ground. A pointless attack. Rob Lucci said disdainfully as he flew into the air, it's so slow. Then try this trick, Luffy roared, rubber jet machine gun. Countless arms rushed towards Rob Lucci frantically, but the opponent could easily dodge. I told you, you're so slow. Straw Hat Boy, even if this island is destroyed, I will kill the woman who hinders the world's conquest even if I chase her to the ends of the earth. I swear in the name of dark justice. We came here just to let Robin escape from you, Luffy roared, how could I let you do it to him again? As soon as the voice fell, Luffy instantly appeared in front of Rob Lucci and kicked him hard. Jet Seal. You really don't know how to live or die. Rob Lucci dodged the attack and said with a grin, in that case, let you feel it again. Moon Step. In the blink of an eye, he came to Luffy's side, put his hands on Luffy's abdomen and said, Six Kings Spear. The extremely terrifying shock wave hit the abdomen, and this time even the internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew out. Boom! He hit the ground in the distance heavily. Rob Lucci fell to the ground, panting heavily, thinking that he probably couldn't stand up now. But of course when he noticed Luffy staggering to his feet, he was immediately annoyed, isn't that enough? Just when he was about to continue, he found that Luffy fell down again. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, finally killed him. It's really like the vitality of Xiao Qiang. Oh no, Luffy seems to have a problem. Franky glanced at this place unintentionally, and was stunned for a moment. Hey, look at the Straw Hat Boy, something is wrong. What? Usopp ran over immediately after hearing this, and when he saw Luffy's situation clearly, he was stunned. Why did Luffy fall down? Hey, Luffy! What are you doing? Hurry up and give it to him. I stand up. Usopp. Luffy moved his eyes with difficulty and looked at Usopp in the distance. He moved his body and tried to get up, but he couldn't move at all. Seeing that Luffy didn't react, Usopp set his sights on Rob Lucci. Hey, listen carefully, CP9's cat boss. It's you, let me meet you. Come on. Rob Lucci looked at Usopp with a calm look, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. How dare you say that? Usopp was frightened and took a step back, but when he thought about what he was going to do now, he gritted his teeth and stood back. That's right. Your opponent is me. Listen carefully, I have 8,000 subordinates and am a pirate among pirates. At the same time, I am also the great sea warrior Captain Usopp. I have traveled all over the Grand Line and conquered island after island. You are just conquering the world, I can get rid of you with just my little finger. Usopp Chopper, who was behind Usopp, was speechless. Although he couldn't see the situation from the front, Luffy's situation was definitely not that good now. Thinking of this, little Chopper's eyes began to mist. What should I do? Chu Feng went to fight against the Demon Slayer order, and now they can't get through it all. Listening to Usopp's words, Rob Lucci spitted disdainfully and put his eyes back on Luffy. This kind of garbage is not worth his attention. Seeing Rob Lucci's indifferent look, Usopp increased the meter. If you are unwilling, just come over, you incompetent little stupid cat. Rob Lucci. You have successfully angered me. Rob Lucci turned his head and looked at Usopp, his eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. Then he walked out step by step, not paying any attention to Luffy on the ground. Hey! Hey, Luffy said anxiously, stop! Stop right there! You are not allowed to attack him. Hearing Luffy's words, Rob Lucci said lightly, I have nothing to do with you, a defeated general. Anyway, you are all going to be killed. You just need to watch there. Watch me kill your companions one by one. Watching Rob Lucci's actions, Usopp swallowed his saliva and then shouted loudly, okay, Come on, cat boss. Look at me hitting you. Are you stupid? Luffy coughed up blood and shouted, Stop talking, Usopp, you will be killed. That bastard will never show mercy. Shut up. What can you do when you are half dead? Ahem, I will beat this guy to death, don't interfere. Hearing Luffy's words, Usopp took a deep breath and shouted, then stand up quickly. Don't act like you are about to die, bastard. That's not like you at all. Here you can see the sky blackened by gunpowder. You can also see the sea. Here. This is not hell. Don't make people worry, bastard. Are you done? Lucci looked at Usopp with cold eyes. You are ready, kid. Next, prepare to face hell. Usopp didn't care about Lucci's words, but looked at Luffy with surprise. He really stood up. I know. Luffy, who stood up again, panted and said, This is not hell, nor anything else. It's the reality of having friends. Still unwilling to fall down, Lucci turned his head and looked at Luffy angrily. At this moment, he was really angry. Is this guy a cockroach? Seeing that Luffy had already taken a fighting stance, Usopp wiped his tears and shouted with all his strength, Defeat it, Luffy. Let's go back alive together. Is there any need to say that Luffy's roar resounded throughout the battlefield, allowing everyone to feel his determination? How long are you going to make trouble? I didn't say I gave up. Luffy said fiercely, I said it, I will never fall down before I hit you. Lucci let out a long sigh, cancelled the life return, and restored his appearance to his original state. I'm tired of your farce, let me use my strongest power to finish you off at once. Don't worry about your friends, Straw Hat Boy. I will do as you wish. In order for you to be reunited, I will send them all to hell without leaving a single one. Including that Chu Feng. No one will survive. With a roar, Lucci quickly rushed up and started a fierce fist fight with Luffy. The moment they pulled away, Luffy spurted out a mouthful of blood, obviously because of the serious injuries. Lucci seized this opportunity, quickly came to Luffy, raised his hands and prepared to attack. Do you think I will be hit again? That's not necessarily the case. Lucci used his tail to entangle Luffy, pointed his hands at Luffy's body and roared the biggest round. 6 King's Spear. The powerful impact instantly penetrated Luffy's body, and even completely shattered the boulder wall behind him. Looking at Luffy, who seemed to have lost consciousness, Lucci put him down and walked out step by step. Just when Lucci thought Luffy was dead, the staggering Luffy stood up again and roared to the sky. Lucci widened his eyes, and recalled what Luffy had said before, I will never fall down before I hit you. Is this guy really not going to die? Turning his head and looking at Luffy with cold sweat on his face, Lucci's eyes were full of disbelief. Why is he still standing? Luffy looked at Lucci viciously, recalling the grievances his companions had suffered, and transformed them all into strength. The dark color gradually appeared on his fist, and the armed color was covered. Luffy roared and launched the attack that he risked his life jet machine gun. Iron block empty wood. Lucci launched the iron block to try to block Luffy's attack, but it was in vain, and his iron block was broken with just one blow. Luffy roared and screamed, using all his strength to launch this final attack. Either you die or I die. Chapter 154, The Terrifying Gundam, the World-Destroying Destruction Beam. Luffy's attacks hit Lucci continuously, and the opponent couldn't even make any other movements, and could only be passively pressed against the wall by Luffy. This terrifying attack lasted for more than 10 seconds, breaking the wall behind Lucci and sending him flying. Boom! The first tower could no longer support the top and fell into the sea, exposing the inside completely. The Navy was dumbfounded when they saw Lucci flying out. A communicator saw this scene and reached out to grab the Den Mushi tremblingly. He took it several times before he picked up the microphone of the Den Mushi. It was enough to see how shocked he was. Notify the entire fleet, notify the entire fleet. Rob Lucci of CP9, just now. Just defeated by Straw Hat Boy. When these words came out, the entire navy was dumbfounded. That terrible man was actually defeated by Straw Hat Boy. That was hailed as the most powerful CP9 in the past 800 years. Some people even commented that in the future, Mo Yishin might reach the terrifying strength of the Admiral. It was enough to see how talented he was. But such a person was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Great, the Straw Hat Pirates cheered. That's great. After such a long and hard battle, it's finally over. Luffy won. As expected of you, Luffy. Chu Feng deflected the weapon of a major general with a sword, and kicked the opponent's abdomen hard, kicking him away. Since Luffy has won, he will also start a big move. At this time, Luffy's roar came from a distance, "Let's go back together." Robin. Yaniko Robin's eyes flashed with tears, "Let's go back alive together." Now she no longer has the idea of dying in her heart. Her only wish is to go back alive with everyone and swim in this sea together. You are awesome, Luffy. Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead and rushed to the side of the boat, shouting, "Luffy, jump over here, let's leave together." Seeing that Luffy didn't respond for a long time, Usopp immediately realized that something was wrong. "Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Hurry up and jump over here, I can't move my body." "Can't move?" Usopp was stunned for a moment, and then said in panic, "What do you mean by can't move? Hurry up and fly over with the rubber move, and then we will carry you." "That's right, Luffy, come here." Little Chopper behind Usopp shouted with tears, "Let's go back alive together." He didn't want to save a partner and then lose another one. This was not a result he could accept. No. Can't move. Is he really fatally injured? Usopp's eyes were full of panic. If so, they would not be able to save him. The bridge leading to Luffy had been blown up by the Navy's artillery. Even if he wanted to go over and save Luffy, he couldn't. "Chu Feng, think of a solution quickly!" Zoro shouted to Chu Feng in the sky. "Luffy may have exceeded his limit." "Damn, I didn't expect that such a situation would happen again in the end. I hope Chu Feng has a way." "Of course I know." Chu Feng chopped Vice Admiral Weasel, who was rushing up with the moon step, to the side with a sword, and then said, "Casa, use the mechanical flying claw to bring Luffy from there. A vacuum zone has formed around Luffy and his men. Send him to Nami. Then change the form and turn it into armor covering Luffy's body. This way, at least the basic combat effectiveness can be maintained." Although the people dispatched by the opponent are all officers, Zoro and Sanji, who can already use the armed color domineering, are not inferior to them at all. The order has been received and started to execute. A mechanical flying claw flew out of the dimensional space behind Chu Feng and flew towards the direction of Luffy in the distance at a very fast speed. "Don't even think about it." Vice Admiral Weasel adjusted his posture and rushed up again, but this time his target was the mechanical flying claw. He heard Chu Feng's voice just now, and he must not let him take the Straw Hat Boy away. At the same time, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider also issued an order, "All warships, aim at the Straw Hat Boy in the distance, and hit him hard. Such a guy must not be let go. If he is allowed to grow like this, no one knows how powerful he will be in the future." Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has a feeling that if the Straw Hat Pirates are not killed today, they will definitely be a disaster in the future. So they must be killed. "Don't even think about it," Chu Feng shouted, and quickly rushed to Vice Admiral Weasel, and slashed with a sword fiercely. "Do you guys want to kill Luffy while he is weak? Really a scumbag?" Although he said this, Chu Feng was not surprised at all. After all, it is not the first time they have done this. "Hehe, for guys like you, do you still want us to use any fair and above-board means?" Vice Admiral Weasel was not moved at all. "As long as I can kill you, any method doesn't matter." Means he has already reached the position of Vice Admiral, so he naturally knows some dark sides of the Navy. Although it is not good, sometimes they have to do it for the peace of this world. So what if it's despicable? As long as the pirates can be killed, it's enough if bearing the infamy can restore peace to the sea, then he, Vice Admiral Weasel, is willing to do so. Chu Feng laughed and said, you are worthy of it, but facing a powerful enemy, despicable means are useless. Fire. A roar came from a distance, and then a large number of shells flew out, heading straight for Luffy. How can I let you succeed? Chu Feng stretched out a hand and aimed at the distance, and a laser swept out directly, blowing up all the shells. Boom boom boom. All the shells exploded in the air instantly, and none of them fell on Luffy's side. This also gave the mechanical claw enough time to quickly pass through the smoke, rush into the pillar tower, grab Luffy and rescue him. Then it dodged the enemy's attack at a very fast speed and quickly flew towards Nami and others. The speed was so fast that other Navy officers couldn't react at all. Luffy. Nami immediately came up and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Luffy was still breathing. Everyone, you have to protect this place. Oh! At this moment, the mechanical claw on Luffy's body changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a set of armor covering Luffy's body, temporarily restoring his mobility. Luffy looked at himself in confusion. Although he didn't know what was going on, he seemed to be able to move now. But why didn't he control it himself? You are seriously injured now and you can't move on your own. Cass's voice appeared in Luffy's ears, so I will take over temporarily. Don't worry, I am also an expert in fighting as a highly intelligent Cassa can simulate various possibilities of fighting and then calculate the best way to fight the enemy. This is the power of only really listening to this familiar voice. Luffy laughed, then I'll leave it to you, Cassa. No problem. Although Cassa couldn't kill the so-called Vice Admiral, these colonels and the like could still be repelled. Looking at Luffy, who stood up again, some of the Navy who wanted to surround him were frightened and took a few steps back. What's going on? Didn't this guy get seriously injured and couldn't get up just now? He looked like he was about to die, but why did he stand up again now? Is he playing dirty tricks? Damn, he is indeed an evil pirate. Is he still thinking of using such sinister means now? No, a major general noticed something was wrong. The Straw Hat Kid can't be completely fine. His serious injury just now is definitely not an illusion. He saw clearly that the Straw Hat Kid, the blood on the boy's body and his listless appearance are definitely not fake. And Rob Lucci's strength is not weak either, and the Straw Hat Boy who defeated him is definitely not much better. Then there is only one truth. The Straw Hat Boy is now relying on the special armor on his body to move. Everyone, don't retreat, go together. Kill them. Otherwise, if they have a chance to recover, they may escape. In the name of justice, they must be killed here. At the same time, he was a little confused in his heart. Since everyone has been rescued, why doesn't the Straw Hat Boy leave here? Are they not afraid of death? Not only him, but Vice Admiral Weasel's heart is also full of doubts. Aren't you going to escape? Nico Robin has been rescued and all CP9 have been defeated. Why don't you leave? Logically speaking, this group of people should go to rob the prepared ship. Could it be that they are planning to fight against the demon-killing order? As soon as I thought of this, Vice Admiral Weasel denied it. How could there be such a guy in this world? Only that monster dared to do this many years ago. Escape. Chu Feng retracted his gaze after seeing that Luffy was fine, and looked at Vice Admiral Weasel and laughed. I never said we were going to escape. You don't think you can defeat us with your people? It's still a seriously injured body. Vice Admiral Weasel glanced at Zoro's blade and said, even if you know armament haki, there are many such guys in the Navy. Major generals and above can use armament haki, and some colonels can too. It's just that not many of the people brought this time can do it. But it's enough. You know, there are at least more than 200 officers and colonels brought this time. He doesn't believe that so many people can't kill the Straw Hat Pirates. No, you're wrong. Chu Feng shook his head and then grinned, it's not us, it's me. I want to challenge the Demon Slayer order. This is the purpose of his coming here this time. Defeat CP9. What kind of rubbish is that he is not interested in them at all? 00. Destroying the Demon Slayer Order is what he wants to do most. After all, only by destroying the Demon Slayer Order can Nico Robin wake up from the nightmare. So, this time, he doesn't mind being a demon. Vice Admiral Weasel was stunned, and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider who came was also stunned. What was this guy talking about just now? Challenge the Demon Slayer Order. Did he take the wrong medicine? This is what a normal person would say. Doesn't he understand what the Demon Slayer Order is? The Demon Slayer Order is not only powerful because of the terrifying artillery, but more importantly, it is equipped with 5 powerful Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters. What is a Vice Admiral? That is the backbone of the Navy, and there are not many of them in the entire Navy headquarters. Is this guy a little too arrogant? Or does he think he can win even against 5 Vice Admirals? Even so, what does it matter? Admiral Aokiji is coming here. What's with that expression on your face? Chu Feng said calmly. Your Demon Slayer Order has never been challenged, has it? Didn't Douglas Barrett do the same thing back then? Oh, so what? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider sneered and said, although that guy did it, he ended up in a miserable way and is now lying in the underwater prison. Why, do you want to try it too? He knew clearly what happened back then. Although the man's strength was terrifying, challenging the Demon Slayer Order, that was courting death. Moreover, there was a Navy Admiral present at the time. The situation this time was similar. Admiral Aokiji was probably coming soon. He was looking forward to the guy's expression when he saw the Navy Admiral. Although he heard that the Navy Admiral Aokiji had fought with this man named Chu Feng last time, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who knew the Admiral's strength, always believed one thing. That is, Chu Feng must have used something to sneak attack the Admiral and then escaped. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. That was the Admiral. There were only 3 people in the entire Navy. My situation is different from his. Chu Feng waved his hand. Don't compare me with him. Haha, of course, we won't put you and him on the same level. Vice Admiral Weasel snorted coldly and said, through the fight just now, I can feel that although you can fight back and forth with me, your strength is not strong. If I didn't have this armor, I would have killed you long ago. At the same time, he felt a little emotional. Should I say he is a scientist? He can beat the Vice Admiral of the Navy with just a set of armor. It would be a pity if such a talent belonged to their Navy. Such a guy is destined to be an enemy. He must be killed today. After all, he did not receive the order to capture him alive. For the Navy, 1 Vegapunk is enough. So what? Chu Feng shrugged. Isn't it normal for a scientist like me to fight with scientific products? Could it be that he, a scientist who plays with his brain, should connect his body with a warrior and then fight hand to hand? Hand-to-hand combat doesn't matter, it's okay to do it once in a while. But it would be a loss of identity if he always does this. After all, he has always positioned himself as a scientist with high IQ. No point in saying more. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider said coldly, since you have chosen to come here, be prepared to be killed. 8 Swords Flow Ghost Demon Slash. Stepping on the moon step, Ghost Spider turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Chu Feng quickly. He was confident that as long as the man didn't dodge, he could cut him off along with the armor. Interesting. Chu Feng looked at Vice Admiral Ghost Spider calmly, and then said, have you been hit by a laser? What? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was stunned for a moment, and then a strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. Without any hesitation, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider disappeared instantly. The next moment, a huge Gundam appeared behind Chu Feng, aiming the barrel in his hand at the position of Ghost Spider just now. Try my destruction beam. Swoosh! A thick beam of light sprayed out from the barrel. Although it did not attack Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, it still swept 2 warships. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 warships quickly turned into white light, were directly blown into scrap metal, and slowly sank into the sea. And the part that was swept in the middle was directly vaporized. The terrifying light that seemed to destroy the world directly shocked everyone present. This. What is this? 2 warships were destroyed with just one strike. Such an enemy. Looking at the huge Gundam and the terrifying effect caused by the opponent's weapon just now. Some Navy officers were so scared that they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground with a broken expression on their faces. Death, death. We are all dead. All dead. How can we fight such a terrifying enemy? Isn't this a death? God, please save us. Chapter 155, Admiral Aokiji is coming. Looking at the huge Gundam standing on the sea not far away, Vice Admiral Inigamo felt numb. What is this? The giants are only more than 20 meters, and this thing looks at least 50 or 60 meters. Damn, why is there no news about this thing in Admiral Aokiji's intelligence? If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and dodged from the front of the opponent in advance, he would have been killed by a single shot. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider doesn't think his body is harder than a warship. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't use armament haki. But, looking at the effect of the light, Ghost Spider hesitated again. Can armament haki really withstand it? What, you don't want to dance anymore? Chu Feng glanced at the Navy, who had stopped all their actions because of his means, and said, keep dancing. Let me see what other means you have. If you don't do anything, I will kill you. After saying that, the whole person slowly rose into the air and entered the cockpit of the Red Wolf. Maybe Chu Feng's words stimulated them, and this group of Navy regained some mobility. He's right. If we don't do anything, we will definitely be killed in the end. But how can we fight with such a huge body? Our attacks are simply ineffective. The size difference is too big, and the warship is probably just a toy in the eyes of the opponent. How to fight this? Don't give up. A major general stabbed his thigh with a knife and forced himself to calm down. We still have the Vice Admiral here, they can definitely take this guy down. Oh. Brothers, kill the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates first, and then go to help the Vice Admiral. Oh. Looking at the Navy, who rushed up again, Zoro said, a little unhappy, are you still unwilling to give up? In this case, let's fight. Looking at the crowd of people who started fighting again, Vice Admiral Weasel fell into deep thought. What the Major General said just now. In fact, he really wanted to say, can you brag about it and not take me with you? But in this situation, before Admiral Aokiji arrives here, they can only stop this guy by themselves. But the best way is to delay time and wait for Admiral Aokiji to come. At this point, Vice Admiral Weasel first relaxed, looked up and shouted to Chu Feng, hey, can we talk? Talk? Chu Feng, who was about to take action, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Vice Admiral Weasel below with interest and said, how do you want to talk? He wanted to see what this guy wanted to say. Vice Admiral Weasel paused. How to talk? How does he know how to talk? But if we don't talk now, this guy will fire a few more shots and all the warships will be blown up. 1 or 2 ships are okay, but if the Demon Slayer order is destroyed. This is a bit harsh. This is not acceptable to Vice Admiral Weasel, nor to the Navy. After thinking for a while, Vice Admiral Weasel had an idea in his mind. Let's do this. Now the destruction of Judicial Island has become a foregone conclusion. So let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about other things. For example, whether you used to come to the Navy. When Vice Admiral Weasel said this, his expression became a little excited. As long as you are willing to surrender and join the Navy headquarters, I promise that I will never hold you responsible. At that time, I can give you more resources so that you can study and invent well. And all you need to do is give us the results. Vice Admiral Weasel believed that if Marshal Sengoku knew about this, he would definitely support him. With this man, Pluto, Nico Robin, are all bullshit. Who wouldn't want such an inventor who can destroy an island with these few shots? When they come to the navy, let alone the pirates, even the 4 emperors will have to kneel in front of them. At that time, even the world conquest will not say anything. This is why Vice Admiral Weasel said that with confidence. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Is this what he can say? Everyone's dog brains are beaten out, and now you talk to me about Zhaoan. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't reply, Vice Admiral Weasel's heart emerged with a hint of joy. As long as he hesitated, it proved that he was thinking again, and there was a chance. Before he could say the next sentence, Luffy below yelled, "Give up on this idea, Chu Feng is the inventor on my ship, how could I give it to you? Hey, Casa, can you help me shoot him?" Luffy now dislikes Vice Admiral Weasel so much that he actually poached him in front of him, the captain of the pirate ship. It would be fine if it happened once, but he did it a second time. Do you really think he has no temper? Of course. As Casa finished speaking, a cannon barrel appeared on the armor on Luffy's arm. Bang! A cannonball flew out and headed straight for Vice Admiral Weasel. Vice Admiral Weasel frowned slightly and cut it open with a backhand knife. "You talk too much." Boom! The bombs exploded on both sides behind Vice Admiral Weasel, without affecting him at all. Not paying attention to the movement behind him, Vice Admiral Weasel said unhappily, "Even if you are his captain, you can't interfere with the decision of your crew. He has the right to develop to a better place." Then, ignoring Luffy's shouting, Vice Admiral Weasel looked up at Gundam and said, "How is it, what have you considered? If you are worried, I can contact our marshal. I think you should be able to trust the decision he made." He thought Chu Feng was silent because he didn't believe what he said. Chu Feng looked at Vice Admiral Weasel speechlessly. Is this guy a little whimsical? To be honest, I have no interest in going to your navy. Not only are there too many rules and regulations, but I also have to be a dog for the celestial dragons. This is what he can't accept the most. Those disgusting guys of the celestial dragons are just the termites of this world, and what they did is even more disgusting. If he really went to the navy headquarters, he might have to kill them one day. What's more, he didn't want to go, and he had to go to Raftel with Luffy to take a look. See what the so-called great treasure is. Is it a blank 100 years of history? Or is it the key to control the 3 ancient weapons? Or is it a powerful devil fruit ability? Whatever it is, he has to go and see it. So there is nothing to talk about. Vice Admiral Weasel's face darkened, and it was obvious that he was very unhappy about being a dog for the celestial dragons. Although Chu Feng said the truth, their navy is indeed the world conqueror, or the dog of the celestial dragons. But you can't say it in front of so many people. Don't we have no face? I never said there is something to talk about. Chu Feng snorted coldly and said, "From the beginning to the end, you have been talking to yourself here alone. Already reached this Bounties such a situation, what's the point of talking? What a joke. And this guy never mentioned what Luffy and the others would do from beginning to end. It's obvious that he planned to kill Luffy and the others after taking him away. In their words, it is probably that the majesty of world conquest cannot be violated, and someone must pay the price for it. And Chu Feng also felt something was wrong. Is this guy stalling for time? Is he waiting for someone to come and save them? Now the only ones who can fight against his Gundam in the navy are the 3 admirals and those powerful guys. Ordinary vice admirals can't beat him sitting in the Gundam. And there are only 2 admirals who may come in the end. One is Kizaru, who is the fastest, and it won't take long for him to fly from the navy headquarters. The other is Aokiji. After all, the golden Den Den Mushi of the Demon Slayer order was given to Spandom by him. In addition, the 2 of them had fought before, and he tricked him, and Nico Robin was also here. It seems that it is mostly Aokiji. Thinking of this, Chu Feng said playfully, "Are you waiting for Aokiji?" Vice Admiral Weasel's face changed immediately. How did he know? It seems so. Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise, I was wondering why you suddenly said these words. It turns out that you are waiting for the Admiral of the Navy. But it's a pity that it will be useless even if Aokiji comes. This time, I have prepared a good thing for Aokiji. I hope he likes it. However, Chu Feng did not forget the main purpose of this time. He came here to destroy the Demon Slayer Order. As for the others, they are secondary. Okay, after talking so much, I should do it. Chu Feng clenched his fist, and then manipulated the Gundam to punch it hard. Have you seen a fist as big as a house? Boom! Just one punch. The terrible force directly broke the warship in half. Soon the warship will be swallowed by the sea here. Damn it, stop him! Vice Admiral Weasel, Vice Admiral Weasel and Vice Admiral Doberman rushed up, with crazy expressions on their faces. We must not let him continue to destroy the warships. We must hold him back. Admiral Aokiji will be back soon. That depends on whether you have the chance. Looking at the three people flying up, Chu Feng quickly covered the Gundam fist with the armed color domineering, and smashed it hard at several people. Taste my ultimate fist cannon. Dodge! The three people's faces changed. If they were hit head-on with such power, they would be seriously injured. They dodged, but the warships behind them would not be so lucky. Boom! A punch directly smashed it completely, turning it into debris all over the sky and slowly falling into the sea. There are two more. Chu Feng glanced at the only two remaining warships and showed a grim smile. Feel the fear well. The other four warships should be in front of the island, and it seems that there is no chance to destroy them. But this is not bad, at least he has the strength to smash the Tumoling warship head-on. You deserve to die. Vice Admiral Doberman looked at him with anger. There were quite a few Navy officers on those warships. Although most of them jumped into the sea in time, those who didn't come out. Quick, climb onto the ruins! The Navy officers in the water began to struggle frantically, swimming towards the wreckage or ruins one by one. They heard the conversation between the few people just now. Admiral Aokiji will be here soon. If you stay in the water, you might freeze to death. I deserve to die. Chu Feng in the sky laughed when he heard this, and then said with a gloomy face, I should say this to you. What was the situation of O'Hara back then? I don't believe that you vice admirals don't know. It's just some scholars studying history. Just because they touched the blank 100 years of history, you world conquerors noticed the danger, right? So they resolutely launched the demon-killing order, without caring how many people were there. That's the people of an entire island. Except for Robin, all of them are dead. Who told them to study that dangerous history? Vice Admiral Doberman was unmoved. If they threaten the safety of the world, they deserve to die. Oh, is that so? Chu Feng laughed. Then tell me, why were the ordinary people on that island killed by your admiral, Akainu? Because they might be scholars. So they must be killed to prevent future troubles. That red dog blew up the refugee ship directly. The people on it are all civilians. Vice Admiral Doberman was silent for a while. Was this right? What angle should be considered? At least from the perspective of Admiral Akainu, he felt that it was right. And he happened to be one of the hawks under Admiral Akainu. There is nothing to say about this matter. Vice Admiral Doberman raised his head and said, what happened happened, and there is no way to deny that they are sinners. Everything is for justice. 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 Ha 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 ha, what a justice! Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, your justice is really heavy enough. What kind of justice is it if it doesn't stand on the side of the people? It's ridiculous. Robin Chu Feng's voice resounded throughout the battlefield, you watch carefully from a distance and see how I destroy the Demon Slayer Order. There are two more. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Robin bit her lip. Chu Feng. At this time, Nico Robin was very moved. Chu Feng actually chose to confront the Demon Slayer Order head-on. She. Believe him. Nami walked to Nico Robin and said with a smile, Chu Feng will definitely succeed. Now 4 ships have been sunk, and there are only 2 left. Yet. Nicole Robin nodded and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then she attacked the surrounding navy more vigorously. She wanted to retaliate fiercely. Chu Feng, who noticed the changes here, raised the corner of his mouth, and then set his sights on Vice Admiral Doberman and said, "What, you are not going to stop me anymore? You can try to see if you can break my defense." "Tisk, come together," Vice Admiral Doberman called out, and then launched his strongest attack. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and Vice Admiral Weasel were not to be outdone, waving their weapons and rushing up. "Come on!" Chu Feng raised his huge fist, wrapped in armament haki, and smashed it hard. Clang! Instantly 0.7, the attacks of the 4 people were deadlocked in the air. The unique sound of armament haki colliding with each other exploded in the air, and the airflow around was agitated. A moment later. Boom! After all, Chu Feng's strength was superior, and he swept the 3 people away directly. Looking at the 3 people smashed on the warship, Chu Feng calmly retracted his sight and set his sights on the Gate of Justice. After thinking for a while, he slowly picked up the huge gun barrel and aimed it at the Gate of Justice. "I heard that this gate has not been attacked for 800 years, right? Let me help him clear it today." Super Laser Cannon. Boom! The extremely terrifying attack flew towards the Gate of Justice, and the terrifying light even changed the color of the sky. This made the 3 lieutenant generals who saw this scene a little desperate. They couldn't stop such an attack at all. At this critical moment, a man rushed up with a huge ice block wrapped in armed color domineering, stood in front of the Gate of Justice, and blocked Chu Feng's attack. Boom! Tsitsizi! The powerful super laser cannon continuously bombarded the ice surface wrapped with domineering aura, burning it madly. But it was never completely defeated. In the end, the attack was completely taken by the opponent, and the color of the sky gradually returned to its original state. Chu Feng looked at the other side with some surprise and said, "Did you take it this time?" "Alala, a little irritable, brother." Aokiji put down the giant ice in his hand, and said with a seemingly lazy but actually highly nervous look, "You actually used such a dangerous attack to attack the Gate of Justice. You can't let you destroy this thing." Of course he had to come up and take the attack this time. Last time, it was just because he didn't need it, so he thought about how to dodge it. But this time is different, so he can only use powerful domineering to confront it head-on. The general is really different. Chapter 156, The Terrifying Super Laser Cannon, the Gate of Justice that was blown up. Aokiji, who fell on the sea, froze his feet, then looked at the sea in the distance and frowned slightly. "Alala, brother, it's not good to make trouble like this. It seems that at least 2 or 3 warships were sunk. It's really ruthless." Admiral Aokiji Vice Admiral Weasel immediately became excited. "You are finally here. Great, with the Admiral here, he doesn't believe that Chu Feng can still stir up any waves. Great, it's the Admiral. The Admiral is here to save us. Woo 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 woo, we don't have to die. Quick, save everyone on the warship, Admiral Aokiji will show his power soon, it's very dangerous in the water. Admiral Aokiji, kill that bastard quickly." As if they had found their backbone, all the navy moved. Unlike before, they now had a sense of confidence on their faces, that is, the confidence that they could survive. "Should I say you are worthy of being an Admiral?" Chu Feng glanced at the reactions of the group of people and said lightly, "Just seeing you has boosted their morale." After thinking for a while, he quickly rushed to Luffy and others, sucked them all into the Red Wolf, and then stopped. "Well, it also includes the 3 people of Kokoro Granny, after all, they are also helping the people who helped them, they can't be left behind. Wait inside for a while now, we'll leave after I finish dealing with things here. You can also take a good look at the situation. Since the admirals of the Navy have appeared, Luffy and the others can't be left outside. It will be difficult to deal with if one of them is caught again. Who knows if this guy is serious this time? Interesting. Luffy looked around excitedly. Where are the glasses from last time? Come on, Casa, give them to me. Chu Feng was a little helpless, and then asked Casa to put the glasses on Luffy. At the same time, there were Chopper, Usopp and Zimoni. As for the others, they insisted on seeing what Chu Feng would do next, so they had to give up. Especially Granny Kokoro, she laughed very happily. Ha ha ha, no matter how far you have achieved today, your names will resound throughout the sea. The myth of Judicial Island, which has not been invaded for hundreds of years, was shattered by the Straw Hat Pirates. This demon-slaying order, which is said to have never failed, was defeated by Chu Feng himself. Granny Kokoro couldn't imagine what terrible achievements they would have in the future. Suddenly she remembered Luffy's words. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Pirate King? Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that she would be able to see such a thing in her lifetime. Do I need to say this? Chu Feng laughed, it's natural. Resounding throughout the sea. In the future, he must make his name resound throughout the starry sky. Then he ignored the people inside the mecha and focused his attention on Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji still stood in the original position without moving, but his eyes were not on Chu Feng's Gundam, but carefully observing the sea surface. He now confirmed one thing, that is, whether all the navy had climbed out of the water. After a while, after seeing that there was no one on the sea, Aokiji was silent for a while. It is estimated that those who couldn't get up will never get up. He sighed, put his hand on the water and said lightly, Ice Age. Buzz. The terrible power of ice burst out from Aokiji's hand, and instantly froze the sea here completely. Aokiji tried to take a breath, looked up at the navy in the distance and said, Everyone, run from the ice to the Gate of Justice. This will soon become a battlefield, you hurry up. Aokiji remembered the experience of fighting Chu Feng last time clearly. This guy blew up 1/3 of the island with one shot. Such a terrifying power, the warship can't bear it at all, and the wreckage under the ice is the best example. But Vice Admiral Weasel hesitated. Is he just leaving the Admiral here? Isn't this a bit bad? Why do you think he is called the Admiral? Vice Admiral Doberman glanced at Vice Admiral Weasel speechlessly, and then shouted to the other navy, Everyone, retreat. The Admiral has a lot of power, and there is no problem in commanding these naval forces. No matter what the order is, they must execute it. Hey! Lieutenant General Weasel sighed, and then fled away with his people. He knew that Lieutenant General Doberman was right. The reason why Aokiji was called the Admiral of the Navy was because he possessed the terrifying strength of a monster. If even he couldn't do anything, there was no point for his group of people to stay here, and it would hinder him instead. Chu Feng just looked at the other party and didn't make a move. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. Tomo Ling faced him and fled in panic. At this moment, Chu Feng was thinking, the reason why Douglas Barrett was defeated by Tomo Ling was because he had fought an extremely terrifying battle on the island and had little physical strength. At the same time, there was another admiral standing on Tomo Ling's warship. If this was the case, he would not be able to win. But it was different now, he would not consume any physical strength at all. Seeing that Chu Feng did not take action, Aokiji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy uses that terrifying attack to attack him and other weapons to attack the navy, there will definitely be heavy casualties. From this point of view, Chu Feng still has some principles. At least he will not attack the navy who have lost the will to resist. Thinking of this, Aokiji's impression of Chu Feng improved a little. He could roughly guess why Chu Feng did this, probably because he wanted to help Nico Robin get revenge. At the same time, it was also to shatter the nightmare in her heart, the nightmare that has troubled her for 20 years. For a moment, I felt a little emotional. I didn't expect Nico Robin to meet such a group of partners. That good friend should be able to rest in peace. However, what the Straw Hat Pirates did was not something he, the Admiral of the Navy, could tolerate. One thing is one thing, today he must catch this group of people. Although it is very likely it will make it difficult for Mr. Garp, but if he does nothing, he will be caught by the higher UPS. At least he can't do nothing. Ah, I didn't expect you guys to be so brave, Chu Feng. Aokiji said as he created a huge ice man, lifted himself up to the same height as Gundam, and said, "Invade the Judicial Island, which represents the face of world conquest. Destroy the Demon Slayer Order." Either of these two things alone is big news enough to shock the world. In the end, you did it all. Really? Unbelievable. These words were said by Aokiji very sincerely. After all, no one has ever done these two things. Although there are many people with such strength, the emperors of the New World can do it. But they will not do this, which is a subtle tacit understanding between them and world conquest. It is a tacit consensus among everyone. It doesn't matter how you make trouble in your new world, but you can't come here to make trouble. Otherwise, just wait for the world conquest army to come. None of the four emperors would want to provoke world conquest for no reason. After all, the foundation of 800 years is not a joke. Since you have come to our door, how can we sit and wait for death? Chu Feng smiled lightly. Your P9 is planning to take my partner to die. We can't agree to this. That's right. World conquest, Navy, no matter who wants to take Robin away, we will beat him down. Hear it? Chu Feng smiled. This is the determination of my partners. Well, I can feel it. Aokiji nodded. In fact, even if he didn't hear what they said, Aokiji could feel their determination. After all, they have abandoned their lives and chased here. Glancing at Rob Lucci lying on the ground in the distance, he thought that he should have been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. If it were Chu Feng, he probably wouldn't have left a complete body. So, are you planning to arrest us? Oh my god, you guys caused such a big incident, I can't just do nothing. After saying that, Aokiji slowly sat on an ice chair that he had just made and said, "Since you have come across me, you should all go to the underwater prison to repent." After saying that, his eyes condensed, and the armament haki quickly covered the ice blade of the Iceman under his body. The Iceman slowly but rhythmically raised his arm and slashed at the Gundam fiercely. "Come on," Chu Feng laughed and said, "in that case, let's continue the last battle. After all, we didn't win the last time." Then he activated the armament haki to cover the fist of the Gundam, and smashed the ice blade fiercely. "I couldn't ask for more." Aokiji smiled slightly. "Since you have such determination, I am so happy. As long as you find an opportunity to freeze this Gundam, and then find a way to pull Chu Feng out of it, then things will be easy." Under normal circumstances, he would never be his opponent. He could only rely on this Gundam to deal with him. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, only 1 second had passed. The attacks of the two collided heavily, making an extremely terrifying roar. Boom! It caused a storm and directly blew away all the wreckage of the surrounding warships. Feeling the power of the Gundam, Aokiji frowned. What a strong power! No wonder Doberman and the others couldn't fight against this Gundam. He could feel it with just this punch. If they went head-on, no Vice Admiral would be his opponent. Size is strength. It's really a bit tricky. Although making such a big Iceman is nothing to him, if he keeps this fighting intensity, he can't keep it up for a long time. At most, he can fight for a few days without eating or drinking. But the opponent is different. The opponent has no physical consumption at all. As long as there is enough energy, he can keep fighting. Who knows if the opponent is solar-powered? This is a place that is said to never set. Isn't the solar energy extremely abundant? Thinking of this, Aokiji not only complained about what the people who conquered the world were thinking, but actually chose such a place. Isn't this causing trouble for him? Why, it's not working for a while. Chu Feng mocked. You, the Admiral of the Navy, can't do it either, you don't have enough endurance. Haha, provocation. Do you think such a trick will work on me? I don't know if it will work. Chu Feng shrugged, I just think it's more fun to say it out loud. I don't care what you think. Anyway, I mock it's fine as long as you feel good. Aokiji's mouth twitched. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? He glanced at the back from the corner of his eye and found that the main force had already run out of the Gate of Justice. He was really relieved. As long as they run along the ice, they can run back to the Navy headquarters soon. And the Navy headquarters must have discovered something unusual. After all, they have frozen themselves to the base camp. If they didn't find it, it would be too wrong. Well, it would be best if Mr. Garp came in person and taught his grandson a lesson. I just don't know if he is there. Don't worry, I'm not interested in them. Chu Feng, who noticed Aokiji's eyes, said lightly, killing them is meaningless. I just want to destroy the Demon Slayer order. Then a large number of bombs flew out from behind, directly blowing up the 2 warships in the distance. Now, all 6 warships were destroyed, and none of them were spared. The remaining 4 were spared because they ran to the main gate. Aokiji frowned, but did not try to stop it. Anyway, there was no one on it, so it would explode, and he did not feel bad. Then let Marshal Zhangguo go to world conquest to ask for money. Well, it was not his headache. By the way, there are still 4 ships at the main gate. Chu Feng said unintentionally, which made Aokiji nervous. He immediately controlled the Iceman to rush up. 523, don't even think about it. No, this guy must be entangled, otherwise if he flies, he can't catch up at all. Although he can also do the moon step, his speed cannot be compared with it. Moreover, the air is not his home ground. What's more, if the opponent kills again. Facing Chu Feng's Gundam, even if he is a general, he dare not be arrogant. I'm waiting for you. Chu Feng laughed and controlled the Gundam to rush up, and punched the top of the Iceman's head fiercely. Bang! The heavy fist hit the Iceman's arms, shaking off a large piece of ice debris. Aokiji frowned slightly. There's actually a crack. Sure enough, the hardness of ice can't be compared with steel. If it weren't for his domineering power, it might be. You're distracted. Chu Feng picked up the barrel with his other hand and pointed it at Aokiji's head and said with a smile, come on, feel this destructive attack again. Super electromagnetic cannon, blast me. Buzz boom! The extremely terrifying super electromagnetic cannon flew out of the barrel and hit Aokiji directly. Aokiji's face changed, and he quickly transformed into an element and entered the body of the Iceman, rushing underground. The super electromagnetic cannon that lost its target did not stop, but hit the Gate of Justice in the distance directly. Boom! The extremely terrifying attack shattered it the moment it hit it, revealing an extremely huge hole. Aokiji fell to the ground and looked at the Gate of Justice, which was still dripping with iron juice in the distance. He was numb all over. So this guy was planning to do this. Damn, he subconsciously dodged it. It turned out that the target was not him. How to explain this? Just say that he was there at the time, but he didn't stop the other party from blowing up the Gate of Justice. If he said this, would he be beaten to death by Marshal Sengoku? When he thought of the old man's beard and eyes, Aokiji fell into deep thought. He would rather be beaten by Vice Admiral Garp than be scolded by Marshal Sengoku. You kid really did something that made it difficult for me. Aokiji looked up at Gundam with a headache and said, even if I catch all of you this time, I guess you can't avoid being scolded. By the way, isn't Chu Feng a scientist? He should have a way to repair this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Aokiji's eyes became hot again. He can catch people, and let Marshal Sengoku teach them. Thinking of this, Aokiji rushed up quickly with the moon step, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the abdomen of Gundam. The Ryu Sakura Haki quickly covered his fist and hit it hard. Boom! The extremely terrifying force acted on Gundam, and it actually pushed Gundam back a few steps. Search Jun Yang Hao Chu Chi Wu Lu Erbabasi for more small Shuo downloads. It is enough to see how terrifying his power is. Should we say that he is worthy of being a Navy Admiral? The power of the flesh is really terrifying. It seems that those who can become admirals have bodies like monsters. It's not over yet. Aokiji rushed to the head of Gundam with the moon step, wrapped his feet with Ryu Sakura Haki and shouted, "You must be here. Come out." Chapter 157, Causal Weapon Demon Cube. Since this guy is hiding inside, use Ryu Sakura Haki to knock him out from the inside. As long as Chu Feng is knocked unconscious, the others will not be able to escape. Don't even think about it, Chu Feng shouted, and quickly retreated the Red Wolf, and then fiercely slammed Aokiji with his fist wrapped in armed color domineering. Seeing the huge fist, Aokiji immediately changed his attack strategy. With a wave of his hands, a huge ice bird appeared in his hands and hit the fist of the Red Wolf fiercely. Burst pheasant mouth. The mouth of the ice bird was black, and it was obviously wrapped with armed color domineering. Boom! After a fierce blow, the two of them pulled away again, and there was no winner. It's really a headache. Aokiji touched his head and said, "Why don't you come out and we fight again?" Every time he hit the opponent, he had to jump up. At the same time, he had to prevent the opponent from using special weapons to sneak attack him in the air. It was really frustrating to fight. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Chu Feng was a little speechless. "What did you think of you? You actually let him go out by himself." "But Aokiji, your domineering aura is a bit strong," Chu Feng said with some emotion. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to use ice and domineering to resist my railgun. That was a terrifying weapon that destroyed 1/3 of the island, just one hit. Don't underestimate the Admiral," Aokiji said lazily. "After all, there are only 3 people like me in the entire Navy. And he needs to suppress an era." However, it was not as simple as he imagined to take Chu Feng's attack. In addition to domineering, he was urging the power of ice at all costs. The ice in his hand was vaporized by the opponent's attack every moment, so he had to replenish the ice every moment. If he was not careful, he would be hit head-on. So the consumption of physical strength is also very terrifying, which is why he did not choose to take the opponent's attack the second time. Aokiji glanced at the part destroyed by Chu Feng, and he was a little emotional. This is the gate of justice. The height and width are extremely terrifying, and the thickness is the same. But he still looked down on you. Chu Feng shook his head. "I never looked down on you. To put it bluntly, the admirals of the Navy are already one of the ceilings of combat power in this world. If you look down on them, you will die miserably." That's why he prepared a weapon of causality. At this moment, the Den Mushi in Aokiji's arms suddenly rang. Aokiji looked at Chu Feng vigilantly and slowly took out the Den Mushi from his arms. "What's wrong?" "Aokiji, what's wrong with you?" Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. "It's fine to launch the Demon Slayer order, but why freeze the sea in front of the headquarters? Looking at the direction, it's coming from the Gate of Justice. Did you encounter a strong enemy? Did Weasel and the others not contact you?" Aokiji was a little surprised. It's been so long, and Weasel didn't tell the situation to the Den Mushi. "No. Aokiji. Is there no one with a Den Mushi among so many people?" It's really speechless. Anyway, the situation here is quite complicated. There is a powerful enemy here. I'll tell you in detail after I go back. Okay. Sengoku nodded, "But Borsellino is free, so I'll let him go to support you. He'll probably be there soon. The main reason is that the distance is not far, and Kizura's speed is fast enough. So I asked him to come and take a look." "Okay, I got it." After saying that, Aokiji hung up the phone. "Now, there is no need to defeat the opponent, just hold him back. This kid is proud enough to dispatch 2 admirals. Chu Feng. 1 admiral is fine, but now there is another one. Although this guy is suspected to be Luffy's second uncle, the other party has no way to make trouble at this time. After all, there is an admiral standing next to him. Thinking of this, Chu Feng secretly thought that he could not hesitate any longer and must act quickly. Slowly took out a Rubik's Cube from his pocket, which was engraved with a strange pattern. This is something set up to avoid the observation haki. Casa, bombard him with a cannonball. The order has been received and started. The rear of the Red Wolf opened again, and a large number of shells flew out, hitting Aokiji directly. Aokiji did not hesitate at all, and quickly erected an ice wall in front of him. At the same time, one hand was pressed on the ground, manipulating the ice below to grab the legs of Gundam. This is to prevent Chu Feng from escaping. Then the purpose of Chu Feng doing this is to make him focus all his attention on himself. I hope you like the gift I prepared for you. Chu Feng smiled with narrowed eyes, and then locked Aokiji behind the ice wall and released the Heart Demon Cube. Aokiji, who was defending, suddenly felt a creepy feeling, as if something terrible was about to come. However, his observation haki did not notice anything. What's going on? Aokiji's heart was full of confusion, as if there was really danger, his observation haki would not be able to fail to detect the opponent's attack. But why the next moment, Aokiji noticed a dark object flying towards him, so fast that he couldn't even react, and it pierced into his body. Instantly, Aokiji felt that his body was gradually out of his control. Damn, what is this? Aokiji was full of panic. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. He had clearly used the armament haki to protect his body in the last shot, but why did he still get hit? Damn, his body is going to be out of control. Looking at the ice wall in front of him that had begun to break, Aokiji knew that he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, when his body was completely out of control, the opponent would definitely kill him. Thinking of this, Aokiji didn't hesitate at all, and used his last strength to quickly transform his body into an element, thinking of escaping in the direction of the Gate of Justice. And there was only a human-shaped statue made of ice left in the original place. Boom! The ice wall was completely broken, and the ice sculpture was also blown to pieces. Chu Feng glanced at the ice surface with some surprise and said, "Can you escape like this?" As expected of a Navy admiral, Chu Feng thought he could kill him this time. It's a pity that he failed to kill him this time, and it won't work next time. Causality weapons can only work this time. The purpose of this inner demon cube is to make the opponent's mind completely fall into his own inner world and face his inner demon. If he can't defeat the inner demon, he will be trapped in it for the rest of his life until he starves to death. Chu Feng didn't know whether this Aokiji could come out. Once he could come out alive, it would prove that he had defeated his inner demon, and it wouldn't work next time. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately swept the ice surface again with a laser beam. After melting all the ice surface on Judicial Island, he used high-powered shells to bombard the ice surface inside the Gate of Justice, and completely blew it upside down. Boom! Boom boom! At this moment, Kaseidan's voice came, "There is a high-energy reaction approaching at a very fast speed, it is recommended to evacuate." High-energy reaction. It's that guy Kizaru. Chu Feng had a flash of understanding in his mind, and without any hesitation, he turned and left. His huge body quickly soared into the air and rushed into the distance at a very fast speed. Kizaru was different from Aokiji. His speed was too fast, and ordinary weapons could not hit him at all. So it was better to avoid his sharp edge now. If Aokiji woke up from his inner demon state in advance, he might have to face the siege of two admirals. Who knows if there will be others coming together. So let's go quickly. We will meet the Seven Water City. After a while, a yellow light appeared here, gradually forming a human figure, and fell on a wreckage. It's really scary. He looked at the destroyed Gate of Justice, and then at the Judicial Island that was about to be sunk. Kizaru's face was full of weirdness. Who did it? There was no information from above. He was really bold. By the way, where did Aokiji go? He couldn't be killed. Yellow Monkey scratched his face. If that guy was killed, it would be a shocking news. At this moment, Yellow Monkey's observation Haki caught something and rushed to the inside of the Gate of Justice. Suddenly, he saw a figure on the ice. He looked closer and found that it was indeed Aokiji, but why were his eyes closed? There was no problem with breathing, he was still alive. Could it be that he was seriously injured and unconscious? Thinking of this, Yellow Monkey quickly rushed to Aokiji's side, grabbed him, and left in the direction of the Navy headquarters. The most important thing now is not to kill the enemy, but to go back and treat Aokiji. A Navy Admiral, their Navy can't afford to lose. At the same time, Yellow Monkey also knew that the final winner of this battle was the other side. Their Navy failed. 2 days later, in the Seven Water City, the Straw Hat Pirates were recuperating in the temporary camp of Carrera. Because of the brutal battle, the Straw Hat Pirates also suffered serious injuries, but after 2 days, they were almost recovered. It's great to see you guys so energetic. Granny Kokoro came in with a big laugh. Hey, little brother Chu Feng, do you still have those wines? Of course. Chu Feng smiled and threw a bottle of wine to Granny Kokoro, signaling her to drink slowly. The alcohol content is not low. However, Granny Kokoro didn't listen to the advice, and just drank it up. Good wine. Granny Kokoro's face suddenly turned red. It's a pity that there is too little. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. Granny Kokoro, can I leave some for you when you leave? Cunning Granny, didn't she say this just to ask for more? Well, after all, Granny Kokoro also helped them, so it's nothing to give some wine. Ha 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 ha, thank you very much. Granny Kokoro said with a smile, and then walked to Luffy. Yes, there was some emotion in front of him. After such a brutal battle, he recovered so quickly. He looks very energetic when eating. Sanji hesitated for a moment, and then said awkwardly, no, actually he didn't want to miss the meal when he slept after the battle, so he learned the skill of eating and sleeping at the same time. After this, Granny Kokoro was dumbfounded. Is he still sleeping? A closer look showed that the boy was indeed closing his eyes. What a magical skill! A drop of cold sweat flowed down Granny Kokoro's face, and she didn't know what to say. Is there anyone who can do this? It's amazing, Pirate Brother Zimoni laughed and said, you even have such an ability. So interesting. Granny Kokoro was silent for a moment, and then laughed, what a smart man. By the way, the record pointer will be full in 2 or 3 days. Granny Kokoro smiled, and then looked at Nami on the side. Actually it's full. Nami raised her hand and gestured, Chu Feng made something special, and 1 day is enough. It's just that we don't have a pirate ship to leave here now. After all, they can't always fly around in Chu Feng's Gundam. That's not a pirate, it's a sky pirate. I guess Luffy won't agree. By the way, Chu Feng, how long will it take to build the pirate ship you mentioned? Soon, I can make it soon after the materials arrive. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, before that, let's stay here now. Seeing that there was still some worry on the faces of several people, Chu Feng waved his hand. What are you afraid of? If someone who really conquers the world comes here, I can also drive a Gundam to take you away. As long as it's not Kizaru who comes, it's fine. That guy is too fast, who knows if he can catch up with him. By the way, will Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, come over during this time period we are back? Chopper opened the door and walked in with Nico Robin. Hey, Granny Kokoro is here too. Haha, she looks very energetic. Chopper, where did you go? Chu Feng asked curiously. Where are Zoro and Usopp? I went to see the injured of Franky's family. After Chopper finished speaking, he paused and said, I kept staring at Robin and didn't look away. Nico Robin smiled helplessly, squatted down and rubbed Chopper's little head and said, I'm not going back anywhere. Now that she has such a group of friends, how could she leave? It's a deal. Chopper enjoyed Nico Robin's head pat with a comfortable look on his face. You can't regret it. Well, it's a deal. Nico Robin had a smile on her face. This time, no one could separate them. After all, even the Demon Slayer order was broken by Chu Feng. What else is she afraid of? Thinking of this, Nico Robin looked up at Chu Feng and said softly, "Thank you, Chu Feng." "No way." Chu Feng waved his hand, "You are our important partner. Just conquering the world and killing the demons. If it happens again, I will blow them all up." It's a pity that he didn't see the 4 warships at the main gate when he came out, otherwise he would have blown them up as well. "Humph, you are lucky. I will have a bounty this time, right?" Chopper looked up at Chu Feng with anticipation. "We defeated that powerful thing. I also defeated a CP9. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and it was this question again. "What's wrong? Can't I have a bounty?" Chopper looked at Chu Feng without saying anything, and suddenly became a little nervous. "No, as the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, how could you not have a bounty?" Nico Robin picked up Chopper, smiled at Chu Feng and said, "Right, Chu Feng. Yeah. That's good." Hearing Chu Feng's affirmative answer, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to look forward to it. How much will his bounty be? I heard that Chu Feng's first bounty was more than 80 million Baileys. Zoro's is more than 60 million. Luffy's is more than 30 million. What about himself? Will it be 20 million? He is also a reliable man. Humph, this time my bounty will definitely be higher than the first bounty of the green algae head. Sanji snorted, with confidence on his face. Definitely. At that time, he must ridicule the green algae head guy. Ahahaha. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chu Feng looked at Sanji with pity when he heard it. I hope you won't be too sad when you see your bounty. Shaking his head, Chu Feng clapped his hands and said, I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Nami looked up and said, did the materials arrive? I don't know, but I have something to ask Uncle Iceberg. Chu Feng smiled and said, maybe I can ask him to reimburse the money for the materials. How much did you spend? 800 million. Nami. As if teleporting, Nami came to Chu Feng and grabbed his hand and said, please do so. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, I know. It's you, Nami. Chapter 158, Shocking the World. The Terrifying Bounty Order of the Straw Hat Pirates. After leaving the house, Chu Feng quickly came to the temporary headquarters built by Iceberg. He came to the door, knocked on the door, and pushed the door open after hearing the other party's voice. After entering, he found that there was more than one person inside. Hey, Franky is here too. Yeah. Franky smiled after drinking a sip of Coke. Come and chat with Bing Shan. Why, do you have something to do too? I guess. Chu Feng walked to the sofa and sat down. You guys talk about your things first, I'm not in a hurry. Franky nodded when he saw this, and didn't treat Chu Feng as an outsider. He looked at Bing Shan and said, I burned the Pluto design. It was burned. Bing Shan was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and smiled, that's good. It seems that Franky trusts them very much. But Franky's approach is the most effective. Without the design, world conquest will not keep an eye on this place. At least there will be no such thing as sending spies to him. He can't stand it again, it will kill people. But then you will offend the world conqueror. Iceberg glanced at Franky and said, any ideas? Ideas? Franky shrugged, let's talk about it later. Iceberg was speechless. Franky really had some other ideas in his mind after looking at Chu Feng beside him. But you need to wait until Franky leaves before you can say it. Let's not talk about this. Franky waved his hand, what have you been drawing since just now? The scale of the water gods this time should have brought strong anxiety to the citizens. Iceberg sighed, I think the day when this island is swallowed by the sea is not far away. Such a terrible tsunami, if it comes a few more times, this island will definitely not be able to bear it. After a long time, it may be. So this matter must be resolved. That's true. Franky nodded, put the coke in his hand on the table and said, or if it continues to be attacked like that in the future, this island might really sink. Then what are you going to do? I want to make the entire island float on the sea. What Franky was dumbfounded when he heard Iceberg's words, are you going to turn the 7-water city into a ship? Is that possible? Franky couldn't even imagine such a thing. Isn't this nonsense? It goes without saying how sinking an island is. Float the whole island, this. Have you forgotten? Iceberg smiled confidently, we have always been following a man who can make the impossible possible. If you are a man, just do it. If you are a man, just do it. Franky chewed on this sentence carefully, and smiled after a moment, that's right. That's absolutely right. A real man should be like this, if you want to do something, just do it. Don't be timid, such a man can't accomplish anything great. At this time, the Den Den Mushi suddenly rang, and Franky picked it up. What's wrong? It's the big brother, Zanbei said excitedly, the materials that Boss Chu Feng mentioned before have been delivered now. I don't know how to contact him now. It seems that Carrera is not allowed to go in. I'm here. Chu Feng came up and said, is it so fast? It seems that these hundreds of millions of Baileys were not wasted. Sure enough, the saying that money makes the world go round is absolutely true. As long as the money is in place, they work much faster. Yes, it was transported by sea train. Very good, in that case, let's do a big job. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Franky, remember what I told you before? Of course. Franky laughed very happily. Chu Feng had told him before about the idea of a most special steel ship on the sea. It has 3 modes of sea, land, and air, which is extremely terrifying. If it was before, he might think Chu Feng was talking nonsense. How could a steel ship float on the sea? But after seeing Chu Feng's Gundam, Franky believed it. Maybe this man can really do it. Then how can he be absent from the construction of this ship that surpasses all the current ships? Franky has a hunch this ship might be the most powerful pirate ship in the world. It is his honor to be able to participate in the construction of such a ship. One day in the future, he can proudly say that he built the pirate ship of the Pirate King together. Chu Feng smiled, looked at the iceberg and said, Franky, you go first, I'll go in a while. Franky looked back and forth between the iceberg and Chu Feng in confusion. Could it be that these two people have some secrets? Do they need to hide it from him? Shaking his head, Franky took the coke on the table and left. If that's the case, then come quickly. Without your design drawings, I can't start the work. I know. Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that he would be there in a while. After the other party left, Chu Feng looked at Bing Shan and said, Uncle Bing Shan, you can talk now. Sharp guy. Bing Shan smiled, put down the pen in his hand, turned around and looked at Chu Feng and said, how do you know I have something to tell you? I believe in my eyes and my intuition. Okay. Bing Shan nodded, I do have something to say, this matter is related to Franky. Bing Shan paused, organized his words and said, this judicial island incident is so big, world conquest will definitely not do nothing. And Franky who went with you will also be targeted by them. So I want to ask you for a favor. Bing Shan said very sincerely, I hope you can take Franky with you. Didn't your captain say that he was short of a ship repairman? I can say that there is no one more powerful than Franky in the entire 7 waters. Bing Shan had to admit that even he was not as powerful as Franky. Looking at Bing Shan's serious eyes, Chu Feng smiled and said, this kind of thing is not something I can decide. After all, I am not the captain. But Luffy also likes Franky. If possible, I think we will take him away. Bing Shan, who was originally nervous, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the last sentence. That's good. By the way, if you want to take him away, it's best not to use ordinary methods. That guy has an indescribable feeling for this island and will not leave easily. Even if he knows that he may be wanted, it is still the same. Chu Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he walked to Bingshan's side and looked at his drawings. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are not right to draw like this. It is not an easy thing to support an entire island. That not only requires extremely huge power, but also the problem of defending against tsunamis. If it just floats on the sea, a larger wave can destroy it." Bingshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. "What do you think? This man can even build Gundam, so he must be able to make what he imagines." Chu Feng thought about it. Iceberg and Granny Kokoro helped them a lot. Besides, this was Franky's home, so he could help them. Thinking of this, Chu Feng said, "After I finish building the ship, I will help you float the 7-water city. They probably have about 3 days left, which is enough. This project is much simpler than the one in Alabasta." Iceberg. "Are you sure?" Iceberg's face was full of shock. "You don't have much time. World conquest will come here to find you in a week at the latest. If you don't leave by then, the Admiral of the Navy may come. Are you sure it can be completed before then? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? No matter how fast it is, it can't be this fast. Look, you are ignorant." Chu Feng smiled. "Uncle Iceberg, this may be a fantasy to you, but it is not to me." Chu Feng's face was full of confidence. "It's just a floating project. He can make things more awesome than this." "What's this, by the way? You pay for the materials?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Iceberg's eyes changed instantly. It was as if Chu Feng had changed from a sacred and unattainable super scientist to a very down-to-earth friend in his eyes. With a twitch of his mouth, he coughed lightly and said, "Don't worry, we can still afford this money." "Well, in that case, you can also pay for my pirate ship." "You guy." Iceberg shook his head. "Okay, I'll pay for it together. By the way, how much did you spend on materials this time?" "Not much, just 800 million. Iceberg. "Iceberg, can I regret it?" "No." "Hey." Bingshan was a little helpless. "You guy, you're waiting for me here. Okay, let's report it together." After all, he helped him rescue Franky, and also planned to help him realize that idea. A mere 800 million is already cheap. I guess Chu Feng asked for so little because they are friends. Well, he took the money. Although the Straw Hat Pirates were peaceful, the Navy headquarters was not quiet at all. At this time, in Sengoku's office, Vice Admiral, Kizaru, and Sengoku were sitting here. Except Kizaru, the faces of the other two were not much better. "I said at the beginning that if the Straw Hat Pirates were not taken down quickly, they would be a disaster sooner or later." Vice Admiral Tsuru's face was a little ugly. Now it seems so. She had this idea a long time ago, and it actually came true. What have they done now? They broke into Judicial Island, defeated CP9 head-on and snatched Nico Robin back. Later, they launched the Demon Slayer Order and completely destroyed Judicial Island. What happened next? They defeated the Demon Slayer Order head-on, destroyed the Gate of Justice, and now made Admiral Aokiji unconscious. They still don't know what happened. The military doctor just told them that Aokiji seemed to have suffered a blow and his consciousness was trapped in his own mind. No one can help in this situation. Only if he breaks the nightmare in his heart can he wake up. Otherwise, he can only be in this state of living dead. Actually, I'm more curious about how Aokiji became like that. Kizaru said. After all, everyone is at the same level. If they can threaten Aokiji, can they threaten him? We have to be on guard. I just explained the specific situation. Zhang Guo said with a gloomy face, but it's not clear what caused it, but... I suspect this matter has something to do with that Chu Feng. God knows if he invented something strange and caused great damage to Aokiji's mind. Things that can affect the Admiral of the Navy. Zhang Guo raised Chu Feng's risk factor by several levels again. Let's talk about this later. Now let's discuss the impact of this matter. Zhang Guo sighed. First of all, world conquest. Because of Aokiji's matter, they began to doubt whether our strength can suppress the sea. So there may be some changes in military spending this year. This is acceptable. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, at most cutting some military spending. These are all trivial matters. After so many years of development, the Navy has a very strong foundation. 1 or 2 years of military spending changes can still be tolerated, and then you can find another excuse to let world conquest take back the military spending. This has been done before. By the way, didn't you send someone to chase the Straw Hat Pirates? Lieutenant General Tsuru thought for a moment and said, although there is no information about them, there is a high probability that they will be in the 7 water capitals. I have sent someone there. Who? Garp. Gar. Lieutenant General Tsuru's mouth twitched. Why don't you send anyone else? Why do you send the Straw Hat Boy's grandfather? Are you sure he is going to arrest someone? It can only be this way. Sengoku said helplessly. Sakazuki is still in the New World, and Borsellino can't leave the headquarters for too long, so he can't go either. I can't leave either. Aokiji is still unconscious. If other people go, it's no different from delivering food. After all, even the Demon Slayer order was crushed by him head-on. Wouldn't it be a death wish for a General Vice Admiral to go? So Garp had to go. At least he could shut up the people above. Vice Admiral Tsuru was speechless, but she didn't continue to find fault with this issue. But she felt that if Garp went, he would probably not be able to catch anyone. Don't worry, Garp knows the situation when it comes to right and wrong. Sengoku comforted, although he himself didn't have the confidence to say this. Vice Admiral Tsuru curled his lips when he heard this. That was his family. Asking him to catch the Straw Hat Boy. That's a bit too much. Forget it, don't think about it. How do you plan to deal with the impact of this incident? Vice Admiral Tsuru thought for a while and said, now almost all the major forces in the world have obtained the information. It's impossible to hide it. We can only find a way to minimize the impact. Publish a newspaper and report everything the Straw Hat Pirates did on Judicial Island except for defeating the Demon Slayer order and smashing the Gate of Justice. Sengoku thought for a moment and said, just say that the Demon Slayer order was launched to destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. Although it failed, at least it can cover up the fact that the idiot launched the Demon Slayer order. At the same time, it can also cover up the fact that the Demon Slayer order and the Gate of Justice were defeated. Issue a bounty at the same time. Sengoku glanced at the information in his hand and said coldly, the bounty for the Straw Hat Boy is 400 million Baileys. Demon Scientist Chu Feng, the bounty is 380 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter, bounty of 180 million berries. Blackfoot Sanji, bounty of 85 million berries. Devil's Son. Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million berries. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper, Sniper King Usopp, bounty of 36 million berries. Little Thief Cat Nami, bounty of 28 million berries. Mechanical Transformation Maniac. Franky, bounty of 44 million berries. Speaking of this, Sengoku glanced at the last name, Chopper who loves to eat marshmallows. A pet. There should be no need to increase the bounty for this thing. However, in order to highlight the evil deeds of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sengoku finally increased the bounty for Chopper. Chopper who loves to eat marshmallows, bounty of 50 berries. After the decision, Sengoku passed on this order. It was soon printed and spread all over the world. At this moment, the world was shocked. The Straw Hat Pirates actually did such a horrible thing. Who are they and why are they so bold? He, the world is going to be lively. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with madness. He had a premonition. I will definitely meet that guy one day in the future. Chapter 159, The Terrifying Deterrent Power of the Combat Ceiling. At this moment, the whole world is paying attention to the situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed. Did they actually do such a big thing? Well, it's something that Luffy would do. After all, that guy has been reckless since he was a child. To be honest, I didn't expect to see Luffy again in this way. Then, Beckman took a puff of cigarette and said, it probably won't be long before they can come to the New World. The New World? Shanks hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, although they have made some achievements, the New World is still too early for them. A mere 400 million Baileys is really nothing in the New World. The most important thing is that they have not been trained enough. In addition to what they did this time, if they rashly come to the New World, they will easily be targeted by other strong people. Ha 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 ha, look, this is my son Jesus Bulletin said excitedly with Usopp's bounty order, this is my son. Ha 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 ha. See, my son's bounty was so high at the beginning, and his future achievements will definitely not be lower than mine. I didn't expect this brat to be so powerful now. I know. Lucky. Lu was a little helpless. You have been talking about it for a whole morning. Good guy, isn't it enough? What do you know? Jesus Bulletin snorted, you can't understand my feelings without a son. Then he looked at the bounty with pride, imagining what it would be like to meet Usopp one day in the future. How much will the bounty be for this brat? A few 100 million or more than 1 billion Lucky. Lu was a little helpless when he heard this. He really couldn't understand it. At the beginning, he could still be happy, but after a long time, he felt a little helpless. Just be happy. Lucky. Lu shook his head, then glanced at Shanks and said, Captain, are we still going to find Whitebeard? Of course. Shanks put down the newspaper and the bounty in his hand and stood up. I must go this time. If it is not stopped, this harem may go out of control, so he must go to see Whitebeard. I know. Lucky. Lu nodded, then looked at the others and shouted, brothers, get ready for battle. A newcomer was a little confused when he heard this. Didn't the boss mean to go and have a chat? Do we have to fight with them? It's hard to say, Ben. Beckman said lightly, after all, the other party is also at the same level as us. It is not impossible that there will be any conflict. To put it bluntly, the boss of his family is going to teach Whitebeard how to do things. Others may give the captain a face, but Captain Whitebeard's face may not work. By the way, did those who didn't give the captain face get killed later? Thinking of this, Beckman fell into deep thought. Okay, don't think too much. Lucky. Lu patted the newcomer on the shoulder, even if a fight really breaks out, we are there. If a fight really breaks out, it will only be a few exchanges between these cotters, and it is impossible to develop into a full-scale war. This is not good for both groups. The most likely scenario is that the captain and Whitebeard will fight or counterattack. Then they will leave. Let's go. Shanks took the lead and walked forward. Let's go meet Whitebeard. No matter what, he had to say it. As for whether the other party would listen to his advice, that was another matter. Hey! Franky let out a long sigh, looking at the prototype of the giant steel ship in front of him and said with some emotion, to be honest, when I saw the blueprint you took out, I was a little shocked, and I was wondering how you came up with it. If this thing is made, there will be no sea area that can stop you in the future. The 3 modes of sea, land, and air are enough to deal with all the seas in the world. From what Chu Feng said, even the Fishman Island in the sea can be reached by this ship. Although he was very curious about how this ship could withstand the strong pressure, since Chu Feng said so, it must be able to do it. Of course, Chu Feng said proudly, this is something I made. It can even be said that after it is built, it is not an exaggeration to evaluate it as the strongest ship in the world. Because it is so powerful. Franky smiled, thinking that he seemed to understand why Tom Dad did that back then. A real man should do what he should do and not do what he should not do. If you don't do some things, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Just like today, if he is not allowed to participate in the construction of this ship, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. As for whether he will be conquered and arrested by the world after the construction is completed, to be honest, he doesn't care at all. All wishes have been fulfilled, so what does it matter if he dies or not? Will he be afraid of death? If he was afraid of death, he would not have tried his best to block the sea train. That was a powerful impact force that was enough to kill him. Okay, let's get on with the work. Chu Feng waved his hand, and then continued to hit the small robot in his hand with a hammer. This is the auxiliary robot he made. Without these auxiliary robots, they can't build the ship quickly. After all, there are only a few days, and he still has to make the thing that defeated the iceberg. Well, it's not for the 800 million. Franky shook his head and continued to work with the steel. Although he was a little surprised at how Chu Feng's brain grew, Franky was still very clear about what to do now. At this time, a man ran over and shouted in panic, "Hey, Chu Feng from the Straw Hat Gang! The Navy is coming!" Navy. Chu Feng put down the things in his hand and asked in confusion, "What Navy? Who is the leader?" "It's a guy with a dog head hat." The man gestured and said, "The bow of his ship is also a dog head." Chu Feng suddenly realized, "I know, it's the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. I remembered that this guy seemed to have come to the Seven Water capital during this time period." Although it was not clear what he was doing, Luffy was not arrested when he first came. Thinking of this, Chu Feng suddenly lost his nervousness. "It's okay, the Navy is the Navy. Aren't you going to run away?" The man was a little dumbfounded. The Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp, just hearing this name sounds very powerful. Not afraid at all. This situation is a bit complicated, anyway, nothing will happen. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "You go and do your own thing. By the way, thank you for giving me this news." "No. Nothing. Then I'm leaving." "Well, goodbye." Chu Feng smiled and sent the other party away, and continued to do his own thing. "Do you know that heroic Navy?" Franky came over and asked curiously, "You don't seem to be afraid at all." "Of course I'm not afraid." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "The full name of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp is Monkey D. Garp. And our captain is Monkey D. Luffy." Franky suddenly realized, "Oh, I know. He is the father of the Straw Hat Boy. He is his grandfather." Chu Feng covered his face. "You are too old, how do you think he is Luffy's father?" I don't know him." "Okay." Chu Feng was a little helpless. "Anyway, that guy won't arrest Luffy." "Then don't you go back and take a look." "Me." Chu Feng shook his head, "Others may be fine, but I. Don't you remember what I did?" He broke the Demon Slayer order, blew up the Gate of Justice, and was almost killed by the Navy Admiral. With so many charges, Garp would hardly let him go when he saw him, even if Luffy was watching on the side. So he didn't touch this brow. It would be bad if the Straw Hat Pirates fought with Garp because of him. It is impossible for us to defeat him. To be honest, Vice Admiral Garp is definitely the ceiling of combat power in this world. There are probably not many people in this world who can defeat him. Well, it is not even certain whether there are any. This is the ceiling of combat power. Horrible. So, Chu Feng had no intention of fighting him. Besides, that guy was Luffy's grandfather, and it was not good to beat an old man. Well, that's it. He was really a good young man who respected the elderly and loved the young. Looking at Chu Feng's expression, Franky didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't ask him. Instead, he picked up a bottle of Coke and drank it, and then said, "Just know it yourself. Okay, hurry up and work, finish it sooner and worry less sooner." "Oh." Chu Feng shook his head, ignored this guy, lowered his head and started fiddling with his things. Suddenly he was stunned, and his peripheral vision seemed to have seen something extraordinary. That is. Chu Feng raised his head and looked at the distance in surprise. Why did Zoro come back here? He looked very panicked. Could it be that this guy got lost again? Damn it! Zoro looked at the sea in front of him with an annoyed face. Why is it the seaside? He was obviously running towards the direction of the city center. Damn it, is this a maze? Zoro, who didn't believe it, ran back again and ran in another direction. Chu Feng didn't even have time to say hello. When can you cure your problem of being a road idiot? Chu Feng was a little speechless. Let Chopper prescribe a medicine for him another day. I just don't know if there is a medicine that can cure road idiots. When Chu Feng was thinking about things, Zoro appeared in his sight again. Well, it was still the same position. Chu Feng. Brother, you have to have some limits when you get lost helplessly. Chu Feng got up and ran towards Zoro. Damn it! Zoro was unhappy. There must be some terrible devil fruit ability user nearby. I was caught without knowing it. It's really too hateful. 00. Is there a possibility? Chu Feng, who came to his side, said tentatively, you lost your way. Zoro. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After Zoro denied it twice, he coughed and changed the subject. Why are you here? I should be the one asking you this question. Chu Feng said unhappily, I'm building a ship for us. Where else can I be if not at the seaside? On the contrary, you are running around for nothing. By the way, I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. Zoro's face showed panic again. The Navy is coming. We have to find Luffy quickly. If they are not there in a fight, Luffy and the others will suffer. Don't worry, the person who came is Luffy's grandfather. Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, nothing will happen. The old man will at most beat Luffy up, he won't really kill him. After all, that is his grandson. Really? Zoro was a little confused. How did Chu Feng know? But he didn't ask. Since Chu Feng said so, there's no problem. Thinking of this, Zoro relaxed. If that's the case, then there's no need to rush. Zoro turned around and walked back. After thinking for a while, he said, I'll go back and see the situation. If a fight breaks out, I'll let Nami contact you. Are you sure you can find the way back? Chu Feng's eyes were full of doubt. You're so annoying. Chu Feng curled his lips, took out a drone and said, follow this, it will take you back. Then he ignored Zoro, who was so angry that his face turned red, and turned away. Please follow me. Cass's voice appeared in the drone, and then slowly flew away. Humph, I'll chop you off sooner or later. Zoro said a little unhappy. Shaking his head, he slowly followed. Anyway, that's Luffy's grandfather, Luffy won't be hammered to death. I don't know how long it will take Chu Feng to build the ship. Nami, who was sitting in the seat, said with some anticipation, what will it look like? Didn't Chu Feng say that? No. Hearing Nico Robin's words, Nami shook her head. Chu Feng just told me that this ship will be beyond our imagination. But he didn't tell me the specific time and what it will be like. This guy is so mysterious. Usopp was a little helpless, and then continued to tease the little Meili in front of him. Meili, after Chu Feng has researched that thing, you can have a physical body. Are you happy? After Chu Feng came back, he told them about this matter, that is, after he made the device, he would let Meili, who was a ship elf, eat the animal type. Mythical beast species. Human fruit. Snowman-shaped devil fruit. Then Meili will have a physical body. Yeah, little Meili nodded, looking very happy. He is also looking forward to that day. Others looked at them with a smile on their faces. Seeing this scene, they were also looking forward to it. At this moment, the wall of the room was hit by a powerful force and exploded directly. What happened? Chopper said nervously, enemy attack. Who? It can't be the Navy. Usopp stood up nervously and quickly took out his slingshot and aimed at the door. If it is really an enemy, he can also attack at the first time. Are you the Straw Hat Pirates? An old man slowly appeared at the entrance of the cave, with a smile on his face and said, 2 men want to see Monkey. Luffy. Looking at the clothes on the old man, Sanji suddenly became nervous. Navy. Is it really the Navy? It seems that they are going to fight again. Vice Admiral Garp didn't care about Sanji's words, but glanced at Luffy, who was still sleeping not far away, and laughed even happier. Really, it's still the same as before. After that, the whole person disappeared instantly, so fast that others couldn't react at all. Get up! Garp punched Luffy on the head with such force that Luffy's eyeballs popped out. It hurts. Luffy covered his head and shouted, who is it? Why are you hitting me? It hurts. Sanji was keenly aware of this word. Does this old man also know Haki? That's right, with such a fast speed, how could he not know Haki? Do you still know Haki? Garp looked at Sanji unexpectedly, and then laughed. It seems that you are growing up very fast. He even learned Haki. He shook his head, turned to look at Luffy and said, Luffy, you really made a big fuss. Luffy was a little dumbfounded, raised his head and looked at Garp in disbelief and said, Grandpa, Grandpa. Why is he here? Others. Grandpa. Hey, Luffy, why do you call this guy Grandpa? Usopp said nervously, although he is a Navy, he shouldn't be that serious. What are you talking about? He is my grandpa, Luffy said, covering his head, the grandpa who almost killed me countless times. Usopp. Is this grandpa a real grandpa? 7. Chapter 160, Shimeli, shocked Garp, you actually have a ship elf. Garp was a little dissatisfied when he heard it. Hey, is this what you should say to your grandpa? It's so ugly. I threw you into a 1,000-foot abyss, threw you in the jungle at night, and tied you to a balloon and put you in the air. All of this is to train you into a strong man. How dare you not appreciate it? It seems that there are too few iron fists of love. Nami. Is this what a grandfather should do? Are you sure you don't want to kill your grandson? Sanji's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself, I really want to know the source of Luffy's tenacious vitality. He has experienced so many terrible things since he was a child and can still survive. It would be strange if his vitality is not tenacious. Usopp and Little Mary also nodded in agreement. No wonder Luffy is so powerful. Does he have such a terrible grandfather? Although I asked my friends to let you and Ace practice together. At this point, Garp sighed, but it turned out like this in a moment of carelessness. I want you to become a powerful Navy soldier, so I trained you. Luffy, shouldn't you apologize to me? Now it's good, it's not the Navy. It's still a pirate, and it's caused such a big disaster. The little bastard really makes it difficult for his grandfather. Haven't I always said I wanted to be a pirate? Luffy stood up and shouted, that's what I said from the beginning. Have you been poisoned by that bastard red hair? So boring. Shanks is my savior, you are not allowed to say bad things about him. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Garp's anger suddenly surged up. How dare you order your grandfather not to say such things? Garp grabbed Luffy's head and pulled him up, raised his big fist and said, are you teaching me how to do things? Garp was so angry. This stinky boy actually talked to his grandfather like this for an outsider. That damn 527 red hair, I must give him a good beating next time we meet. Sorry. Luffy closed his eyes and shouted, don't hit me. There was no way, he didn't dare to fight back. Oh no, Luffy has been caught by the Navy. Chopper shouted with his eyes wide open, what should I do? No, he has no intention of resisting that old man. Sanji swallowed his saliva, it's as if he saw his natural enemy. Is Luffy going to be beaten? Just when they thought a one-sided fight was about to break out, an extremely funny scene appeared. The two of them actually fell asleep together. Straw Hat Pirates. Are you asleep? Several people's eyes bulged out, what's going on? This is the first time I have seen such a situation. The beater and the beaten fell asleep together. What kind of magical operation is this? While sleeping, Garp's snot bubble suddenly burst, and he opened his eyes and was a little embarrassed. No, I actually fell asleep. But when he saw Luffy sleeping again, he was immediately furious. He punched him hard. Why don't you get up quickly, Luffy? Is this the attitude of accepting others' lessons? And you are rude to your grandfather. As soon as the voice fell, Garp caught Luffy and beat him up. He was beaten so badly. Nami's eyelids jumped, and after thinking for a while, she gave up helping. After all, this was Luffy's grandfather teaching his grandson a lesson, and they couldn't intervene. Humph! Looking at Luffy, who was beaten up by him, Garp snorted coldly, "Do you know what level of pirate the man called Red Hair is? He actually regarded that guy as an idol. He really deserves a beating." Chu Feng said that he is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Luffy raised his head and said, "He must be very powerful." Powerful? Garp snorted and said, "Among the numerous pirates now, he is one of the 4 emperors along with Whitebeard. He reigns like an emperor in the second half of the Grand Line, dominating the place called the New World. Do you think he is powerful? Of course, in my opinion, he is just so-so. He dared to beat the strongest Whitebeard, not to mention the others. It's not like they didn't fight each other back then. Is that so?" Luffy nodded. He didn't care whether Shanks was powerful or not. He just knew that Shanks was safe. Chu Feng is also from the New World. Chopper said from the side, "No wonder he knows so much. So it was from that sea full of monsters. No wonder Chu Feng is so powerful." Chu Feng chewed on these 2 words carefully, then thought about it and looked around. Where is that kid named Chu Feng? Others don't care, but that guy must be beaten. Not only did he do the Demon Slayer order, but he was so bold as to blow up the Gate of Justice. He had never seen such a cruel person. If he didn't teach him a lesson, who knows if he would make a bigger mistake one day in the future. If Chu Feng had never used powerful weapons to attack civilians, and had benefited many people with his inventions, he would have ordered a citywide search for that guy. As for the destroyed warships, Garp could understand Chu Feng's approach. Everyone had different positions, and it was a life-and-death situation. He had never fought before, but he was just not as skilled as others. Chu Feng Nami nervously held the communicator in her pocket, wondering whether she should let Chu Feng run away. It seemed that this old man was going to attack Chu Feng. Nico Robin glanced at Nami and sighed in her heart. Sure enough, she was still a little girl, and she panicked when something happened. Thinking of this, Nico Robin naturally walked in front of Nami and blocked her behind her. Chu Feng went out yesterday and hasn't come back yet. We don't know where he went. This sentence is true. Nico Robin really doesn't know where Chu Feng is building a ship. Garp used his observation haki to listen to Nico Robin's breath, and after finding that he was not lying, he snorted, "Forget it. That kid is lucky. Since he didn't meet him, forget it and save this beating for next time." At this time, there was a commotion in the distance, attracting Vice Admiral Garp's attention. "What's wrong?" "It seems to be the wanted criminal, the pirate hunter Roronoa." "Zoro." The adjutant turned around and looked at Zoro wielding 3 knives and said calmly, "Do you need me to subdue him? He's Luffy's partner." Garp laughed and said, "If you take action, wouldn't you be bullying a child? You two try to stop him, Belmebber, Kobe." "Yes." Belmebber rushed up waving 2 scimitars without any hesitation. He leaped into the air and slashed at Zoro fiercely. After Zoro noticed it, he backhanded a knife to block Belmebber's attack. After seeing it clearly, he grinned and said, "Such weapons are rare." He then waved the weapons in his hands and continued to fight. "Hey, Zoro, don't do it!" Luffy chased out, "They are me." Before Luffy finished speaking, he was kicked in the chin by Kobe, and his head flew into the air. What are you doing, bastard? Luffy looked down at Kobe, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes, and punched him hard. Shave! Kobe snorted and disappeared instantly. This move, Luffy was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the physical skill that those CP9 guys know? Kobe raised his mouth and quickly rushed to Luffy's back to knock him down. But unfortunately, he was knocked to the ground by Luffy the moment he approached Luffy. Zoro also knocked the weapon in Barumber's hand away and put the knife on his neck. If Zoro hadn't been a little confused by what Luffy said just now, he would have chopped it directly. This scene made the Navy dumbfounded. Was he knocked down so quickly? Ha ha ha. Garp laughed and walked out and said, I'm really not your opponent. This kid is really strong now. He is worthy of being a bounty of 400 million Baileys. Well, he is worthy of being his grandson. You are really strong. Kobe looked at Luffy with emotion and said, as expected of you, Luffy. I give up. Looking at Kobe's appearance, Luffy let go of his hand and said with a puzzled look on his face, what do you mean? It's me. Kobe patted the dust on his body and said, it's been a long time since we last met. Do you recognize me? Luffy, Zoro. Who are you? It's me, Kobe. Kobe. The expressions on Luffy and Zoro's faces gradually became a little weird. Is this what they think Kobe is like? That Kobe is not, although Kobe is my friend, I only know a little Kobe. Listening to Luffy's words, Kobe smiled and said, I am that Kobe, the crybaby who is useless. Luffy. Luffy looked at Kobe in shock. Isn't your change a bit too big? That Kobe. Zoro's expression was the same, but he still accepted this setting. Why are you in the Grand Line? Because I follow the footsteps of Vice Admiral Garp, so I run around. Kobe scratched his head embarrassedly and said, although I haven't become an officer yet, I heard that you are here, so I came here together. We are what we are today, thanks to the two of you. Kobe is very grateful to Luffy. After all, if it weren't for them back then, there would be no me today. Well, Barumber shrugged, I guess so. Well, a little arrogant. Unfortunately, Luffy didn't pay any attention to him at all. Luffy nodded, and then smiled, but you, even if you are in the growth period, there must be a limit. It's amazing, you used to be fat. Now he has become a strong young man, and his height is almost catching up with him. What an amazing growth rate. I'm so sorry to come to you guys right after such a big thing happened. Kobe scratched his head and said, I'm so sorry. Ha ha ha, it's okay, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a party. Luffy smiled and called Zoro to take Kobe into the house, completely ignoring Bell. Bell. Hey, Bell looked at the backs of several people and cried with tears, wait for a moment, didn't you notice me? Who are you? Zoro turned his head and looked at Bell in confusion. Did he know this person? It's me. Bell pointed at himself and said, Bell. Colonel Monka's son, have you forgotten? It's the man who tied you up and almost executed you, Roronoa. Zoro. How about it, do you remember it now? Zoro and Luffy tilted their heads and looked at Bell at the same time. What else did he say? Hey, that's enough. Bellamur looked at the two people's puzzled expressions and almost died of anger. I was the stupid son who was domineering at that time. Have you really forgotten? Ah, it's you. There is indeed such a guy, it turns out to be you. Looking at the calm appearance of the two, Bellamur knelt on the ground. This reaction is not right. These guys really haven't forgiven me, Kobe. There is no way, Bellamur. Kobe smiled, you have to accept the past. After comforting Bellamur, Kobe looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, although we are enemies, we are also. Looking at Kobe's appearance, Luffy smiled, of course, we are also friends. Looking at the smile on Luffy's face, Kobe laughed again. Great, Luffy still recognizes him as a friend. Seeing that the few people get along well, Garp laughed happily. Then he pointed to the wall behind him and said, "Little ones, go and fix this wall for me." Navy. You destroyed it yourself, why are you asking us to fix it? That's right, since you're asking us to fix it, you should come too. Okay. Garp pouted like a child. Although he was very reluctant, Garp still squatted on the wall and started to fix the hole. Isn't your grandfather very powerful? Sanji had a strange look on his face. Why is he? I don't know what's going on at work. Luffy shook his head. Who knows what's going on? Nami understood something. They are worthy of being grandfather and grandson. Don't they often beat Luffy? By the way, Luffy. Garp looked back at Luffy and said, you should have met your father. Hey! Do I have a father? How could he not know? Nonsense, of course I do. Usopp said unhappily, if you don't have a father, how did you come here? How could a person not have a father? Garp immediately understood what Luffy meant. What, didn't that guy express his identity to you? He said he saw you off in Rogue Town. Sanji was stunned for a moment, recalling the situation at the time, and said in surprise, was Luffy's father in that town at that time? What kind of person is my father? Luffy asked curiously. Ah, I think I've never told you. Garp picked his nose and said, your father's name is Monkey, Drager, he's from the Kazumi family. Everyone. What 0.7? The Navy was all shocked. Drager actually has a son. So, Dragon is the son of Vice Admiral Garp. What's going on with this family? The Straw Hat Pirates were also shocked. Hey, what's wrong with you? Luffy asked curiously, why are you so surprised? Stupid, don't you know the name Dragoner? Sanji was a little dumbfounded, it's impossible that he doesn't know. Your father is a very remarkable person. Hey, Robin. Luffy glanced at Nico Robin and motioned for the other party to explain. Nico Robin thought for a moment and said, in short, what your father is doing now is to overthrow the current world and conquer it. His ideas are spread in many places throughout the world. He is a very powerful person. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the world's most wanted criminal. Luffy nodded, not quite understanding. Although he was not very clear, he felt a little powerful. So Luffy's father is so powerful? Little Mary leaned out from behind Usopp and said, isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Not the most powerful person. Nico Robin roughly summed it up, it can only be said that he is the person with the greatest influence. By the way, isn't it a bad thing to say this? Garp scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, why don't you just pretend you didn't hear it? Everyone. You are the oil cake. Oh, what is that? Garp noticed that Mary was behind Usopp and stood up immediately, and walked over quickly, with a hint of shock on his face. This is a ship spirit. You actually have a ship spirit. This is a creature that only exists in legends. This thing is even rarer than the devil fruit of the mythical beast species. Garp's appearance scared Mary so much that she hid behind Usopp. It was obvious that this little guy was shy. 1. Chapter 161, Super Large Island Floater. Seeing Mary's scared look, Garp was a little embarrassed. Well, I have no ill intentions, I'm just a little curious. It seems that he seemed to be scared by this little guy. Scratching his head, Garp turned back and continued to repair the loophole. I didn't expect that your ship could actually produce a ship spirit. It seems that you must love your ship very much. After all, only in this way can a ship produce a ship spirit. Before today, he thought it was just a legend. Seeing the old man's look, Meili plucked up the courage to stick her head out and said, they really love me very much, which is why I am here. This old man is Luffy's grandfather, so he shouldn't harm him. Really? Ha ha ha. Garp laughed and said, then you must cherish this little guy. After all, it may be the only one in the world. At the same time, he was a little confused. Can the ship spirit exist independently from the ship? He shook his head and concentrated on repairing the wall in front of him. Soon the wall was repaired, and Vice Admiral Garp stood up and walked out. "Oh, by the way." Garp turned around and looked at Luffy and said, "Because you are my grandson, I gave up catching you on this island. Well, I'll explain this to Sengoku when the time comes. So you can stay here with peace of mind." "Adjutant. That's not even a reason." The adjutant complained, "You might as well just say they escaped. At least this would be more convincing. It would also shut up the people above." Garp shrugged indifferently, not caring about this kind of thing. In fact, this time the old man just brought them to see you, and chat with them. Lieutenant General Garp turned around and walked out. Old man goes first. Garp, you doesn't hit a place. Don't you feel unfortunate, fool? I am the grandfather you have never reunited for a long time. Then how do you think me 08? I just have been being beaten. Even so, I want to be bastarded by my grandson." His descendants turned away. "Go see what's going on over there." Outside, Luffy brought Kobe and the other two to a ruin. "So, you also crossed that mountain, right?" "That mountain?" Kobe shook his head and said, "No, we didn't cross the upside-down mountain." Luffy was a little confused when he heard that, but I saw in the newspaper before that Grandpa's ship crossed that incredible mountain and entered the Grand Line. "Ah, that news is a lie." "Hey, Kobe." Barumba was a little dumbfounded, "How can you just say it out? This is a secret, bastard." Kobe smiled embarrassedly when he heard that. That being said, if it's Luffy, it's okay. "What's okay?" Barumba was a little speechless. This guy is a pirate after all. Although everyone is friends, it's easy to get into trouble if such confidential things are said. "What are you talking about?" Luffy said with a wrinkled face. "Why don't I understand that?" Kobe touched his nose. "Because of this confidential matter, the headquarters warships can pass through the comm belt." Luffy was a little dumbfounded. Isn't this too cunning? It can actually pass through the comm belt, which is a forbidden area of the sea. In this case, the Navy can go wherever they want. Of course it's not a 100% chance. Why is that? Luffy was a little confused. There are many sea kings that are several times larger than warships. Kobe smiled and then explained the situation to Luffy. Let Luffy's face be full of amazement. The big family is worthy of being a navy. "Why are you here?" Chu Feng looked at the one who appeared not far away and smiled unexpectedly. "Why, can't wait to come and see the pirate ship." "That's not the case." Nami shook her head, "Just come to see you. By the way, Luffy's grandfather came over just now. Let me tell you, his grandfather is actually the Navy hero Garp. It's really amazing. By the way, Luffy's father is actually the world's #1 criminal." Dragon Nami gestured as she spoke, and it was obvious that this matter shocked her. "You just found out?" Chu Feng curled his lips. "What do you think the captain's last name is?" "Monkey." "Yes, Monkey." Chu Feng snapped his fingers. "The full name of the hero Garp is Monkey D. Garp. This is actually not a secret at all. As long as you think about it carefully, it's not difficult to see the problem. Didn't you notice? Although the things we have done along the way are big, we have never been in a desperate situation where we must die, and the Navy has not sent a Navy general to encircle us." "But didn't we meet Aokiji that time?" Nami recalled the scene when she first met Aokiji, the overwhelming power. "And when they were on Judicial Island, the other party also showed terrible strength. Isn't it enough for such a being to catch them? That was just an accident." Chu Feng shook his head. "I guess he was not sent by the Navy headquarters." Chu Feng felt that Aokiji's words that he was just out for a walk were still very credible. After all, the strong disdain to lie. If you really want to do it, you don't need to say anything at all, just rush in. In other words, many times the Navy is for Luffy's grandfather's face, so. I'm just guessing. Chu Feng shrugged. Maybe it's because our captain is the protagonist of this world. So the whole world will make way for him. Nami rolled her eyes. Can you be more reliable? Why don't you say that Luffy is God's illegitimate child? Chu Feng had explained what the so-called protagonist meant when he told her a story, so she felt speechless. Chu Feng was a little helpless. No one believed the truth these days. Anyway, we have overcome this crisis. Nami squatted beside Chu Feng and said, Luffy's grandfather just said that he would not catch us on this island again. In this case, we will probably have enough time to build a pirate ship. After all, the Navy hero Garp returned empty-handed, and it is highly likely that others will not come. Don't be so optimistic. Chu Feng waved his hand, and after letting Casa continue to operate the auxiliary robot, he took Nami out. Although there is no problem for the time being, it will definitely be exposed after a long time. Then we will need to face two problems. One is that other navy will come to trouble us, which is relatively easy. After all, the other party is unlikely to send out the Navy Admiral. The other one, Luffy's grandfather had to take action against us under certain pressure. For example, Marshal Sengoku puts pressure on him. It's not impossible. He is the hero of the Navy, Garp. Is there anyone who can put pressure on him? Of course. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, General Commander of the Army, Kong. Marshal of the Navy, Sengoku. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru might be able to suppress him verbally and force him to do something. Is that so? Nami was a little disgusted when she heard this. She thought that since Luffy's grandfather was a hero of the Navy, he would not be controlled by anyone. After all, when he said he would let them go just now, he was not afraid of anyone. It's because of his position after all. Chu Feng sighed, this is the last thing this old man can do. It's probably nonsense to say that he came here to take a look. He must have taken the initiative to come here. If it was someone else who came, he would definitely draw his sword and cut him. And Chu Feng still has such a terrifying destructive power. Who will Sengoku send? At the very least, he is a candidate for the grand prize. So Garp took the initiative to come here, which can be regarded as shutting up some people. As for letting Luffy and others run away. He ran away, so what? Do whatever you want, just kill me if you have the guts. That's right, Garp is just like that, the key is that other people can't do anything about it. Even the 5 elders won't do anything to Garp, this guy is too important. I don't know if I will be rewarded this time. Nami's face showed a trace of worry, if I am selected, will it be dangerous? After all, there is a profession called bounty hunter in this world. They will target the heads of pirates with high bounties. I can say, there will definitely be a bounty. Chu Feng said firmly, even Chopper will definitely have a bounty this time. Seeing Nami's worried look, Chu Feng smiled and pulled her into his arms. Really, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Don't say it's just a bounty hunter, even if the Navy comes, what can it do? You have to know that I just broke the Demon Slayer order and trapped a Navy Admiral. The strength is strong. And Chu Feng felt that the Navy would not take action against them for a while. After all, this period is very sensitive. If nothing unexpected happens to Ace, he will probably be caught by Blackbeard soon. After that, the Navy needs to focus on Whitebeard to prevent him from attacking. At the same time, they also need to prepare for the huge war on the top. If they provoke Chu Feng and his men at this time, who knows if Chu Feng will drive the Gundam and take advantage of the battle between the two armies to bombard them. That would be a devastating blow to the Navy. Aokiji has fallen into Chu Feng's hands, and others can't guarantee that they can kill Chu Feng. The chance of escape is very high. So they won't attack Chu Feng for the time being, at least until the end of the war on the top. That's true. Nami smiled, she was a little nervous. With Chu Feng protecting her, what else does she need to be afraid of? Besides, the strength of her partners is also very strong. Didn't you see that the Demon Slayer order and the Navy Admiral couldn't take them down? After thinking it through, Nami felt relieved. Looking at Nami with a smile on her face, Chu Feng also laughed. You are still the most beautiful when you smile. Slippery tongue. Nami rolled her eyes. Why, am I not beautiful at ordinary times? Of course not, it's just that you are the most beautiful at this time. Chu Feng smiled, it feels really good to be together like this. In life, besides fighting, you also need some warm things to fill your heart. What is the most important thing after the battle? Of course it is to hold a banquet. This is their tradition of pirates. A food feast started by Luffy lasted for 3 days. Everyone enjoyed the food very much and had a lot of fun. Usopp stood on the podium and sang the song of the Sniper King. It's true that Chu Feng felt it was quite good. I didn't expect this guy to actually with such talent. Hey, Chu Feng, do you want to join us? Luffy said as he stuck 2 chopsticks into his nostrils. It's very interesting. Chu Feng. Forget it, I can't do it. Chu Feng immediately waved his hand, only a rubber man like you can do this kind of action. No. Luffy pointed at Chopper and said, Chopper can do it. Chu Feng looked in the direction of Luffy's finger, and his mouth twitched immediately. Good guy, Chopper is happier than Luffy's dance. Aren't you afraid of poking your nose and bleeding? Covering his face, Chu Feng waved his hand. Anyway, I won't do this, you can forget about it. What? Luffy said with some regret, it's so happy. Forget it, since Chu Feng won't join, forget it. He went to find other people to play. After watching Luffy leave, 527 Chu Feng glanced at Nico Robin and said, how is it this kind of life is good, right? Yeah. Nico Robin nodded. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had such a group of companions. If it weren't for them, let alone enjoying such a life, she might have died now. Even if she didn't die, the situation would probably not be much better. It is very likely that the other party used various tortures to pry open her mouth, and after getting the news about Pluto, they would kill her. As long as she died, no one in this world would be able to read the text of history. At least that's what World Conquest thinks. Nico Robin, who has lived in the Dark World for many years, is very clear about what this group of people do. Haha, this is just the beginning. Chu Feng smiled. In the future, our lives will be more exciting than this. To be honest, I am also looking forward to what is inside Raftel. Will it be the historical text? Nico Robin's eyes lit up when she heard this. The historical text? It's hard to say. Chu Feng shook his head, then patted Nico Robin on the shoulder and said, enjoy the joy of the banquet. Tell Nami that I have something to leave for a while. Okay. Although Nico Robin didn't know what Chu Feng was going to do, she didn't ask. Soon, Chu Feng came to the side of the iceberg and motioned him to follow him. What on earth do you want me to see? Bingshan's eyes were filled with doubt, and then he asked tentatively, is the thing you said ready? Of course, Chu Feng said proudly, 3 days is enough for me to finish everything. After that, Chu Feng brought Bingshan to a machine, pointed at the machine and said, this thing is used to control this island. It's called a super large island floater. From now on, the Seven Waters City is a city floating on the sea. By then, even if you want to drive this island away from this sea area, it won't be a problem. After the voice fell, Chu Feng pressed the button on the machine. The next moment, the entire island began to shake slowly, as if there was an earthquake. But this vibration came quickly and went away quickly. It only took a few seconds. Looking around, Bingshan asked tentatively, is that all? Of course. Chu Feng nodded, this machine can be moved. If you don't want to put it here, you can ask Barry to take it to another place later. But I suggest you take it to your own residence, and this thing must be in the hands of your own people. You understand what I mean? Bingshan nodded solemnly. How could he not understand what Chu Feng meant after experiencing spy time? Don't worry, the previous things won't happen again. That's good. Chu Feng nodded, and then laughed, "When will I get my 800 million? Bing Shan rolled his eyes, and the touching words were swallowed back into his mouth. "What a money grubber, I'll send someone to send it to you in a while." But Chu Feng is closer. Chapter 162, The Terrifying Overlord Color Collision that is enough to split the sky. The new era that is about to go berserk. Oh, right. Chu Feng suddenly remembered something and said, "The bearing capacity of this super-large seawater float is beyond your imagination. As long as it is not a tsunami of the scale before, there is no need to move. Ordinary tsunamis cannot shake this island at all. The power of this super-large seawater float is very terrifying. And it uses solar energy, so there will be no energy shortage. Even on cloudy days, it can continue to operate with a large amount of energy stored before. It is enough for them to control the island and leave here." "Okay." Bing Shan nodded, feeling a little emotional. "Have you thought of this step?" Chu Feng. Bing Shan looked at Chu Feng seriously and said, "If you need anything, contact me. I will find a way to provide it to you at that time." After all, Chu Feng is a scientist, and it is hard to say what he may need. As a mayor, I can provide some help in this regard. Help. As for the other icebergs, they really couldn't think of any way they could help Chu Feng. "Okay, if you need it, I won't be polite." Chu Feng smiled. This was someone else's kindness, and he wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would seem a bit ungrateful. Let's go back and have a drink together." Chu Feng motioned for the iceberg to follow. Such a rare grand banquet, you may not have the opportunity to hold it in the future. After saying that, he covered the huge machine with a curtain. The iceberg will naturally deal with it later. "That's true." The iceberg smiled. If it were them, they would not necessarily hold such a grand banquet. After all, this is a carnival for a city. "Just right, let's celebrate the thing you made." Bing Shan stepped forward, holding Chu Feng's shoulder and walked forward. "Let me tell you, I was..." Hey, you are an uncle. What's the matter? Big brother is still big brother, ha 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 ha." At this moment, in the new world, a big thing happened. The Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates officially contacted. Looking at the pirate ship of the Red Hair Pirates approaching, Marco's eyes were very indifferent, without any other emotions because of the other party's identity. "Red Hair is coming. Young people, step down." Marco glanced at the newcomers on the ship and said, "Your bodies can't stand it." "What does it mean that your body can't stand it?" "Don't ask, just go in quickly." Marco was a little helpless. Why is he so stubborn? "If I ask you to go, you can go. As a member of a pirate group, can I still harm you?" However, it was too late. As red-haired Shanks advanced, the Whitebeard pirates fell one after another. The newcomer was stunned. "Hey, are you all like this? What happened? Why did they all fall down?" "Hey, is it too late?" Marco sighed, then looked at the newcomer and said, "Don't panic, he just fainted. A half-baked person's mental endurance can't stay awake in front of that man." Diamond Jaws looked at red-haired Shanks in the distance coldly. Did he come up and show his power directly? He is really a man who is not afraid of anything. It's still the same, such a powerful domineering. Diamond Jaws looked at the side of the ship that was cracked by the domineering and frowned slightly. Could it be that this guy's strength has become stronger again? Whitebeard looked at red-haired Shanks indifferently, with a very calm look in his eyes. "Excuse me." Red-haired Shanks smiled faintly, not caring about the large number of people around him. "You just came up and showed your power. Seeing your face, the wound that bastard left on me hurts a little." Whitebeard said in a bad tone, as if he was about to fight. "I brought healing water." Red-haired Shanks gestured to the wine in his hand and said, "I don't mean to fight. I want to discuss something with you." "Is this your attitude to discuss things?" Whitebeard snorted lightly. "Use the domineering color right when you come up, you bastard." At the end, Whitebeard laughed first. It fits the style of this bastard. I one half C 3/4, Ju Chi Wu Lu San Ersi Yiling. Hey, red hair Marco said unhappily, what did you do? He actually knocked down so many people right at the beginning. Oh, Marco from the first squadron, red-haired Shanks said sincerely, do you want to come to my side? Marco ignored this guy. You poached people in front of your father. You are really not afraid of death? Dad, then we. Diamond Jaws hesitated. This red-haired Shanks didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Well, he's not here to fight. Whitebeard nodded, you guys go ahead and leave us two alone. After seeing everyone leave, red-haired Shanks poured himself a large bowl of wine and then threw it to Whitebeard. This is the wine from my hometown. Try it. Hey, then I'll try it. Whitebeard took it and tasted it. It tasted good. After a long sigh, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with memories, Roger, Garp, Sengoku. There were fewer people I knew back then. 22 years have passed, isn't this natural? That's true. Whitebeard nodded, then looked at red-haired Shanks and said lightly, you've also made a name for yourself. Back then, I was just an apprentice on Roger's bastard ship, but now I've grown to this point. At that time, we often clashed with Roger's ship, and the strange things in the fights between us. Remember your appearance. When thinking of the past, Whitebeard thought of Buggy again. Is the funny red-nosed guy with you dead? Bakey red-haired Shanks smiled, I really miss him. On the day the captain was executed, I separated from him in Rogue Town and never saw him again. It is rumored that he is still a pirate, but I don't know where he is. Probably somewhere in the Four Seas. At the same time, red-haired Shanks was a little confused. Why hasn't Buggy created some reputation for so long? Obviously he. Really Whitebeard didn't care much about this matter. I heard that you had a duel with Hawkeye. Ah, it can be regarded as a competition. Whitebeard nodded, and then said with some emotion, a man of your level lost an arm in the East China Sea. I am quite surprised. Who cut it off? Could it be that Hawkeye? Does he have such strength? Well, red-haired Shanks smiled while covering his broken arm, I blocked him in the new era. He always believed that his bet was right. Luffy must be the man who leads the new era. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said, as long as you don't regret it. Although he didn't know what the new era that red-haired Shanks was talking about was, looking at his expression, he obviously didn't regret it. Whitebeard. Red-haired Shanks' face gradually became serious, and he looked up at Whitebeard and said, I have experienced various battles and have countless scars. Now the only scar that hurts is this scar. Red-haired Shanks pointed to the scar across his eye socket on his face and said, this injury was neither caused by adventure nor by Hawkeye. It was your son, Blackbeard Teach, who hurt me. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Whitebeard looked at red-haired Shanks calmly. He probably knew what this kid wanted to say. Red-haired Shanks didn't care and continued, I'm not careless. You know what I want to say, Whitebeard. That guy has been waiting for the opportunity. He neither competes for the position of captain nor seeks fame. Hide yourself. Until now, he has been hiding under the shadow of the resounding name of Whitebeard. Then after getting the power, he started to act and show his ambition. One day he will come back to compete for your position. As the voice of red-haired Shanks fell, black clouds gradually appeared in the sky, as if foreshadowing a great war. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard said lightly, what do you want me to do? This is the point. Although Whitebeard's tone was calm, a hint of anger had already grown in his heart. Stop, Ace, red-haired Shanks said immediately, a man who is young enough to be the captain of the second squad on your ship. Ace is very strong, I know that very well. But reputation and trust will make things worse, now is not the time for those two to clash. Tell him not to touch Blackbeard Teach. I just want to ask you for this matter. Looking at the serious face of red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard laughed, and his laughter became louder and louder. Accompanied by the laughter, a domineering momentum slowly appeared on the sea, shaking the sea directly. The runny-nosed kid has become eloquent. Whitebeard slowly lowered his head and looked at red-haired Shanks and said, "That guy committed the crime of absolutely not killing his companions on the pirate ship. He broke the iron rule. As long as he got on my ship, no matter how stupid he is my child. Where will the soul of the killed child go?" The debt of kindness is a minefield that cannot be crossed at this point. Whitebeard's face was full of anger. "Isn't it my responsibility to teach that bastard this truth? Got it, idiot? You're 100 years too early to tell me what to do." Whitebeard drank the wine in his hand with one last gulp and threw the bottle out. This also indicates a signal, that is, the talks are broken. Red-haired Shanks didn't say anything, but picked up the wine on the ground and drank it. After drinking it, he stood up, drew his sword and said, "This era will go out of control, and no one will be able to stop it at that time." Whitebeard laughed, drew out his Kuroganakiri and said, "You don't know how to be afraid, I'm Whitebeard." The two shouted loudly, and the weapons in their hands collided heavily. Boom! The extremely terrifying domineering auras collided with each other, directly cutting the clouds in the sky, as if the sky was split in half. Looking at this scene, the newcomers on the two ships were a little dumbfounded. The sky is cracked. What a terrifying power! What did that bastard red-haired Shanks do to his father? Wait, he's not the kind of man who would do stupid things. Marco waved his hand and said, "It's not a good thing for him to start a war at this time. You know, red-haired Shanks is in their sea. On the pirate ship. But it seems that the negotiations have broken down." Diamond Jaws looked at the sky and said, "This is the best proof. For beings of their level, the collision between each other is extremely terrifying. I just don't know if it will evolve into a real war." However, what they don't know is that their actions have been discovered by the Navy. Two four Emperors level figures meet each other, which is a very big thing for world conquest. To put it bluntly, if the two Emperors jointly attack the Navy headquarters, they can't bear it at all. What's more, the strongest man Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks, who are two Emperors on one ship. It's really a tricky thing. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Sengoku's face. They are not going to plot something big. Two four Emperors. Although I don't know what they are going to do, I have a hunch. Vice Admiral Tsuru hesitated and said, "This era may be going out of control." Although she didn't know where this feeling came from, she just had this intuition. Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral Tsuru and sighed in his heart. "So you have this feeling too, but in order to stabilize the morale of the army, Sengoku couldn't say this." After thinking for a while, he said, "Try your best to watch the situation in the New World. Once the two four Emperors have any latest actions, report the first incident to me." Yes, the soldier who conveyed the information nodded and said, "Then do we still need to continue the encirclement and suppression of the Straw Hat Pirates?" Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that there was such a thing. "Give up, the four Emperors' affairs are much more important than them. Let that bastard Garp deal with the Straw Hat Pirates." Sengoku knew very well that if he wanted to encircle and suppress the Straw Hat Pirates, he had to send a general. But now Sakazuki was in charge of the New World, and Borsellino needed to be on standby at the headquarters. And Aokiji hasn't woken up yet. In addition, he still had to look after the four Emperors' affairs, which was really beyond his ability. He could only give up. Yes, after the soldier saluted, he quickly went out to convey the order. "You asked him to catch the Straw Hat boy." Vice Admiral Tsuru pouted. "He went there once a few days ago, but that bastard told us that he ran away." "Really, who would believe this? He might as well tell me that he is my grandson and I let him run away. We are all old comrades, who doesn't know who?" Sengoku was silent for a moment, and then said with a headache, "Actually, that bastard said so, but there were other people when I told you, so I changed the way I said it. Vice Admiral Tsuru's mouth twitched. I told you, this is what that bastard did. If he could use his brain on this kind of thing, then the sun would rise from the west. Forget it, let's give up the Straw Hat Pirates for now. Sengoku shook his head. The threat of the four emperors is much greater than them. And most importantly, although Chu Feng has weapons of mass destruction, he has never attacked civilians. Even. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. She understood what Sengoku meant. She knew exactly what happened on the islands that the Straw Hat Pirates passed by. It's better to say that they are a group of adventurers than a pirate group. But it is also true that they destroyed Judicial Island and the Demon Slayer Order, so even if they are temporarily let go this time, they will need to be arrested in the future. But is Garp really okay? Vice Admiral Tsuru expressed his concerns. Don't worry, I have given him a death order. Zhangguo snorted coldly and said, if he doesn't work hard this time, I will make him look bad. How could the Straw Hat Pirates leave the Seven Water City without a pirate ship after all? There is no Gundam flying out. So they are very likely to be in the Seven Water City. So let that bastard Garp go back again. If he doesn't take action this time, see how I deal with him. Well, it's mainly because the world conquest has begun to put pressure on the patrol. He believes that Garp understands the seriousness of the matter. At least you have to pretend. Even if they really run away at that time, it won't be a big deal. Of course, it would be better if they can be caught back. For this, Zhangguo has no hope at all. After all, the Straw Hat Boy is also the grandson of that bastard Garp. When facing his son Dragon, didn't he have the heart to do it? Thinking of this, Zhangguo suddenly felt a little tired. It's really uncomfortable to have actors around. Chapter 163, Devil Fruit Converter, Meili who ate the human fruit, you are actually a girl. The next morning, Nami heard about Bing Shan sending the 800 million Baileys to Chu Feng. Great Nami's eyes were full of money symbols. Well done, Chu Feng. This is 800 million Baileys. I didn't expect that iceberg uncle to be so generous and actually reimbursed it. I exchanged this for something. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He did something, okay. But this money is indeed a bit easy to earn. If you do a few of these jobs, wouldn't it be the money of a four emperor? Tisk. Chu Feng, give me some money. Luffy walked over with Chopper and said, I want to go shopping with Chopper. Didn't I give you 200 million before? Chu Feng frowned, all spent. Ah, I used it to buy meat and wine at the previous banquet. Nami. Nami. You, said, what? Nami's face suddenly changed, and she rushed over like a terrifying demon, grabbed Luffy and beat him up. You bastard, do you know how much money that is? It's 200 million. You are really generous. You spent 200 million on the dinner. That's all my money. But Luffy, who was beaten up, wanted to struggle. That money is not Chu Feng. Shut up, Nami roared. Chu Feng is mine, and of course the money is mine too. Apologize to me now. But Chu Feng has already got the money for the shipbuilding, so there is no need. Apologize, Nami said, raising her fist and punching again. I'm sorry. There was no way. Facing the big devil Nami, Luffy chose to follow his heart. Nami left Luffy, who was bruised and swollen, and walked aside a little autistic. These bastards, they don't know the importance of money until they are in charge of the family. 200 million just like that. Chu Feng, give me some pocket money. Luffy, with a big bag on his head, looked at Chu Feng and said, I want. How dare you say that? Nami immediately opened her shark mouth and roared, no share for you. He actually had the nerve to ask for money. Haven't you been beaten enough? Okay. Chu Feng pulled Nami over and said, don't you know what kind of personality this bastard Luffy has? At worst, I won't give him so much money next time. That's a deal. Nami bit her lip and said, I will never give him so much money again. You really don't take money seriously when you spend 200 million. After comforting Nami, Chu Feng threw a portion of money to Chopper and signaled them to leave quickly. This money is enough for them to play in the city. The two immediately understood and walked out cautiously, as if they were afraid of being discovered by Nami. After they left, Nami rolled her eyes and said, "This guy. Okay, don't think too much." Chu Feng said with a chuckle, "Everyone is out shopping, let's go out for a walk too. Maybe we can see Zoro taking care of the child." "Don't you need to go to the beach?" Nami raised her head and asked. "Don't you need you on the ship? It's almost finished." Chu Feng waved his hand. "Franky and Casa are watching. No problem. Now it's just a finishing touch. They need to leave here tomorrow at the latest. So it's better to go shopping in advance." "Okay then." Nami immediately stood up from Chu Feng's arms and pulled Chu Feng out. "Then let's go out for a walk." "Just right, I still have a lot of things to buy. While there is still time, some necessities of life must be bought. Well, there are also some decorations." Chu Feng said that the new ship is very large, and everyone's bedroom is not small. So it has to be well arranged. After all, that is their future home. Zoro was numb at this time. He looked at the three babies in his arms who were still sucking on their pacifiers, and he fell into deep thought. It feels weird no matter how I think about it. Why would I do such a thing? If they see this, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? Especially the bastard with curly eyebrows. If he was found out, he would probably laugh at himself for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Zoro immediately looked around vigilantly. Then he noticed Sanji walking away, and his eyes bulged out of fear. He quickly hid in the alley on the side, fearing that he would be seen by the other party. Why is it this hateful cook? This is the person he least wants to see now, but this bastard really appears in front of him. He took a long breath and looked outside quietly. At this moment, he heard Sanji pointing at him and said, "This alley is the shortcut, right? Thank you." Zoro. "No, run away quickly. I must not let him see me." Thinking of this, Zoro fled to the back without hesitation. Unfortunately, no matter which direction he ran, he would always meet someone familiar. After all, there were too many people who knew him in this city. As he ran, Zoro was already numb. Really, everything goes wrong. Why do I have to go through such a thing? Didn't he come out to go shopping? Why did things turn out like this? Oh, you look very tired. Yes, it's really tiring. Zoro replied subconsciously, but I can't help it, Zoro. He looked up and saw Nami and Chu Feng standing in front of him, and it was Chu Feng who was talking just now, and Nami was still holding back her laughter. Damn, you guys still bumped into me. Zoro's face turned red. It's too embarrassing to be caught by someone like this. Haha, don't worry, we won't tell this to anyone. Chu Feng laughed, but it can be seen that Zoro, you will definitely be a good dad in the future. Chu Feng laughed and took Nami away. At this time, Nami couldn't hold it back and laughed. Zoro's face turned even redder, and at the same time he was thinking that he must never be seen by others again. Then he quickly fled far away. He had to end this nightmare quickly. Why would Zoro do such a thing? Nami laughed. I didn't expect that he has the potential to be a nanny. I guess he got caught up in some ridiculous incident. Chu Feng smiled. After all, he is a road idiot. It's not surprising to walk to some strange place while shopping and get caught up in some strange incident. Well, it makes sense. Hey, Chu Feng. Bing Shan smiled and greeted Chu Feng, your ship should be built. Almost. We may have to leave tomorrow, so we'll go shopping in advance and buy some things. Leaving tomorrow? Bingshan's smile on his face was reduced a lot when he heard it. Why are you in such a hurry? Stay a few more days before leaving. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to leave these guys. People like them, maybe I will never meet them again in the future. We have been here long enough. Chu Feng shook his head. If we stay like this, the Navy should take some action. It will be bad if you are implicated by then. Who knows if these lunatics will come up with the Demon Slayer order again. Although he can defeat the Demon Slayer order, what if the leader is a Navy admiral? Bing Shan sighed. He understood what Chu Feng meant. He knew how terrifying the Demon Slayer order was from what he heard about the current situation of Judicial Island. So he really couldn't afford to gamble. Sorry. No need to say that. Chu Feng waved his hand. We are pirates, it's not right to stay in one place all the time. Right, Nami? Yet. What they want to do is to sail freely on the sea, not to settle down somewhere. At least they will not settle down until their dreams are fulfilled. Well, speaking of it. Is it possible to have children before that? Nami glanced at Chu Feng quietly, thinking with a slightly red face. Chu Feng did not notice Nami's expression, but looked at Bing Shan and said, You don't have to have extra thoughts. We will leave here after the construction of our pirate ship is completed. Luffy can't wait any longer. Let him stay quietly on an island. That's like asking for his life. After all, the adventure here is over. Okay. Bing Shan smiled, and then said, What I said before is still valid. Yet. Then I'll go and get busy first. Bing Shan waved his hand. There are quite a lot of things recently. Go. After watching Bing Shan leave, Nami said with some emotion, What a competent person. It is indeed a blessing for the Seven Waters City to have him. From what I heard before, if there was no iceberg, there would be no Seven Waters City today. This is all the result of the hard work of that man, which is admirable. At this moment, Cass's voice came to Chu Feng's ears, Master, the work of the Devil Fruit Converter has been completed, and now the ability can be transferred to Meili's body. 33 Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. Really? Then let's go. What's wrong? Nami looked at Chu Feng with some confusion. Could something have happened? Remember what I told you before, about letting Meili eat the devil fruit? Of course. Nami nodded. Although she didn't know what was going on, it would be great if Meili could have a physical body. Well, then you can bring this little guy to a party and play together. Call the others together, let's witness this magical moment together. This kind of thing must be done by everyone together. I say, why did you suddenly call us back? Usopp said helplessly. I was bragging to someone. Ahem, no, I was telling a story to someone. He was so happy, but was suddenly called back by Chu Feng's drone. He felt that his happiness was suddenly gone. Instead, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. After helping those people defeat the bad guys, he finally had an excuse to leave. Well, it feels great to not take care of the baby. Remember what I said before. Chu Feng took out the devil fruit converter, put it on the table and said, the thing about letting Meili eat the devil fruit. Of course. Sanji nodded. How could he forget such a thing? Chu Feng smiled and said, when I was on Judicial Island before, I got a devil fruit. Animal system. Mythical beast species. Human fruit. Snowman form. I believe you are familiar with the human fruit. It was eaten by Chopper. Chu Feng pointed at Chopper and said, it has the powerful ability to turn anything into a human. Whether it is eaten by an animal or an object, it will become a human. This is the powerful power of the devil fruit. The others looked at Chopper and nodded. If this is the case, Meili can indeed have a human body. As for how this devil fruit came from, they did not ask the details. Not to mention that after the devil fruit ability user dies, there is a probability that the devil fruit will be reborn nearby. More importantly, they are partners. Chu Feng will naturally say what he wants to say, and there is no need to say what he does not want to say. So they will not ask. After eating this thing, can I have a human body? Little Meili came out of Usopp's bag and looked at Chu Feng with anticipation. After having a physical body, she can play with her partners. I feel excited just thinking about it. Of course, Chu Feng smiled, then pointed to the devil fruit converter and said, now that the devil fruit has been converted into a stream of energy, Meili, you only need to put your hand on the ball to get that power. Meili looked at the devil fruit converter, and then looked at Usopp. Go, Meili. Usopp encouraged, don't be afraid, everything Chu Feng does is absolutely safe. At least there has never been any mistakes so far. Meili nodded, walked forward, and resolutely put her hand on the ball. Buzz! A strange sound sounded, and then a stream of snow-white energy in the devil fruit converter could be seen moving slowly, and finally entered Meili's body. The next moment, a magical thing happened. Meili's body gradually became snow-white. The whiteness of her skin is rare in life. But it is not the kind of morbid paleness, but the kind of healthy whiteness. Looking at Meili, who has gained a physical body, everyone cheered happily. From today on, Meili can have a party with them. You. Chu Feng squatted down and said in silence, you are a girl. Looking at this girl in a white dress, Chu Feng felt guilty. Would those dark fairy tales that he had told her before scare her? What about the little girl selling bombs? After hearing Chu Feng's words, the others noticed the clothes on Meili's body. It's really a dress. Nami picked her up and said, she's really a little princess. So cute. A little princess of about 3 or 4 years old, this is great. Looking at Nami's happy look, Chu Feng smiled. Well, this is not bad, just think of it as a daughter for all of them. Don't underestimate Meili. Chu Feng smiled, now she not only has the characteristics of a human, but can eat and grow. She also retains the power of an elf. And she can also mobilize the power of the devil fruit. One day in the future, she might become stronger than you. Are the talents of elves stronger than humans? This remains to be investigated. But it is undeniable that her lifespan will definitely be longer than that of humans. By the way, will her bounty be called Snow White in the future? The others were stunned for a moment. Yes, Mary is not just a pretty girl. Embarrassing, just now I just regarded her as a mascot. Or it feels like I have a daughter, but I didn't expect that she has strength. It seems that little Mary is quite powerful. Nami rubbed Mary with her face and said, great. Mary smiled embarrassedly, I will work hard. Since she has the opportunity to become stronger, she must become stronger too. She will also protect everyone in the future. Humph, let the men do the fighting. Nami hummed and said, our little Mary only needs to be responsible for being pretty. What if she gets hurt in battle? Chu Feng looked at Nami helplessly, are you looking down on this little girl a little too much? What does the devil fruit rely on to activate? Rely on physical strength. But do elves have physical strength? Not sure, but definitely stronger than humans. Chu Feng even guessed that this little girl could keep fighting as long as she could absorb the spirit particles in the air. After all, she also retained the characteristics of being an elf. This is a perpetual motion machine. Chapter 164, Shock Straw Hat Pirates, is this our bounty? Order Chopper cried. Sanji was numb. Mary, who had gained a physical body, felt surprised at everything she saw, touching here and there. This was a feeling she had never had before. Others looked at this scene with a smile on their faces. To be honest, they quite liked this feeling. At the same time, they also knew that they must protect this little guy in the future, at least before she became stronger. Now Meili can eat meat with me. Luffy said happily. As for whether it is a girl or not, he didn't care, he just knew that this was his partner. At this time, Granny Kokoro came in. When she saw Meili, she was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, who is this little girl? She looks very beautiful, white and clean, very likable. Could it be that ship spirit? But she was not like this when we met yesterday. Could it be because she drank too much? Thinking of this, Granny Kokoro fell into deep thought. She is Meili. Nami introduced with a smile, the reason why she became like this is because she ate the devil fruit. I see. Granny Kokoro nodded and accepted this statement. Devil fruit is such a magical thing, it is reasonable to change the ship spirit. By the way, you are leaving here soon. Yet. Nami nodded, after the pirate ship is completely built, we should leave here. After that, Nami glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded, no later than tomorrow. Tomorrow. Granny Kokoro sighed, you're quite anxious. But she could understand, after all, these little guys did something that shocked the whole world. If you don't leave quickly, it's easy to be blocked by the world conquest. By the way. Granny Kokoro took a sip of the wine and said, do you know where you will go if you follow the pointer? I don't know, where is it? Nami looked at the record pointer and said with some confusion, the pointer feels a little bit down. Ha 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 ha, this is normal. Granny Kokoro smiled and said, the next island is the underwater paradise, Fishman Island. That's a dream island. Sanji. Sanji. Fish 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 fish. Fishman Island. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, are we finally here? That represents the land of dreams, with countless beautiful big sisters. Beautiful mermaids. Seeing Sanji's excitement, Chopper was a little dumbfounded. What's wrong with you, Sanji? This excitement was a bit beyond his imagination. Don't worry about this guy. Usopp looked at Sanji with disgust. Who knows what this guy is thinking? When he heard about the Fishman Island, this guy was so excited. It's even more so now. You are worthy of it, Sanji. Fishman Island. I feel so complicated. Nami had a complicated face, and she recalled some memories of the past. That's true, after all, your village went through such a thing. Chu Feng could understand Nami's thoughts. To be honest, it was good that Nami didn't express her disgust directly. After all, her village had been exploited by the fishmen for 8 years. Her adoptive mother was. Thinking of this, Chu Feng hugged Nami in his arms distressingly. This girl had suffered too much. Nami patted Chu Feng gently, indicating that she was fine. But the feeling of being cared for was still quite good. Although he is a fishman. Zoro hesitated and said, he is also a pirate. I guess there should be some difference between the two. You're right, you know a lot, bastard. Sanji twisted his body and moved back and forth in the room. You're obviously a fool. Zoro. You're a jerk. You'll die without a woman, right? Sanji ignored Zoro's eyes, and described the Fishman Island in his mind. Fishman Island is a famous place on the Grand Line. Beautiful mermaids draw arcs on the sea. It's a place where you can play with the fishes' dream kingdom. It's really great. Sanji was so excited when he thought about going to that kind of place soon. Chopper listened to Sanji's narration, and a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Fishman Island, what will it look like? Kokoro smiled when he heard it. This young man knows a lot about it. Sanji heard Kokoro's laughter, turned his head and looked at Kokoro, and the whole person was stunned in an instant, and the cigarette in his mouth fell. Some bad memories in his heart appeared in front of him. If I remember correctly, Kokoro rushed out from underwater during the last wave of battle on Judicial Island. And she also said that she was a mermaid. Thinking of this, Sanji was completely dim. Kneeling on the ground, hammering the ground and crying, can't I just think of it as a dream? I'm a pirate. Is it wrong to have a dream? There are also young and beautiful ones. Granny Kokoro opened her shark mouth and roared. Really, how could the entire Fishman Island be filled with people of her age? Don't pay attention to him. Nami looked at Sanji with disdain, let him cry slowly. Ha ha ha. Granny Kokoro smiled, that being said, it's not so easy to get to paradise. After all, it's 10,000 meters below the sea. 10,000 meters below the sea. Nico Robin recalled the memory of the first time she went to Sky Island. The sea is really magical. There is Sky Island 10,000 meters above the sea, and there is Fishman Island 10,000 meters below the sea. It's really interesting. Anyway, you'll know when you go there. Luffy waved his hand indifferently. Chu Feng should be able to solve this problem. Right, Chu Feng? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded calmly. It's just a dive, very simple. Granny Kokoro smiled, as long as you have confidence. But that's not the problem. Then he took out a newspaper and put it on the table and said, take a look at this, it's the latest news. This is the biggest problem. Nami picked it up and took a look. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. What is this? After taking a closer look, Nami's doubts became even stronger. 14 ships disappeared this month. What's going on? The Devil's Triangle, Florian Triangle. Kokoro said solemnly, this is the sea area that must be passed to reach the paradise. In that sea area, more than 100 ships are missing every year. Although a ship with all the crew members disappeared was found later, there are also countless sightings of ghost ships carrying the dead wandering on the sea. Ghost ship. Usopp was so scared that his face turned green. Is there a ghost ship? Hey, Luffy. I have a disease that prevents me from going to that sea area. If we encounter a ghost or something, won't we be killed? The key is that if we encounter a ghost, we will be scared to death. The cruelest way to die. Will there be a ghost? Chopper's face was also very ugly. So scary. It's okay, I will protect you. Little Mary came to Chopper and said, mainly because she didn't know what ghosts and spirits were. No, never encounter this terrifying ship, Nami said with a scared face. Ghost ship, or something. It's too scary. What happened to the ships going there? Ha ha ha, who knows? Granny Kokoro smiled. Those who get into trouble won't be able to get out of that sea alive. Be careful, that's a dark sea covered in thick fog. Looking at Nami, who was scared to tears, Granny Kokoro smiled and said, anyway, it's a dangerous sea where many people are in trouble. Be sure to be well prepared before sailing. After saying this, the timid trio felt numb. Are they going to such a dangerous place? Luffy's face was full of excitement. Can we meet a living skeleton? What kind of imagination is that? Zoro was a little speechless. You can think of it. Have you forgotten what I said? Chu Feng leaned back in his chair and said lightly, when I was in the Twin Gorge, I seem to have said something about Brook. Straw Hat Pirates. In other words, the sea area you mentioned is the Devil's Triangle in front of us. Yes. Chu Feng nodded. Brook, Lab's partner, is there. That man has lived alone in that sea area for decades. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone crazy long ago. Maybe the obsession in his heart supports him to live. In that case, we really have to go. Sanji, who recovered, lit a cigarette and said, we promised that uncle at the beginning. As a man, you must do what you say. Others nodded, it's true. On the ghost ship of a merchant ship or pirate ship, there are usually legends with treasures attached. Speak. Nami. Hearing Nico Robin's words, Nami was no longer afraid. Okay, let's go find the ghost ship. Nami waved her hand, and all the scary ghosts and ghosts, get out of my way. I'm going to find the treasure. What, are you really going? Chopper was dumbfounded, ghosts and such. Don't worry, I'm here. Mary. Chopper cried, you're the best. Sanji smiled at the two little guys, then thought for a while and said, if it's just a disaster, I'll prepare enough food. By the way, Chu Feng. Sanji glanced at Chu Feng and said, this pirate ship has enough refrigeration space, right? Of course. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up. Even if Luffy, the bastard, eats a lot, he can eat for a long time. He had thought about this problem before and had solved it perfectly. That's good. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy's appetite has always been a problem. It would be great if it could be solved. Treasure ship. Zoro said, touching his chin, will there be a sword? Why, do you still want a weapon? yet. Zoro nodded. My snow was destroyed by a rust fruit user when she was walking on Judicial Island. 0. Speaking of which, he was very heartbroken. The boss entrusted his dream to him. That's no problem. There is another weapon in that sea area. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, the name is Black Sword Autumn Water, Great Sword 21 works. There are only 21 in the whole world, and it is the national treasure of Wano country. But if you want to get this, you need to defeat the swordsman holding this sword yourself. Zoro should have no problem defeating that guy, so he won't interfere. Black Sword Autumn Water, Zoro said excitedly, then it's him. The big sword 21, there are only 21 in the world. Only such a weapon can match his status. As for whether it is a national treasure of another country, Zoro doesn't care. Since you can't protect it yourself, let me keep it for you. In that case, then go. Luffy laughed and said, that skeleton, if it is an interesting guy, I want to pull it over as a partner. Luffy. Usopp was numb. Partner. Will he face a ghost or a skeleton in the future? This is not good. At this time, there was a commotion in the distance. What's wrong? Chu Feng looked outside in confusion. It seemed that many people were running here. Could it be that the navy is coming? Brother Straw Hat. Brother Chu Feng Zanbai pushed the door open and walked in. He squatted down and took a breath before saying, actually, I have an unwelcome request. Have you seen the wanted poster? Wanted poster? Luffy tilted his head and said, no. They haven't read the latest newspaper since the day they came back, let alone any bounty. Zero. Chu Feng is the same, but he didn't find it at all. It was probably just sent today. After all, this place was almost destroyed by the gods of water before. Is that so? Zanbai stood up with a long sigh. Your bounty has reached an incredible level. After saying this, Sanji was immediately excited. Do I have one too? Great. He will definitely be better than the first bounty of the green algae-headed Guhahaha. He must ridicule this bastard later. Do I have one too? Chopper was immediately excited. Sure enough, Chu Feng didn't lie to him. He really has a bounty. Great. Chu Feng looked at Chopper, then at Sanji, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not say what he was saying. Let them see for themselves, there is no need to hit them twice. They are all here, come and have a look. Zanbei took the bounty order from his partner behind him, put it on the ground and introduced one by one, the heads of all 8 of you are rewarded. First is Straw Hat Boy Luffy, the bounty is 400 million berries. Ha ha ha, it's increased. Luffy looked happy, it actually reached 400 million in an instant. It's great. Devil Scientist Chu Feng, the bounty is 380 million berries. Hehe, 380 million. Chu Feng's mouth corners raised, feeling pretty good. It seems that the guy Sengoku still values him very much. It actually increased to nearly 300 million in an instant. Well, I am worthy of it. Next is the Pirate Hunter, Roronoa. Zoro, the bounty is 180 million berries. Hey! Zoro snorted and laughed, the corners of his mouth raised. This number is okay. Sufficient to prove it shows his powerful strength. Little thief. Nami, the bounty is 28 million berries. 2,800. Nami was confused, why is her bounty so high? You killed a CP9. Chu Feng smiled, isn't this natural? Don't worry, I'm here. Well. Nami nodded with tears in her eyes, it can only be like this. By the way, there is this. Zanbei took out the following bounty and said, Chopper who loves to eat marshmallows, pet, bounty 5 berries. 5.50. Chopper was stunned. Why is it 50? Next is the son of the devil, Nico Robin, the bounty is 80 million berries. Nico Robin smiled, has it increased by 1 million? Now this number is quite in line with her strength. When Zanbei took out the penultimate bounty order, Sanji turned pale. Who is this? Blackfoot Sanji, failed to obtain the photo, bounty amount 85 million Baileys. Seeing this, Sanji seemed to have suffered a great blow, and his whole style of painting was different. He and Chopper fell into a grey state. Why is his photo drawn? Also, why don't you draw it more beautifully? What is this? If you don't have a photo, you can ask me for it. Are you disgusting me? Puff Chu Feng took a look at Sanji's bounty order and couldn't help it. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Really? This painter is also a talent. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Sanji's style of painting became even paler. 7. Chapter 165, The strongest supertech pirate ship is built. Star is here. Looking at Sanji's performance, Chu Feng was a little helpless. But that's the fact. Then he noticed the handwriting on the bounty order and was stunned for a moment. It's just a matter of capturing him alive. Wait, the fact that there is no photo on this bounty is not intentional. Chu Feng figured it out. Maybe it's all the Vinsmoke family's operation that made Sanji's bounty like this. Otherwise, how could there be a failure to obtain the photo? You know, most bounties are secretly taken during battles. However, starting today, the Straw Hat Pirates have become a pirate group with bounties for all members. Counting the 200 million. This is a very scary number, you know, we are now in the Grand Line. Seeing the different expressions full of doubt, Zanbei immediately waved his hand and said, I understand your feelings now, but this is not what I want to say. This is what we want to get rid of. Zanbei slapped Franky's bounty on the ground and said, look at this. Mechanical Transformation Maniac Franky, bounty 44 million Baileys. Franky Luffy was stunned for a moment, then laughed, this guy has also become a bounty criminal. Come to think of it, they went to Judicial Island together. Everyone has a bounty, so it's normal for him to have one. Franky also. Granny Kokoro's face changed slightly. Even this guy has become a bounty criminal. In that case, we really have to leave here. But with that kid's personality, it's a bit difficult. That's right. Zanbei sighed and said, although we finally survived, Big Brother couldn't. If Big Brother continues to stay in the Seven Water Capital, his life will be in danger. If he is caught again next time, we can't rescue him with our strength at all. 530. Big Brother must be worried about us and doesn't plan to leave this island, so we all discussed it. Zanbei gritted his teeth, looked up at Luffy and said, Brother Straw Hat, please, even if it's forced, take Big Brother out to sea. That man was originally a pirate's child, and the sea is his home. Brother Straw Hat. This is the wish of all of us, please. Looking at the group of people kneeling in front of him, Luffy smiled and said, I would do this even if you didn't say so. I have always felt that he must be the shipbuilder. After all, that guy is very much to his taste, and he is a shipbuilder. What reason is there not to invite him on board? Really? Zanbei raised his head with a look of surprise and said, do you have any objections? Why are there no photos? This is Sanji in grey. 550. This is Chopper. Of course. Nico Robin smiled, after all, the captain said so. Chu Feng, Nami, and Zoro also nodded with a smile. It would be great if that person joined them. After all, they were people who had fought side by side together. Great Zanbei wiped the sweat off his face and said, Yoshi. Since they have agreed, there is no need to say more. Let's go, guys. Oh. Now they can completely put their minds at ease, there is no need to worry about the boss's safety. But they don't plan to see Brother Franky. After all, it is painful to say goodbye to the Big Brother, so let it be. This is good. At least no one has to endure the pain of parting. After watching these people leave, the Straw Hat Pirates returned to the house and began to pack up their things. But most of them put their things with Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng heard Cass's voice, the pirate ship has been built and can set sail. Really? Chu Feng heard the corner of his mouth raised, it's really timely. If that's the case, Mr. Garp should be back to find them soon. Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked at the others and said, the pirate ship has been built, let's go. It will definitely surprise you. After all, this is the best ship in the world. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Luffy laughed and said, then glanced at Sanji and said, hey, how long are you going to be depressed? Sanji, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles, jumped up instantly, rushed to Luffy with the bounty order, opened his shark mouth and roared, stop making so much noise. Why is my bounty order the only one drawn? It's already amazing to have so much bounty at the beginning. Sanji. You obviously didn't grasp the point of the matter, bastard. How does this look like me? Sanji's face was full of anger, that part looks like it, bastard. This obviously doesn't look like me at all. If I take this broken bounty order out, no one will recognize me in front of others. Zoro, who was standing aside, curled his lips and said, don't you look like that? Sanji was silent for a moment, and the next moment he rushed to Zoro, saying something that others couldn't understand at all. But looking at his grey and white painting style, it's obvious that it's not a good thing. Zoro. Speak human language, I don't understand. Damn. Sanji lay on the ground helplessly. I will be laughed at by all the ladies in the world. I guess they will laugh at him when they see him. Thinking of this, Sanji felt even more uncomfortable. He also became paler. I am a pirate after all. Chopper rushed to Chu Feng with his bounty order and said, I have fought like a man, but why is it only 5 belly? Are you humiliating him, bastard? A newspaper costs 100 belly. Is he not even worth the money of a newspaper? Chu Feng coughed lightly and said, try harder next time, and try to let them see how powerful you are. Looking at Chopper, who was crying miserably, Chu Feng had no choice. You can't just go to the Navy headquarters and ask them to change the bounty order. No need, no need. Okay, let's go. Luffy adjusted his hat and said, after we get the ship, we'll take Franky and leave. Then we can go on the next adventure. Luffy, Sanji can't move. Chopper looked at Sanji, who was still grey and worried. What should we do? Don't worry about the curly eyebrow. Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji immediately regained his vitality. Wait for me, bastard. I've suffered such a big blow, can't you take care of my thoughts? Really, the consequences of offending the cook are very serious. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Pirate King Boy Granny Kokoro, who was standing outside, looked at Luffy, who walked out the door, and said, Franky is up to you. Haha, don't worry. Pirate sister, are you leaving? Zemoni said, a little unhappy. Can't you stay a little longer? She really likes this group of people. I didn't expect to be separated so soon. Zemon, come bae. Nami said with a smile, thank you. Reaching out and rubbing Zemoni's little head, Nami turned and left. Goodbye, little Zemoni. Usopp said with a smile, I hope we can meet again in the future. Goodbye. Little Meili, who was sitting on Chu Feng's shoulder, waved to Zemoni, looking very cute. Well, goodbye. Zemoni looked a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do about it. All good things must come to an end. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Granny Kokoro said with some emotion for a while, I wonder what kind of achievements they will make in the future. Maybe One Piece. It really can. What a big ship. Luffy and others who came to the seaside looked at the huge curtain in the distance and marveled, it must be at least 100 meters long. Chu Feng, is this our pirate ship? This is too big, of course. Chu Feng said proudly, this is our pirate ship, the Star. It means we can go anywhere, even the starry sky. After all, his journey includes not only the great secret treasure, but also the sea of stars. Exploring the universe or something. I have to go there if I have the chance in the future. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he clapped his hands and asked Casa to control the auxiliary robot to remove the huge curtain. Then the extremely advanced pirate ship appeared in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. More than 100 meters in length and dozens of meters in width. Enough for the Straw Hat Pirates to do anything. Chu Feng is confident that this is definitely the best pirate ship in the world. After all, it is at least hundreds of years beyond this era. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Let's go up and have a good look later. Everything you want is on it." Chu Feng stretched out 3 fingers and said, "By the way, this ship has 3 modes of sea, land, and air. It can go even to an altitude of 10,000 meters or a deep sea of 10,000 meters. At the same time, it is equipped with various advanced equipment and weapons, which can handle everything." "Really so awesome!" Chopper and Meili's eyes suddenly lit up, and then they couldn't wait to rush towards the direction of the star. And Casa was very considerate and put down a ladder so that the 2 little guys could rush up. So cool. Looking at the Straw Hat pirate flag flying at the highest place, Luffy's eyes lit up. "Chu Feng, the ship you researched is really great. This is the pirate ship he wants. And judging from the size, it may be no problem for the giants to come." After seeing other people go up to find what they want, Nami looked at Chu Feng and asked in confusion, "Chu Feng, did you forget something?" "What?" Sail. Nami covered her face. "You wouldn't forget such an important thing. Sails are very important. Without sails, how can you sail? You see, it's superficial." Chu Feng stretched out a finger and shook his head and said, "I never said that this star saint is moved by wind power. And you don't think about it. If such a large ship relies on wind power, there will be more uncontrollable factors. No one knows how strong the wind of nature is. If the power is not enough, it can't blow this steel behemoth at all. What does it rely on?" Nami was a little dumbfounded. "A ship that doesn't rely on sails. Is there such a ship in the world?" She felt that her brain was a little insufficient. "Of course it's a new power source." Chu Feng chuckled, "The energy used by this star is the same as my Gundam. So there will be no problem of energy depletion. Even in the doldrums, we can now move in and out freely. If the firepower is fully opened, the speed will reach a level that will make even the Sea Kings dumbfounded." "Energy? Yeah." Chu Feng nodded. "It's a bit troublesome to explain. In short, you just need to know that the ship will never be unable to move. It's also easier to say. It's just adding a port to the super energy in the dimensional space. Very convenient. But if I explain it to Nami, she probably won't understand." Nami rolled her eyes. "Okay, if you put it that way, a lot of the knowledge I learned is useless." "That's not true." Chu Feng chuckled. "The temper of the sea in the New World is much more terrifying than the Grand Line. You still need to observe the weather conditions in advance. Although there is a weather warning on this ship, the radar will also have errors." So he believes in Nami more. "You know, this woman is the most sensitive to the weather in the world." "Okay." Nami nodded helplessly. Although she didn't know what Chu Feng was talking about, she was an expert in sailing. Ocean currents, climate, wind, etc. She believed that she could surpass the machine. Thinking of this, Nami regained her confidence and took Chu Feng to the star. At the moment when the two boarded, a light appeared in front of Chu Feng, and then formed into the shape of a girl. "Master, you are back," Kaisa said with a smile. "I have been waiting for a long time." Kaisa looked very beautiful at this time. It was set by Chu Feng according to the KDA skin. Although it was just a projection, it looked no different from a real person. It's just that there is no entity. "What is this?" Nami hesitated. "What is this?" "It's just a projection," Chu Feng said with a smile. "Kasha, you know, it's my combat auxiliary system A. Now the whole ship is under her control. If you find anything wrong, you can call Kasha at any time, and she will drive the ship away at that time." At first, Chu Feng didn't plan to use this projection, but then he thought it would be much more convenient. By the way, this projection will only appear in the public area. Chu Feng, I am really satisfied with this kitchen. Sanji, who opened the door, was stunned for a moment when he saw Casa, then quickly rushed over and said, "Who is this beautiful lady? Why is she on our pirate ship?" "This is Casa, you know." Chu Feng shrugged, and then after everyone came out, he introduced Casa's situation and the general situation of the ship to them. Point 7 That's it. Chu Feng said with a smile, "For ordinary things, you just need to call Casa. She can help you solve it. Like cleaning, moving things, etc., the things brought on the ship can do it completely. If you have anything, just tell me," Casa said with a smile. "Don't be polite." To be honest, she likes the current appearance more than the entity, so she didn't let Chu Feng make a mechanical body for her. It's really convenient. Sanji sighed with some emotion, this will save a lot of time. Of course. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, I won't let you waste your time on boring things. There is a gravity room on this ship. You can go there to train when you are training. Kassadin will apply specific gravity according to your physical condition. This thing is much more advanced than the gravity bracelet. Don't think that you will be very strong just because you have learned the armament haki. Chu Feng paused and said, in the new world, even a small minion may have armament haki. You still have a long way to go. The three major fighters nodded when they heard this. They still need to become stronger. At least in the future, when facing the Admiral of the Navy, they don't have to escape, but defeat him head-on. This is what they want. At this time, the voice of Iceberg came from outside the ship. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, are you there? It's really a scary ship. When Franky told him about it, he didn't care too much. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he found that it was indeed terrifying. But he was relieved when he thought of Chu Feng's ability. It's natural for a man like that to make such a thing. It's you, Uncle Iceberg. Luffy smiled while lying on the side of the boat. Do you know where Franky went? Franky Iceberg hesitated and said, he doesn't seem to want to see you again. Chapter 166, Single Weapon Floating Flying Board. Luffy was stunned when he heard this. What does this mean? Straw Hat Boy, let me confirm again, are you going to invite him to be your shipbuilder? Iceberg's face was very serious. He wanted to hear Luffy say it in person. Yes. Do you know what I think very well? I have decided to invite him to be my shipbuilder. Bing Shan smiled, because he and Chifeng had talked about this matter before, so he knew it. However, he did not delve into this matter, but continued, Franky seemed to have noticed it, so he left here early. Come to think of it, I didn't see Franky. Chifeng looked around, and that guy participated in the construction of this ship. What an awkward guy. Are you saying he doesn't want to? Luffy frowned, could it be that Franky didn't want to? If that's the case, then he can't invite him. After all, Luffy always invites people to see if the other party is willing. If they don't want to, he won't force it. Just the opposite. Bing Shan shook his head and said, if you invite him in person, he doesn't have the confidence to refuse you. So he hid. Well. In fact, he really wants to go to sea with you. With Bing Shan's understanding of that bastard, how could he not want to go to sea? Franky likes you guys from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would not have risked everything to burn the Pluto's blueprint. Judging from the conversation between the two in front of Chu Feng, that's the case. But Bing Shan sighed and said, but he has imposed on himself the obligation to stay on this island forever. Obligation? Yes, obligation. Bing Shan nodded, although I say it's just stupid persistence. He smiled and shook his head, then said seriously, if you really want to take him away, do whatever it takes. Take him away by force. This is the only way to free him. If you don't do this, Franky won't go out to sea with you. Bing Shan knows that bastard too well. Force Luffy recalled the group of guys he met not long ago and said, Franky's family said the same thing. But is this really okay? It's a bit bad. If you don't do this, you can't take him away at all. Iceberg shook his head and said, as for what to do, it's up to you. Luffy thought for a moment, looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, accompany me. I guess that's it. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, let's go. In this case, he will be the only one to tame Franky. After leaving the Straw Hat Pirates, Zanbei and others returned to their homes. I thought I would never see my big brother again, but he was sitting at the door drinking coke. Big brother, why are you back? Franky was a little unhappy when he heard Zanbei's words, do you need a reason to come back? This is Franky's house, my home. Does he need a reason to go back to his home? That's not what I meant. Zanbei was a little embarrassed, then gritted his teeth and said, let's be frank, big brother. Big brother, you want to go with the Straw Hat Boys, right? Franky looked at his younger brother unhappily and said, what nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible? Franky stood up, turned his back to the younger brothers and walked to the house and said, look, with your craftsmanship, you can't even build a house. How could he be at ease with these bastards? Let him go to sea. Although he also wanted to go, he had a reason not to leave. Zanbei looked at his elder brother's back and saw through his thoughts, in order for them to go to sea with the elder brother, we just asked the Straw Hat Boys. Franky. Stupid, don't meddle in other people's business, Franky said angrily, I am your elder brother, how can it be your turn to make the decision? But that person has made up his mind and said he wants you to be a shipwright. Franky's eyes flickered when he heard that. He didn't expect that the Straw Hat Kid actually invited him. It seems that he was right to leave there in advance. Otherwise, if he was invited in person, he really couldn't say no. But on the surface, he still looked fierce and walked out of the shadows and said, why do I have to be a pirate? You can see it at a glance. Zanbei's expression was very serious. Although this is the first time we see the big brother building a ship, but what I didn't expect is that you would show such a happy expression. I have never seen the big brothers so happy. They have known each other for a long time, but I have never seen the big brother's expression. Take a deep breath, Zanbei said with a smile, you know that the Straw Hat Kids are looking for a shipwright, you ran away on purpose. Zanbei said with a look of I have seen through you, even if you don't admit it, it's the fact. Franky was a little unhappy, but before he could say anything to refute, he saw Zanbei took out a bounty order, look at this, big brother. Wanted order. Franky's face changed, sure enough, it came out. I thought I could escape, but I didn't expect World Conquest to put a bounty on him. But think about it, he killed a CP9 after all. It's natural to be selected. Big brother, you can't be with us anymore. We don't want to hold you back. Once the big brother is caught again, without the help of the Straw Hat Boys, they will not have the strength to break into the enemy camp again. Don't be so arrogant. Franky said with an unhappy face, what's wrong with the Navy, hey? When you were starving to death in the back streets, I picked you up. If I really leave, you won't be able to earn enough money to eat here, won't you starve to death? That's what I said, but... No buts. Franky snorted, you want to lecture me when you can't live without me. Before he could finish his words, his younger brother slammed him to the ground and forcibly snatched his pants away. No, why did you do that? Yes, I know, that's it. Run, you must not let big brother take your pants back. Give it back to me. Franky said angrily, that's the only one I have. You treat your big brother like this, you must want to be beaten. Run, go find big brother Luffy and big brother Chu Feng. Just give them the things. You guys are really brave. Franky gritted his teeth and said, well, if that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson. Then he launched his attack mercilessly and knocked a little brother to the ground with one punch. Run, even if there is only one person left, you must escape to Brother Luffy and Brother Chu Feng. So, a farce began. Franky was flying with sparks and lightning all the way, not caring about the eyes of the people around him, and the fists he hit his little brother were getting heavier and heavier. As time went by, more and more buildings were destroyed, and the number of little brothers was getting smaller and smaller. "Stop right there!" Looking at the last brother left in front, Franky yelled, "If you don't stop, I'm going to do it." "Damn it, is it impossible?" A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the younger brother. "Is it impossible to escape to Brother Chu Feng and the others?" At this moment, Luffy's voice came in the air, "Hey, throw it to me." When the younger brother heard the words, he looked up and found that Brother Chu Feng and Brother Luffy were standing on two long boards. Okay, hope ignited in the younger brother's heart, and he threw the pants in his hand heavily, and they fell on Luffy. "Got it." Luffy laughed and said, "Franky, if you want your pants back, follow me." "Chu Feng, let's go." "Okay." Chu Feng retracted his gaze, feeling that it was really a bit eye-catching. Notify Casa to operate the floating flying board under the feet of the two people, and slowly hang in front of Franky. Neither shake him off nor give him a chance. Just gradually lead people to the direction of the shipyard until they reach the destination. After returning to the star, Chu Feng immediately pulled Nico, Robin and Nami into the cabin. "There is a pervert with no pants outside. You two stay inside first." Then, without waiting for the two girls to answer, he walked out. "What's wrong?" Nami's eyes were full of confusion. Why did this happen suddenly? But she didn't mean to go out to sea again. Since Chu Feng said so, she stayed in the house. "It's probably Franky." A smile flashed in Nico Robin's eyes, and she could roughly guess something. "Should I say you are worthy of it? You actually thought of such a way." On the other side, after Chu Feng came outside, he sat by the boat and watched Luffy's performance silently. "Well, he will play the role of Robin in a while. I hope you don't blame me, brother, I will be gentle. Franky, if you want to get these pants back, become my partner." Seeing Luffy's serious look, Franky gritted his teeth secretly. "You let me refuse like this?" At this time, the surroundings began to make noise. "You pervert! You messed up the city again. Get out, Franky! You bastard!" Franky glanced at the group of people calmly. "Perverted or something, just take it as a compliment to him. Give me back my pants, Straw Hat Boy. Then become my partner, and I will give it back to you." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Franky said unhappily. "Don't think you can get me into the gang just by taking my pants. Even so, a man can't compromise easily." At this moment, Franky's body seemed to emit a dazzling light, which directly shocked Luffy. "I didn't expect him to be so strong. That guy is a man among men." Listening to Luffy's voice, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. It's true that Franky is a real man, but his current performance. It's easy to scare the little friends. Let me help him. Chu Feng pushed his glasses. He saw through Franky's disguise. Although it may be a little rough, I hope this guy won't blame me. By the way, Uncle Iceberg also said that there is no other way except to take him away by force. What are you going to do? How to do it? Chu Feng smiled and became unscrupulous. Of course it's a bullet. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Feng took out two mechanical hands from his pocket and threw them out. The two small hands paused in the air for a moment, and then instantly flew under Franky, and then... bang! Franky! The powerful force acted on Franky's body, and he almost rolled his eyes in pain. Luffy! Hey, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Luffy widened his eyes. It hurts at first glance. Looking at Franky rolling on the ground in pain, Luffy immediately said to Chu Feng, "Hey, Chu Feng, I want him to remain a man and join the gang. If we continue like this, won't it be? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Hey, Chu Feng!" Franky raised his hand with difficulty and said, "Stop it, To make the pirates give up, you must first have a reason that can convince us, otherwise they will not stop. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he attacked again, hitting Franky and making sparks fly. Wait a minute, let me finish what I said. I want to stay on this island. Franky said with difficulty, I am very grateful to you. Nothing I can do can express my gratitude. Although I also want to go with you, I still have things I must do here. So I will never leave. It is his wish to protect this place. Wait, Franky. What's wrong? Looking at the iceberg coming over, Franky 530 said unhappily, are you going to hinder me too? Iceberg didn't care about Franky's attitude, but just shook his head helplessly and said, everything you do on this island now is just compensation. Franky fell silent after hearing this, and his breathing began to become rapid. It was obvious that Iceberg hit the point. You always regret that Mr. Tom was captured because it was your fault. Bing Shan glanced at the silent Franky and said, I'm right. But Mr. Tom forgave you that day and pointed you in the right direction, didn't he? Looking at Franky, whose expression had changed, Bing Shan sighed, whether you gathered with the gangsters in the back street, or you surrounded the island under the banner of bounty hunters to repel the predators. In the final analysis, all this is to protect the island that Mr. Tom loves deeply, all for your own atonement. Although it can't be seen on the surface. But Bing Shan knew clearly that this kid did this for this purpose. After all, the two of them have lived together for more than 10 years. How could he not understand the other person? Franky was silent for a moment, then said stubbornly, of course I can't see it, because I didn't intend to do that. Hey! Iceberg sighed, Franky, Mr. Tom and I have forgiven you a long time ago. You should forgive yourself. You can live for your dream now. After the words fell, Franky's body shook as if struck by lightning, and then tears slowly flowed out. And at this moment, a huge piece of luggage came crashing down from a distance. Brother, this is your luggage, Zanbei shouted, take care, brother. Please forgive us, we are idiots and can't think of any other way. So forgive us. Since you are an idiot, don't think of such a way. Franky bit his teeth and held back his tears and shouted, my brothers have paved the way for me. As a pillar, do you think I can walk on with peace of mind? But Zanbei shouted with tears, can't you do it for the great benefactor who took in us trash? Can't you consider your happiness? Looking at the way these idiots were thinking about themselves, Franky couldn't hold it anymore. The whole person seemed to be hit by Chu Feng, and flew far away. He rolled on the ground, crying while rolling, damn, it hurts, it really hurts. Kai Kixiu, it really hurts. Hey, Chu Feng, stop it. Luffy grabbed Chu Feng and said, if you play it again, it will be useless. I stopped a long time ago. Chu Feng looked at Franky rolling on the ground and said with a smile, this guy is very cunning, using pain as a cover for tears. What a weird guy. Hachopper was dumbfounded, is it like this? Doesn't want people to see him moved to tears. Franky is really strange. Chapter 167, The Star shows its power. Flight mode is invincible. With the help of pain, Franky lay on the ground and cried. Thinking about every bit with these bastards, the tears really can't be stopped. They are just a bunch of little brothers, but Franky couldn't continue crying. Slowly sat up and said with tears, can you live without me? Brother! Zanbei cried, you are the hero behind the 7 waters. We will work together to inherit your will. Don't worry, brother. Brother, don't cry, we are fine. Brother! No matter where you go, we will be your little brothers for life. How can you say such sad words? Franky looked at the little brothers in the distance, and his heart was full of emotion. Damn, it hurts so much, I can't stop crying. You all said so, then I. At this time, Casa appeared on the deck again, looking at Chu Feng's back and said, Master, the warship of the captain's grandfather was found on the sea. It seems that he is looking for us. The attack posture has been launched. This is the situation observed by the drone sent out. Chu Feng knew that Garp might come back at this time, so he asked Casa to prepare in advance. Take back the drone. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, we should leave too. Hero Vice Admiral Garp, I really don't want to fight him. What? Luffy was shocked. Grandpa. Didn't he say he wouldn't catch me? Who knows, maybe he was under pressure from above. What? Luffy's grandfather is coming to catch us. Chopper and Mary were furious. That scary guy. That old man is beating Luffy like beating his grandson. Same, no thought of resistance at all. If caught, he will die. Luffy, give the pants back to Franky. Sanji said, we have to leave quickly. Luffy only reacted after hearing this, as if Franky's pants were still in his hand. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately threw the pants to Franky and said, give it back to you. Looking at Franky, who was looking at him in surprise with the help of his pants, Luffy smiled and said, come on, Franky. Come to my ship. Humph, don't get me wrong, I just can't bear to see such a great ship without a shipwright. In that case, I will be the shipwright on your ship. Franky smiled, very happily. Let me and them turn this world upside down. Great. There are new partners. Oh, little Chopper and little Mary said happily together, we have a new partner joining us, great. Others also smiled at Franky, and they would be a family on the same ship in the future. Franky was silent for a moment, thinking of Mr. Tom, the man who had influenced his life, and I was leaving this island. Although I am a disciple who only causes trouble and is not a great disciple. But thank you for your care all the time. And everyone else, take care of yourselves. Franky. Hearing the voice of the iceberg, Franky stopped, kept silent without looking back, and waited for the other party's words. Go, leave them to me. With just one sentence, Franky's tears burst, and his whole body was shaking. But he didn't speak, and still turned his back to the iceberg. After a moment, Franky gritted his teeth and said, please. Yet. After watching Franky board the pirate ship, Iceberg said with some emotion, Granny Kokoro, what do you think they will do to the world in the future? Ha ha ha, I'm not sure. Granny Kokoro smiled, but, being able to do such things, they will definitely be more powerful in the future. Even One Piece. Glancing at the bottle of wine in her hand, Granny Kokoro's eyes were filled with a trace of reminiscence, and the way she looked when she met Roger appeared in front of her. This is so similar. Ha ha ha, Mr. Tom, the people in our studio really have no memory. Iceberg, Chu Feng left me a jar of wine, do you want to come and try it? I can't, you should drink it slowly by yourself. Tisk, then you'll miss it. Granny Kokoro smiled and shook her head. After all, once the wine is gone, it will be gone. It's not certain when Chu Feng will come back next time. Brothers, let's set sail. Oh. Really, that bastard Sengoku actually asked me to come and catch people again. Garp said a little unhappy. He was planning to go back. Vice Admiral Garp, a soldier, ran over and said with a sweaty face, we found the Straw Hat Pirates. They are on the southeast coast, the Wreck Island. It looks like they are preparing to set sail. And what? And their ship looks so big and weird. The soldier was full of doubts. How could it be possible to sail on the sea when it was made entirely of steel? And there is no sail, isn't that nonsense? Could it be that they forgot the sail when they made the pirate ship? Are you actually planning to run away? Garp grinned. Everyone, get on the boat. Let's catch up. Even if it's just a show, he has to catch up with him. Soon, the warship moved and headed quickly towards Chu Feng and others. Vice Admiral Garp. Kobe hesitated and said, we said goodbye to Luffy before, and now we feel very ashamed. I said we wouldn't catch anyone, and it's a bit If you want to complain, go and tell Sengoku. Garp said unhappily, it's because we pissed him off that we have to come back. Humph, you look so great. Garp picked his nose a little unhappy. That bastard actually talked to him like that. The marshal is great, right? Humph, I'll steal all the senbei for you next time I go back. Isn't it because you told him in the Den Mushi that the boy is my grandson that he is like this? The adjutant was a little speechless. If it wasn't for this, would Marshal Sengoku be so angry? Is it annoying? Shut up. Really, you're just bringing up something else. With a cold snort, Garp walked to the bow and stood still, while picking up a cannonball in his hand. Soon, the warship saw the pirate ship in the distance. When he saw it, Garp was stunned for a moment. This ship is a bit big. Also, how does a ship without sails move? But it is indeed moving in a different direction. Is it that Chu Feng's hand again? He shook his head and threw the cannonball in his hand fiercely, exploding in the sea water around the star. Hey, Luffy! Garp took the megaphone handed over by his men and shouted, I am your grandfather, I am your grandfather. Please answer if you hear me. I 1/2 I 1/2 I 1/2 C I 1/2 T I 1/4 trademark I 1/4 I 1/4 I 1/4 I 1/4 I 1/4 I 1/4 a euro I 1/4. Grandpa, what are you doing? Luffy shouted in a bit of dissatisfaction. Didn't you say you wouldn't catch us here? Why are you regretting it now? Well. Anyway, a lot of things happened. I'm sorry, you'd better die in the sea. Even if I apologize, I'll deal with you alone. After that, Garp looked behind and said, bring the cannonball to me. He wouldn't rush over directly, because if he rushed over, these little guys would definitely not be able to get out of his palm. But throwing cannonballs is different. They have a chance to escape when throwing cannonballs. One person. Chu Feng's mouth twitched even if it's one person. However, after seeing that Garp had no intention of rushing over, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This old man's strength is a bit terrifying. It's better not to provoke him if you can. After all, he is Luffy's grandfather. It would be bad if he was hurt. What does he want to do? Looking at Garp's actions, Sanji's eyes were full of confusion. Soon Sanji knew that Garp actually threw the cannonball directly, and an explosion occurred around the pirate ship. Sanji! You actually threw a cannonball with your bare hands. Sanji was numb. Is there anyone who can throw a cannonball with his bare hands these days? This is much more powerful than a cannon. Zoro, holding a knife, looked very ugly. This is not a baseball, and you actually threw it with your bare hands. How can a cannon have such terrifying power? Anyway, let's run away. Nami said with a grim expression. With such a powerful shell, even steel can be easily damaged. Who knows if this old man will take out something more powerful? Casa, change direction, we should leave. Okay. Casa nodded, and then the projection disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the star turned around faster and drove away at the same time. Brothers, escape this wave of bombardment and go to a farther place for adventure together. Oh. Casa, prepare for flight mode. Chu Feng said lightly. Instructions received. As soon as the voice fell, the star changed rapidly, and huge flanks appeared on both sides. At the same time, the firepower device at the rear began to emit blue light. Luffy, if you have anything else to say to Grandpa Garp, just say it. Chu Feng looked at Luffy and said, otherwise, you won't even be able to see your shadow next. Luffy was silent for a moment, then walked to the stern and looked at the warship in the distance and shouted, Grandpa! Nkobe and it's great to see you again after such a long time. Say my name. Bastard Bear Meber felt numb. We have met, why can't you remember my name? What's wrong, Luffy? Garp looked at Luffy intently and said, I still have a lot of shells. Fist bone. Meteorite. Seeing the shells flying towards him at a very fast speed, Luffy snorted and laughed, and the armed color domineering covered his fist, and smashed the shells with one punch. It's useless. We're leaving, see you next time. Asshole, he's just my son's son, but he's so self-righteous, Garp said angrily. Luffy, you bastard, don't you think you can escape from my palm? Vice Admiral Garp, you have to calm down. Barameber hugged Garp with all his strength, fearing that he would lose his mind. Luffy is so handsome. This is Kobe. Luffy ignored the angry Garp, but looked at the shore and shouted, Uncle Iceberg, Granny Monster, and everyone. Thank you for all your help to us. Take care of yourself. Haha. Iceberg smiled, pirates can't even sail in peace. Granny Kokoro smiled when she heard this, and he thought so too. Seeing Luffy's attitude, Garp said unhappily, give me the special iron ball. A capable person came over and put an iron ball in Vice Admiral Garp's hand, and then it quickly grew bigger. Luffy, feel the power of this. How dare you underestimate me? What is that? Usopp was numbed when he looked at the huge iron ball. I'm going to die. Chu Feng, we have to escape quickly. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Feng smiled. Take one last look at the Seven Water Capital, otherwise you won't be able to see it. The others suddenly became quiet after hearing this, and silently watched the scenery in the distance. This was their absolute trust in Chu Feng. Don't even think about escaping. Garp fiercely used the huge characteristic. The iron ball was thrown over and hit the star. Casa, speed up and take off. Boom. A dazzling blue light suddenly appeared behind the star, and then there was a roar, and the whole ship flew up directly. The speed was so fast that only a shadow could be seen in the blink of an eye. And because of the special energy shield, the other people standing on the deck would not be affected by the rapid wind. Ship. It flew up. Kobe was dumbfounded. Can their ship still fly? Can the pirate ship still fly? This is too surprising. It's quite capable. Garp looked at the shadow of the star and was silent for a while. It's really bad. They actually escaped. And then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being my grandson. In this case, the bastard Sengoku can't say anything else. Humph, I tried my best to capture the Straw Hat Pirates, but unfortunately they escaped. Well, that's the report. This guy is worth 50 million. Bailey's Smoker looked at the pirate with disdain, and then walked away. It's boring. You've worked hard, Brigadier General Smoker. Tashigi looked at Smoker and immediately took the bounty order and went over. Brigadier General Smoker, have you seen the latest bounty order? Smoker looked at Tashigi and was a little speechless. The person in front of you is not me. Who are you talking to? Tashigi was stunned for a moment, and then after putting on her glasses, she realized that the person in front of her was just a marine, and immediately said awkwardly, sorry. Put on your glasses, idiot. After taking the bounty order, Smoker's face became a little gloomy. Is the bounty so high now? After the Judicial Island incident, pirates all over the world have taken a new look at them. The position of colonel is still too low, and you must continue to climb up, so that you can have enough independent rights. Smoker raised his head and said, I will destroy them in the new world at the cost of my dignity. And now what he needs to do is to upgrade his position to the level of Vice Admiral. On the other side, in the restaurant on the sea in the East China Sea, Sanji's adoptive father Redfoot Zeph was checking the newspaper. Judicial Island is the gateway to world conquest. If we capture it, the Navy and the pirates will not sit idly by. Now the Straw Hat Boys are famous all over the world. This bounty is also true. Redfoot Zeph took out Sanji's bounty, and immediately caused all the crew members to burst into laughter. Ahaha. Sanji is so great. It's exactly the same. The wanted criminal with a bounty of 77 million, an old friend of Blackfoot Sanji. Welcome to Barity, the restaurant on the sea. Ha ha ha. For a while, the ship was full of laughter. The hometowns of other Straw Hat Pirates members performed the same way. Although Luffy's village chief was very angry about what Luffy did, he was still very proud to see that his bounty was so high. Usopp's childhood sweetheart, Kaya, looked at the bounty in her hand happily. Does it already have a bounty? It seems that she has worked harder. This way, she can use her medical skills to help him when he comes back. And Zoro's master, Kojiro, was full of emotion. Has Zoro grown to this point? They actually took down the judicial island, it's really... Ha ha ha, keep going, Zoro. Go towards your dream. In Kakosia village, Chinogao and Aegean looked at Nami's bounty with a smile on their faces. Seeing her smiling face, it was obvious that she was having a good time. That's enough. At the same time, after receiving the bounty in Magnetic Drum Junior High School, Dr. Doriel couldn't stop smiling at all. It seems that this little guy is doing well. It seems that he is having a good time. By the way, what's the matter with this bounty? 50 Bailey's My. Chapter 168, Warm Daily Life, Princess Meili is so cute. After leaving the Seven Waters for a while, Chu Feng asked Casa to retract the flanks, and the star returned to the sea. After all, they are pirates, so flying in the sky all the time is nothing. Let's have a party to celebrate the new partners. Listening to Luffy's words, the others nodded in agreement. Since there is no danger now, let's have a party. Casa, transport the equipment from the bottom of the ship and put it on the deck. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, the open-air party set. As soon as the voice fell, some holes opened on the deck, and a large amount of food and equipment were transported in from inside. It's really convenient. Sanji was a little emotional, so he didn't have to run back and forth. Time. Although the kitchen inside the cabin is great, it will be the same next time. Hey, Chu Feng! Zoro shouted at Chu Feng, take out your treasured wine. I know, you definitely have some in stock. Chu Feng drank all the wine. He didn't believe it. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, you think about this every day. Then he put the wine in front of Zoro with a look of disgust, drink slowly, don't sleep like a dead pig like last time. Tisk, I just happened to be a little sleepy that time. Zoro curled his lips, I wasn't drunk at all. He would get drunk. What a joke. He is the god of wine. How could the god of wine get drunk? Chu Feng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. At the same time, he called little Meili and Chopper to come over. Here, this is your fruit milk. Thank you. You're welcome. Chu Feng smiled and touched the heads of the two little guys. It's great to have two mascots in the group. Especially Meili, who is like a little princess. This makes him feel like raising a daughter. Soon, under Sanji's operation, the banquet started quickly. Everyone ate and talked. Well, although most of the time it was Luffy who ate. The next stop is Fishman Island. I'm so looking forward to it, Chopper said with anticipation. What does it look like 10,000 meters underwater? He has been to Sky Island, which is 10,000 meters above the ground, and that adventure left a deep impression on him. Will Fishman Island be the same? I'm looking forward to it. How can I say Fishman Island? Chu Feng touched his chin and said, I can't say it's magnificent, I can only say it's more beautiful. Well, mainly because there are many mermaids. Nami. Why, have you been there? No. Chu Feng shook his head. 530. How do you know that? Nami's eyes were full of doubt. She heard from Grandma Kokoro that there were many young and beautiful mermaids there. I've only heard of it. Chu Feng shrugged. After all, except for the people who conquered the world, if other people want to go to the new world, they can only go through Fishman Island. Well, he heard it through the screen, so it's not wrong to say so. By the way, Usopp suddenly remembered something and said, you mean this ship has 3 modes of sea, land, and air, right? Yes. Then can it also go underwater? You mean can we rush to Fishman Island, right? Chu Feng smiled after seeing Usopp nodded, no problem. After arriving at the Sabayati archipelago, we will go to Fishman Island after replenishing supplies. Shampoo must go, not to mention that he wants to kill a celestial dragon. Rayleigh has to meet him, he wants to know if he remembers him. Yoshi Usopp immediately took a barrel and stepped on it and said, then let's go to Fishman Island. Let me sing you a song. The name is Sniper King. Oh! Sniper King Chopper's eyes sparkled with little stars, so handsome. Hee hee, Chopper, you have good taste. Usopp gave a thumbs up, then coughed lightly and began to sing the song he composed, I was born on Sniper Island. Looking at little Mary who was listening with relish with Chopper, Chu Feng smiled and walked to Nami and sat down. Enjoy this pleasant banquet. Anyway, there are no enemies now, right? A few days passed quickly, and the star was sailing peacefully on the sea. Chu Feng lay on the sun lounger, basking in the sun leisurely. This feeling is really good. You're right. Little Mary also lay on the lounge chair, looking at the sky with small sunglasses. I didn't dare to think about such a life before. Thank you, Chu Feng. What are you talking about? You're too polite. Chu Feng waved his hand and said to Kassa, Kassa, please give me that cold drink. By the way, do you want it? Then please get me a glass of milk. Mary smiled and said, Chopper said I should drink more milk at this time, so that it will help my body grow. Although she didn't know whether her body would grow like humans. Well, that's true. Chu Feng nodded. Meili is still very young and looks like a child of a few years old. It is true that we should drink more nutritious things. Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked at Kassa and said, one cold drink and one Neonian. Okay. Kassa, who was projected on the deck, smiled, and then commanded the auxiliary robot to bring 2 drinks and put them on the table next to Chu Feng. This life is so enjoyable. Hey, you two have been sitting there for so long, haven't you caught any big fish? Chu Feng looked at Luffy and Usopp sitting by the boat and said, the water tank used to raise fish on the boat is very large. It is as big as a small aquarium. This was designed by Chu Feng in advance, and the purpose was to eat fresh sea fish. At the same time, because of the existence of auxiliary robots, there is no need for manual water change and cleaning. Well, as long as it is not a sea king, ordinary fish can be accommodated. Tisk, wait for me, I will catch a super big fish soon, Luffy said with a hum, and then he noticed that his fishing rod had reacted, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I caught a fish, I caught a fish. It looks like it's a big one. Oh, Usopp rushed over excitedly and said, quick, Luffy, pull him up. Let Chu Feng see how powerful we are. Oh. Soon, a huge shark was pulled up by Luffy and landed on the deck, jumping back and forth. Chu Feng took off his sunglasses and took a look, a little speechless. Can this thing be eaten? If it can't be eaten, it's okay to keep it for viewing. Usopp carried the shark and rushed to the entrance of the water tank on the deck, throwing the shark in. Hey, hey, hey! Chu Feng sat up and said speechlessly, if you throw the shark in, won't it eat all the other fish? Wow, a buffet delivered directly to your door, right? No. Luffy pouted and then rushed into the house with Usopp. He wanted to see with his own eyes that sharks and the like would not necessarily eat other fish. Whatever you want. Chu Feng lay down calmly for a while. Anyway, there was no shortage of food now. Well, if it doesn't work tonight, just grill the fish. Sanji in the house looked at the shark eating other fish and was a little speechless. Are they idiots? They actually put the shark in. Well, stew it tonight. Hey, did the shark go in? Luffy and Usopp rushed in with a smile on their faces. There is a guy with a big horn. Yes, it came in. Nico Robin pointed at the shark and said, but all the fish I caught before were eaten by him. Usopp and Luffy. The two were dumbfounded. Was it really eaten? Chu Feng was right. Looking at the stunned expressions of the two, Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, think about the problem of coexistence, bastards. Isn't this a matter of course? Sanji felt like he was going to be pissed off. How ignorant were these two bastards? Damn it, I'm going to have it for dinner tonight. Sanji, grill it. Wait, you amateur. Sanji said unhappily, I finally got a fresh fish. Make it into sushi or blanch it in water and eat it with flavoring sauce and vinegar. It will taste great. Well, tempura is also okay. Now there is only one fish, we have to study how to eat it. Who told Luffy, that bastard, to let in a shark and eat all the others? Luffy's saliva flowed down directly, it sounds delicious. Well, eat it tonight. Listening to the movement in the house, Chu Feng smiled. This kind of life is pretty good. Where did the others go? Little Mary pulled down her sunglasses and said in confusion, why didn't I see Nami and the others? Nami is taking a bath in the house. Chu Feng threw a candy into his mouth and said, as for Chopper, he is probably still researching some potion or something. Well, I told him before to research a potion to treat people with poor sense of direction. I guess this little guy might have taken it seriously. I hope he can figure it out. Zoro is staying in the gravity room now. Chu Feng pointed to the figure on the high ground and said, this guy hasn't come out since he had dinner this morning. As for the others, they are all in the house. Chu Feng pointed to the door that Luffy had just run into. He could still hear their voices just now. Zoro is working so hard. Little Meili said with some emotion, he has been training these days. Yet. Chu Feng nodded, Kendo is different from others. There is no way to take shortcuts. And his goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman, so he works so hard. Is Zoro very talented? Strong. But he can get such a strong strength mainly because of his willpower. If he can't persist in working so hard, he will never become a powerful swordsman. Then should I work harder too? Little Meili seemed to be inspired and stood up immediately, I want to train too. Stand still. Chu Feng grabbed her and said, why are you training at such a young age? From the looks of it, this little guy is planning to go to the gravity room to exercise. Good man, aren't you afraid that you will lie down as soon as you enter? Also, who would go to the gravity room to exercise during their growth period? But the sensible Meili is so cute, coupled with this little princess look, so cutie it's going to explode. Damn, it seems like I want a daughter. A little Meili was a little confused. Don't I have to fight too? Chopper is a combatant. There are many ways to participate in the battle. Look at Usopp. Chu Feng thought about Usopp's sniping ability and said, his role is not to fight the enemy head-on, but to use his sniping ability to cover us. This is also a way to participate in the battle, and your way is to assist Casa to drive this ship together and exert the most powerful power of the star. He didn't forget that Meili has the ability to enhance the function of the ship. Is that so? Little Meili's eyes were full of doubts. She was young and didn't understand so many principles. In any case, you're right to listen to me. Chu Feng lay back down. When we really encounter a powerful enemy, we will naturally deal with it. If you really want to become stronger, study your fruit ability more. When you grow up, I will teach you armament haki. You can't practice armament haki if you are too young, whether it is spirit or physique. If you practice rashly, not only will you not be able to practice it, but you will hurt your body. That's irreversible damage. Okay. Little Meili accepted Chu Feng's advice and lay back on her little chair. Well, it's more comfortable to bask in the sun. Anami came out with a comfortable look on her face. The feeling of soaking in the hot spring is really great. Chu Feng, your design is really great. Isn't it? Chu Feng smiled. This is just the beginning. You will know how powerful this ship is in the future. Yanami nodded, looking forward to what Chu Feng said. Then he noticed the change in the sky and frowned slightly. I felt the temperature suddenly dropped since yesterday. Did we really enter the radiation sea area of Winter Island? Granny Kokoro didn't say anything like this. Shouldn't the next stop be Fishman Island? The record pointer didn't change. But why? Grand Line Chu Feng shrugged, anything is possible. As long as there is no problem with your record pointer, isn't it okay? That's right. Nami nodded, it was indeed the case. However, as soon as her voice fell, the sky gradually darkened and it began to snow. Chu Feng. I'll bask in the sun for a while, and you'll snow for me. You really deserve me. It's snowing. Luffy rushed out of the house and said happily, let's make a snowman. Then take me with you. Little Mary immediately became energetic when she heard this, jumped off the recliner, and quickly rushed to Luffy's side and said, my ability can manipulate the ice and snow that I have touched. The snowflakes made by the package also count when they touch other snowflakes. As long as there is contact, she can manipulate it. Yoshi Usopp said with his hands on his waist, then let's do a big thing. Great Chopper ran out of the house. How long have I not seen snowflakes? Since leaving the Drum Kingdom, he seems to have never seen snow. Unexpectedly, it snowed today. It seems that I need to make some warm food tonight. Sanji, holding a cigarette, looked at the sky and went back to the house. It takes a long time to stew the soup, so he has to prepare it in advance. By the way, where did the guy with the green algae head go? H.U. Zoro, who was swinging the equipment, sneezed twice and almost sprained his waist. That bastard scolded me. Looking out the window, Zoro was stunned for a moment. Is it snowing? It's rare. How long has it been since I saw snow? But the weather in the Grand Line is really magical. This island may be Spring Island, and the next island may be Winter Island. Should we say it is worthy of the Grand Line? Thinking of this, Zoro laughed. As he laughed, he found something wrong. There seemed to be a ship in front. Hey, Zoro picked up the microphone and said, there is a ship in front, but it looks a little strange. Strange? Chu Feng sat up and said, what do you mean? Could it be that he met the guy playing that pirate game again? In my opinion, that broken game should not exist. They don't play by the rules when playing, and they are always playing tricks. Which powerful person would be willing to play games with them? I'm so angry that I'll just go up and beat them up. It's a bit strange indeed. Usopp squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. There are no sails or flags. They are similar to the people I met in the previous game. Could it be that we met that group of people again? Humph, if it's them, kill them. Chu Feng snorted coldly. He said he would kill them the next time he met them, and he kept his word. Chapter 169, The Terrifying Sense of Oppression, The Terrifying Star. I don't know if it is, but there is nothing. Usopp shook his head. And it looks tattered. Is it a shipwreck? Sanji frowned. Or, speaking of which, there is a game circulating among pirates, a ruthless game called the David Tournament. Franky touched his chin and said, I don't know if it is that. Anyway, let's go and take a look. We have experienced that game before. Chopper felt a little uncomfortable when he recalled the experience of being taken away. The other party cheated and did not play according to the rules of the game. In the end, they were scared away by the angry Chu Feng. Could this group of people be the victims of that game? It's a bit pitiful. Did they run away? Franky took a look at Chu Feng and then retracted his gaze. If the other party does not play according to the rules of the game, this group of powerful people really doesn't need to play that boring game with them. In the end, whoever has the bigger fist is right in this world. Strength is the king. Wait, someone is out. Usopp squinted his eyes and said, fishing. Are they really the victims? They look very tired. They don't look like pirates. Could it really be the ship of the victims? What do you mean, Luffy? Chu Feng glanced at Luffy and said, do you want to go and take a look? After wandering on the sea for so long, it's rare to see a ship. Ah, let's go and take a look. Luffy said with a smile, if it's an enemy, just shoot it away. Casa, you heard what our captain said. Yeah. As soon as the voice fell, the star began to slowly sail towards the shipwreck. In the distance, on the shipwreck, several people were looking at the sea with a worried look on their faces. If there is no bait, how can there be bait on the hook? The bald man sighed, isn't this nonsense? Fish are not fools. Don't say it. The thin man sighed, what else can he do? It's better than doing nothing. The fat man said with a bored look, I'm idle anyway, let's give it a try. What if a fish is caught? They've made a profit. At this moment, the three noticed the star not far away, and their faces were instantly filled with fear. What is this? Iron Castle. But why can this iron castle float on the sea? This sense of oppression is too terrifying. Hey, are you okay? Luffy, standing on the bow, waved his hand and shouted, are you in trouble? The three ignored Luffy, but looked at the flag flying at the highest point. Pirates! It's pirates! Everyone come out, there are pirates coming! Run! Damn it, we don't have a sail, how can we run? Finally, the three ran to the side of the ship, raised their hands and shouted, please let us go, we have nothing. Luffy. Did he show that he wanted to kill these people? He shook his head and motioned Casa to come over. After approaching, several people went to take a look. It looks like Franky looked at the ship, then looked at the few people, his eyes were a little strange. You and the ship are in such a bad state. It's all so broken, could it be that it has experienced a shipwreck? This is too strange. Could it be that they really played that game? Who are you? Luffy asked curiously. Pirates. No, no, no. The thin man immediately said, we are just fishermen who are in a bad state. Fishermen? Yeah. The thin man nodded. About 3 days ago, we were attacked by a ship of unknown origin. Not only did they steal all the food, but the sails were also damaged and the boat was broken, so we have been drifting. So even if you attack us, you won't get any benefit. Don't worry. Luffy said with a smile, we don't plan to rob you. For such victims, Luffy will not take action. You guys must be hungry now. We're also going to eat. Come and eat with us. Hearing Luffy's words, the other party was a little dumbfounded. Really? No problem. Inviting them to eat together. No problem. Luffy said with a smile, our chef will not ignore people like you. After that, Luffy shouted to the back, hey, Sanji, the meal is not ready yet, I'm hungry. Ah, it's almost ready, wait a little longer. But before that, Sanji glanced at Chopper and said, Chopper, that's the patient you've been waiting for a long time, go over and take a look at them. Chopper hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chu Feng, and saw him looking at him with encouraging eyes before he spoke, the injured people, come to me first. Are there people who can't move? Thin man. The pet is talking. I'm not a pet, I'm a pirate. The angry Chopper quickly grew bigger. Bounty 50 Baileys of the sea. At the end, Chopper couldn't say anything. 50 Baileys or something. Damn Navy. It shouldn't be a problem. Meili, who was sitting on Chu Feng's shoulder, said softly, they. Don't worry, Casa is here. Chu Feng smiled, besides, if they really have any bad intentions, I will kill them without mercy. For the last 2 sentences, Chu Feng did not deliberately lower his voice, but deliberately let the other side hear clearly. Then he looked at them with a meaningful look, which scared them directly. Don't worry, we won't do anything we shouldn't do. The man's eyes were so scary, it seemed that he was not looking at a person, but looking at an experimental equipment. I don't know why, but this is what they think now. After some treatment and eating, the group of people looked much better. At this time, Casa noticed that a cone-headed man came out of the opposite ship. After seeing that there was no one else around, he took out the Den Mushi and connected. It's me. Den Mushi imitated the voice of the man on the opposite side. What's the situation over there? Hello. The cone-headed man said, actually, we are trying to win over a pirate ship now. Hey, what does that flag look like? What kind of? The cone-headed man looked up at the highest flag and said, there is a straw hat on the skull. The flag that has never been seen before should be a newcomer who has just gone to sea. Otherwise, he would not be so naive. However, how rich must his family be to have such a scary pirate ship just after going to sea? And this ship has no sails, how does it move? What did you say? The man on the other side breathed faster after hearing this. It's them. Do you know him? Of course, the man's tone was very shocked. They made a big fuss on Judicial Island not long ago, forcing the Navy to launch a demon-killing order. After that, they left with a total bounty of more than 1.2 billion for the Straw Hat Pirates. 1.2 billion. The cone-headed man was dumbfounded. Is it so high? This is too scary. But why do they look like a group of newcomers? Wait, do they think that this group of people is not a threat at all and don't take them seriously? 1.2 billion strength, it seems that this is the case. Yes, 1.2 billion. The man took a deep breath and said, you know what you should do? Must get the pirate flag and head of this group of people. In this way, the name of their family will be even more terrifying. I see. The cone-headed man nodded, and at the same time he was sighing in his heart. After knowing 1.2 billion, he still dared to do it. He was really too brave. Listen carefully, don't let them run away before we arrive. The man was breathing very fast. Although this group of people was very strong, they were now on the sea. As long as they were on the sea, they were invincible. So what if it was 1.2 billion? Take them down. The cone-headed man hesitated and said, in fact, their ship is very strange. Strange? So what? They are dead. The man hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking, without giving any face. The cone-headed man was speechless. He felt that things might change. Such a huge ship, are you sure the plan can succeed? He shook his head and went back to the cabin to prepare things. However, what he didn't know was that all his actions were exposed to Cass's surveillance. Is he still a spy? Cass said coldly, and then told Chu Feng about this matter. Are you going to destroy them? Not yet. Chu Feng shook his head. If we kill them, we will alert the enemy. The person who just talked to him will probably come soon. Then we will kill them all together. These guys may just be small shrimps used for fishing. There is no point in killing them. The big fish behind is the key. Now Chu Feng has remembered who the other party is. It's just a little-known bounty hunter family. Their hobby is to steal other people's pirate flags. It's ridiculous. Dare to provoke their Straw Hat Pirates. They are really not afraid of death. Knowing that their total bounty is over 1.2 billion, and still dare to come. He is really brave. After eating and drinking, everyone chatted on the deck. The cone-headed man also took this opportunity to get a bucket of special wine, and then returned to the Star. After attracting everyone's attention, the cone-headed man smiled and said, sorry, you helped us a lot. Let us repay you. After that, he threw the barrel in his hand to Soran, who caught it easily with one hand. Wine. Yes. The cone-headed man nodded, this is our special and proud wine, drink it. Really? Then I want to try it. Soran laughed and poured himself a glass and took a sip, then nodded, although it is not as good as Chu Feng's, the taste is also okay. Really? I'm glad you like it. The cone-headed man smiled and touched his head, acting very shy. 00. Chu Feng, on the other hand, lay on the recliner with his arms folded across his chest. After looking at the cone-headed man with a meaningful look, he closed his eyes. This guy's acting skills are really good, but your companion's performances are not so good. It is obvious that they have problems. Never mind, at most, let Zoro sleep for another night. Just now, he had asked Kassadin to use a micromechanical mosquito to get into the wine barrel to check the ingredients. It was just a simple drug. You can only sleep for a night after drinking it. Well, just treat it as a lesson for Zoro. You can't just take things from strangers. When little Meili, who was put aside by Chu Feng, opened her mouth and was about to say something, Chu Feng held her head and said, "Don't talk yet." Okay. Little Meili nodded sullenly and drank the bottle herself. You guys are so weird. Usopp, holding a toothpick in his mouth, said strangely, "There is no food, but there is alcohol." Yet. The cone-headed man smiled awkwardly, and then changed the subject. This thing is really delicious. This is what I mean by escaping from a desperate situation. Now I have to thank you all the more. He didn't have time to eat because he was out doing things just now. The taste is really good. It's great to eat something so delicious after being hungry for so long. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Luffy smiled and waved his hand. If it tastes good, eat more. Yeah, there's still a lot in the pot. Sanji also smiled. Let the hungry people eat their fill, this is Sanji's code of conduct. Even if this person is an enemy, he will let the other party eat his fill before killing him. That won't work. The cone-headed man shook his head. How can I not care? You must go to our port to sea and let us repay you. In this way, he can complete the task. Sanji, who was wiping the dishes, paused for a moment, looked up at the back of the cone-headed man and said, "Go to your port. The point is to take us to your place, right?" As if he had sensed Sanji's scrutiny, the cone-headed man smiled very naively. Did I get it wrong? The answer is correct. After all, our ship is now. Ha ha ha, this is an interesting uncle. Luffy said with a smile. Okay, no problem. It is probably just to send their ship over together, which is very simple for them. After all, compared to the Star, their ship is no different from a larger lifeboat. Really, it's a big help, the cone-headed man said with gratitude. Thank you. Hey, Luffy Nami was a little dumbfounded. Where is Fishman Island? If you go around other islands, the record will be overwritten. You know, the current record pointer has a magnetic collection device made by Chu Feng, and it can be recorded in one day. Then Fishman Island can't be visited. After dropping them off, it will be fine to leave immediately. Luffy smiled. What's the matter? They are in trouble now, help them. It won't delay anything anyway. Nami was a little helpless when she heard this, but she didn't say anything else. Luffy said so. What else can she say? Oh, the cone-headed man said gratefully, it's great to meet a reasonable captain. Then I'll leave it to you. In this way, his mission can be completed. Nico Robin glanced at the cone-headed man, and then at Chu Feng. She always felt that Chu Feng knew something. Forget it, ask him later. But their captain is really easy to trust others. This cone-headed man always exudes a very fake feeling. And those guys just now were planning to put drugs in the food, what a clumsy method. After getting a positive answer, the cone-headed man tied his pirate ship to the tail of the Star. He was pulled forward like this, thinking about the port in his mouth. As time went by, the pirate ship gradually fell into silence. Some guys who were accidentally drugged have fallen into a deep sleep. For example, Luffy and Usopp, the two idiots. But what surprised Chu Feng was that Zoro was not asleep. Didn't he drink the wine just now? Thinking of this, Chu Feng expressed his doubts to Zoro. Zoro waved his hand. I knew there was a problem, how could I drink it? He drank that sip just for show, and then he went to the bathroom and vomited it all out. Do you really think he can't detect the smell of the drug? Well, let's put on some thick clothes first, it's cold outside. Chu Feng shrugged, it seems that this guy's alertness is still quite good. As for the three guys, Chu Feng shook his head, just take it as a lesson. I hope they are ready. Chu Feng put Xiao Meili on his shoulders and said. I was going to wait for those people behind him to come together. But you drugged him directly. Then don't blame us. 7. Chapter 170, shocking changes the appearance of warship's deadly escape. What do you mean? The fat man glanced at the others and said, are you going to do it? Of course, what are you hesitating about now? But the bald man hesitated, I really don't want to do this, they are all good people. That's right, not only did they not attack us, but they also gave us food. The thin man agreed with his point of view very much, repaying kindness with enmity. What are you talking about? This doesn't solve the problem. That's right, if we can get such a great ship. The blonde man's eyes flashed with brilliance, we can definitely kill them. No, the cone-headed man immediately said, this ship will be handed over to them. We just completed the task assigned to me, that's all. What a bullshit task! The blonde man stood up and said angrily, we don't want to do this. Seize this ship and fight back, otherwise, the deputy captain will die with regrets. If they do nothing, wouldn't the deputy captain have died in vain? Hey, it's your freedom to quarrel. Franky slowly walked to a high place and said, but if you plan any dangerous plans, I won't agree. What? Hearing Franky's words, the eyes of several people below were full of disbelief. Shouldn't you have fallen asleep? When they came out just now, they did see these people sleeping. I just lied to you. Chu Feng said lightly, do you really think we will be tricked? The taste of the potion is too strong. Nico Robin said with a smile, we can't sleep that way. They secretly put drugs in the food around her. Do you really think she is a vegetarian? If she would be fooled by such a simple trick, then she would not be able to survive in the dark world for 20 years. She would have died long ago. How dare you use such an excessive drug, which made my dishes go to waste? Sanji said unhappily, you all should be mentally prepared to do this in front of me. We will not show mercy. Nami took out the weather stick, ready to give this group of people a hard time at any time. Seeing the atmosphere gradually tense, the cone-headed man immediately said, everyone calm down first, let me make it clear first, we are not suspicious people. Really a kind fisherman. There should be a limit to being suspicious. Sanji sneered, do you think we will believe it? That's right. Little Meili waved her fist and said, we kindly gave you food, but you actually drugged us. You said you were ordinary fishermen. Who would believe it? This is impossible. Tell me, if the reason is valid, I can leave you a whole body. Chu Feng said lightly, otherwise, I will transform you into monsters. I mean what I say. Several people shuddered when they heard it, and only then did they understand why they understood the man's eyes so well not long ago. It turned out that their intuition was not wrong. Okay, let's make it clear. Franky twisted his wrist and walked up, otherwise, you know the consequences. Wait a minute, the cone-headed man immediately said nervously, everyone will understand after you make it clear. Hehe, then you tell me. The cone-headed man hesitated again, and he couldn't say it. So you plan to do it from the beginning? Nami said coldly, you're pretending to be pitiful. If that's the case, we have no choice but to kill them. Tisk. Hearing this, the blonde man rushed out with 2 people, pulled out the weapon from his waist and said, why are you talking so much? After killing them, the things will be ours too. That's right, after we get the boat, we can challenge that group of people again. I can't stand listening to those guys' orders anymore. He would rather die in battle than live like this. But, the bald man said with an embarrassed look, they take care of us so much. This kind of ingratitude will be despised. You are so annoying, the blonde man said coldly, if you don't do it, we will do it ourselves. After that, he rushed towards Chu Feng and others with weapons. Is this your answer? Chu Feng's face turned cold, you are really brave. Humph, simple and easy to understand, very good. Franky showed an excited look, and he can hammer people again. Just before the few people were about to start, the cone-headed man rushed up and pressed the 3 people to the ground. You retreat. This operation directly confused Chu Feng, and his movements were not smooth. You are sorry, they are all impatient guys. The cone-headed man said with cold sweat on his face, they have no ill intentions. I am right after saying that, the cone-headed man smiled and tried to get everyone's approval. After all, they are facing a terrifying pirate group with a bounty of more than 1.2 billion. Head-on battle. Relying on a few of them. Isn't that courting death? What are you laughing at? Franky was not moved at all. Do you want to get away with it? I can already feel your malicious intentions clearly, okay? That's right, Nami snorted and said, I originally felt that you were strange, claiming to be fishermen, but the way you fish is completely different. You are amateurs at first glance. Is it not over yet? Zoro, wearing thick clothes, came out, holding the two sleeping idiots in his hands. Then he looked at the person who was pressed to the ground by the cone-headed man with some surprise. What happened? The other party has already started. Chu Feng said lightly, but I don't know why they suddenly stopped. Humph, maybe it's because they know our bounty. Zoro showed a hint of a grim smile, after all, their bounty is very high. The cone-headed man's face changed when he heard this. Did he still get discovered? Damn it, now. The cone-headed man gritted his teeth. Just when everyone thought he was going to take action, the cone-headed man turned around and ran away. Retreat. Enemy crowd. Straw Hat Pirates. This guy is a glutinous cake. Casa, treat them well. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, several drones flew out and chased the other party. Even if this group of people jumped into the sea, they didn't stop. Humph, if you can still survive like this, you are lucky. Chu Feng snorted and threw a bomb into the sea. Boom. He clapped his hands and said with some regret, what a pity, it's a good experimental material. Don't say such terrible things. Nami punched Chu Feng, get rid of this idea in my mind, do you hear me? What if I teach little Meili bad things? Really, I don't know why, little Meili has been sticking to Chu Feng recently. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, I'm just talking. It's just to scare them, it's not a big deal. Nami snorted, then looked around and said, by the way, have you seen Chopper? I didn't see him anywhere. Sanji heard this and thought, Chopper is gone. Hey, this is bad. Could it be that these guys took Chopper away while they were pretending to be unconscious? Did he get captured by the group just now? Nico Robin said solemnly, this possibility is very high. Little Mary was dumbfounded. Chopper was captured. Chu Feng, go save him. Although little Mary didn't know much, she knew that it would be miserable if she was captured by the enemy. Casa, did you see where Chopper went? Chu Feng looked up and asked. I saw it. Casa's projection appeared in front of Chu Feng. Mr. Chopper went to the ship behind with that kid. Tisk, is that so? Zoro turned his head and looked behind. He dared to trick Chopper away. He was very brave. Anyway, let's go to their ship and take a look. Nami looked up at the sky and said, it's getting stronger, maybe there will be a blizzard. It's hard to say whether there will be other changes at that time. Having said that, what about these two guys? Zoro glanced at Luffy and Usopp who were sleeping soundly, his eyes full of disgust. These two guys are really hopeless. Nami's face was full of dissatisfaction. She had experienced such a thing once before, why would she be fooled again? Do you really think that others will be kind enough to give you something to drink? With a long sigh of relief, Nami punched Luffy and Usopp on the head with two fierce punches. Get up. The power was so great that Chu Feng surprised. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he seemed to have really seen the armament haki just now. What's wrong? Usopp and Luffy opened their eyes in confusion, and then shivered. Hey, it seems very cold. My head hurts, it hurts so much. Usopp felt. It felt like he was hit by Nami. Is it an illusion? Hey, put your clothes on the boat. Chu Feng threw a cotton coat to Usopp and Luffy. Really, your innocence is beyond my imagination. Ah, thank you. After putting on the cotton coat, Chu Feng briefly explained the situation to the two bastards. What Usopp's face was full of anger. Those bastards dared to lie to us. So brave. You said Chopper is on the ship behind, right? Luffy, standing on a high place, looked at the distance and said, then let's go over and rescue him. At this moment, a man appeared on the pirate ship, and it was the cone-headed man. He's not dead. Chu Feng was a little surprised. This guy's luck is too good. He didn't show mercy. Now it's no use throwing bombs. What if Chopper gets hurt? Hey, bastard, Luffy said viciously, where is Chopper? Hand him over. He actually dared to take away his ship's doctor. Did he really think he wouldn't get angry? The cone-headed man was stunned for a moment. Who is Chopper? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Captain Straw Hat Boy, the cone-headed man drew his sword and said, thank you for your care. I'm really sorry for doing that. We have reasons to do this. So let's say goodbye now. After that, the cone-headed man raised the weapon in his hand and planned to cut off the connection between the two ships. Oh no, he wants to cut the rope. He wants to do this in front of me, Chu Feng snorted. Even if you cut it open, what does it matter? Do you really think you can escape the pursuit of the star? Kasha, break his arm for me. Got it. Bang. With a gunshot, the arm of the cone-headed man holding the weapon was instantly blown off. The intense pain instantly swept through his brain, and the cone-headed man immediately knelt on the ground. Humph, you know how powerful we are. Little Meili waved her little fist and said, without any fear. After all, she is also the ship spirit of the pirate ship, how could she be afraid of the battle between pirates? Chu Feng looked at little Meili helplessly, always feeling that this little girl had awakened something extraordinary. Thinking of this, a picture instantly emerged in Chu Feng's mind. Little Meili was holding a pink Gatling gun, standing on a high place like a runaway loli, laughing and shooting. Shaking his head, he threw this terrible idea out of his mind. How could their Meili be so terrible? The little princess just needs to stay cute forever. At this moment, a strange sound was heard around. What's that sound? Usopp's eyes showed a trace of doubt. He climbed to the side of the ship and looked around, and then noticed something strange in the distance. After a closer look, his pupils shrank. Navy. Navy. What? Damn, have they discovered us? Zoro's face looked a little ugly, and he really couldn't let them go. At this time, Sanji was a little unhappy. Luffy, let's kill them. Just one or two warships dared to come to trouble their Straw Hat pirates, they really don't know how to write the word death. Okay, Luffy waved his hand, kill them, and then go find Chopper. Oh. However, when they moved forward for a distance, they were dumbfounded, something is wrong. Usopp looked at the increasing number of warships around and said, this scale is more terrible than the Demon Slayer order. There are at least more than 20 warships around, what is this for? Is that so? What virtue do we have in the Straw Hat Pirates? Why would the Navy come? And it's a fleet. Chu Feng frowned. Would the Navy of this period come to encircle them? Shouldn't we be on guard against Whitebeard? Or is it that Ace has not been handed over to the Navy yet, and Aokiji has also woken up? So there is pressure to conquer the world, and they must be eliminated at all costs. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's face was a little ugly. We can't fight anymore. There may be 2 Navy admirals in the fleet in the distance. If it is really as he thought, Aokiji will be there 100%. It's hard to say who the other one is. But even if the other one is a substitute admiral, they can't touch him now. Except for him, no one in the Straw Hat Pirates has the strength to fight the other side in a one-on-one duel. What if Sengoku is a little more insidious and sends an extra 0.7 high-end combat power? The Straw Hat Pirates might be wiped out here. Then we can only escape. Nami gritted her teeth and looked at the only place without a Navy ship and shouted, Casa, let's rush out from that direction. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the star quickly turned around and rushed away. It took only a few seconds to get out of the Navy's encirclement. Ha ha ha, I got through, Luffy said happily. Damn Navy, want to catch us? Dream on. Ha ha, that's right, the Navy is powerless, Usopp laughed. Chu Feng found something wrong. After rushing out for a distance, Chu Feng raised his head and said, the other party didn't fire. Something's wrong. Casa, did you see what was going on? I saw it clearly. Casa's projection appeared in front of Chu Feng and said, at first I didn't see what it was, but when we rushed out I found that those were not warships at all, but illusions created by the other party with special means. There was no way. From the time they discovered it to the time they rushed out, only a few seconds had passed. She just took a last look. Before that, all computing power was analyzing how to deal with so many warships. Have you been deceived? Chu Feng's face sank slightly. If so, the other party deliberately drove us in this direction. Haha, so brave. Let's talk about this later. Luffy waved his hand indifferently. If there are really enemies, we just beat them away. What we need to do now is to bring Chopper back. It would be bad if those bastards took advantage of this time to hurt Chopper. The others nodded when they heard this. The child was probably there to treat the other person's injuries. If he was hurt, his heart might be hurt. Chapter 171, Cunning Melee. Unhappy Chu Feng, who did this stinky girl learn from? Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates came to the pirate ship behind. Chopper, Luffy shouted, where are you? Hey, Chopper, we're here to pick you up. Answer me if you're here. Stop, don't move. The blonde man gritted his teeth and rushed up with a weapon, blocking several people in front of him. If you take another step forward. Stop. Stop. The cone-headed man climbed up from the ground with difficulty and stopped his action. Don't do anything to them. Hee, a wise choice. Chu Feng sneered and said, if you hadn't said this, this person would have been lying down. Also, you'd better pray that Chopper is okay, otherwise, I'll tie you up and feed you to the fish. I kindly invited you to have a meal, do you really think they are good guys? The cone-headed man smiled with a forced smile, then knelt on the ground and said to Luffy, Straw Hat Boy, I'm sorry. We were wrong for deceiving you before, please forgive us. Luffy didn't say anything, but looked at the cone-headed man's broken arm, and said in silence, forget it, we are just here to find Chopper. Just think of it as a kind gesture. You are too naive, Luffy. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, or let me sink them into the sea. As a pirate, you should know what the other party's behavior just now means. That's already a declaration of war. But... Luffy looked at the cone-headed man who was covering his broken arm and said, you have already taught him a lesson. And the others looked like weak chickens, and they looked injured all over. If they took action, it would be a bit of bullying. Chu Feng was a little speechless. Breaking an arm is considered a lesson. At this moment, Chopper ran out from inside. Luffy. Chopper, Luffy said with a look of surprise, you are here indeed. Come on, let's go back quickly. It seems that everything is fine. Chu Feng looked at Chopper carefully and nodded. It seems that the other party did not bully Chopper. Is there any seriously ill patient who needs Chopper's treatment? Oh, it's that Phoenix. Tisk, in that case, then breaking an arm is a lesson, after all, Luffy said so. Of course, if others dare to do it, 08 then don't blame him for being rude. Speaking of which, the vitality of this group of people is really tenacious. The attack just now didn't kill them, but just a little blood. It's outrageous, they are just some weak chickens. Chopper said with some embarrassment, not now. What do you mean, what happened? Luffy. Chopper walked in front of Luffy and said, I still want to stay on this ship for a while. There is a seriously injured patient here. Although he was treated urgently, he is still in danger. Please, let me take care of him until he wakes up. Looking at Chopper looked serious, Luffy smiled, really I see. Then I'll wait for you. Luffy thought for a moment and said to Chu Feng and the others, you guys go back to the star, I'll wait for Chopper here. Just tow this ship for a few days until Chopper is done here. After all, this is Chopper's wish as a ship doctor, he must agree. Chu Feng nodded when he heard this, then looked at the others and said with a warning, you guys better be honest, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After that, he pointed to the top of his head. The cone-headed man looked up and found that there were several drones floating above the ship. As long as they dare to do anything bad, just kill them. Don't worry, we won't do anything. The cone-headed man had a bitter smile on his face. How could he do anything at this time? Humph, I hope you guys know what's good for you. Little Meili, who was standing on Chu Feng's shoulder, pinched her waist and said, otherwise, I won't be polite either. As she spoke, she used her fruit ability to create a snow-white pistol and pointed it at several people. Chu Feng immediately raised his hand to hold her back. Little girl, what if you fall down? You're such a fool. Isn't this the desert eagle, which he had researched by accident before? AC degree C trademark 1/2 E cent I 1/4 OE trademark A degree AAA Euro A with diaresis superscript 1A 1/4 A with diaresis 1/2 AEA. AEA co AEA trademark A degree I 1/4 Y. AAA Euro A degree AE cent, A 1/2 A degree AEOEA A degree A registered trademark AE superscript 1C superscript 2 3/4 CAI 1/4 OC copyright A cent trademark E Euro OEA Euro A superscript 1 I 1/4 OEA. AEA 3/4 AEA Euro. A degree AC trademark 1/2 co 1/4 I 1/4 OEA 1/4 A degree AE per thousand A 1/4 superscript 1 A degree A Euro A superscript 1 A degree EEAA with diaresis. E registered trademark E trademark AEI 1/4 OEA degree AEA Euro trademark C trademark AE degree EI 1/4 ESI AI 1/4 A CEI 1/4 OEA EAEA 1/4 A 1/2 I 1/4 Psi A degree AA Euro A degree AE cent, A 1/2 AE. C Euro E cent AE co IA I 1/4 OEA per thousand AEA superscript 1 superscript 2 AA Euro. AOC 3/4 C Euro co 1/4 AE superscript 3 AE plus or minus AE plus or minus co C Euro EA plus or minus AE cent. A 1/2 I 1/4 OEA superscript 1 AE superscript 2 A 1/2 AE degree EEAE trademark E superscript 2 A degree plus or minus AE trademark E superscript 2 I 1/4 OEA 1/2 A with ring above per thousand AA with diaresis Euro A superscript 1 A Euro. A superscript 3 degree AE per thousand AE copyright E Euro AA with ring above degree AE cent, A 1/2 plus or minus A degree EAEA Euro. EC 1/4 A. C 1/4 A Euro. EAEOE per thousand C superscript 1 A Euro. E degree AI 1/4 OEA plus or minus AA with ring above AE 3/4 degree AA cent A Euro AOC 3/4 superscript 2 A 1/2 AE degree A Euro co 1/4 A with diaresis AEAE trademark A superscript 1 C A with ring above I 1/4 OE cent A 1/2 AE per thousand C degree cent A degree A Euro. A superscript 3 1/2 E degree AOEA. A degree A Euro ECA with ring above A Euro. Well, I'll dress up little Meili after I go back. After all, this little princess is so cute. Chu Feng. If he hadn't seen this little girl lying on Nami's shoulder and sticking her tongue out at him, he would have believed it. Who did this stinky girl learn from? Why is she so naughty? Thinking of this, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head, and when he saw the cone-headed man and others looking at him with strange eyes, he said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen how to educate a child? You better be honest, otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as breaking your arm." After a snort, Chu Feng said hello to Luffy and Chopper, and then turned and walked towards the star. Chopper stared blankly at the backs of the few people leaving, and after a while he murmured, "Why do I feel that Meili is a little bit wrong? Is it an illusion?" Forget it, let's get down to business. It's probably an illusion. The next morning, Chu Feng came out refreshed, stood on the deck and looked at the sky in the distance. Ah! Sunrise! Another beautiful day began. Sure enough, when you are in a good mood, you will like everything. Nami rolled her eyes and said, Virtue. Then she looked around, and a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Why are there icebergs all around? Why did she have a strange feeling? Because of the existence of icebergs, the ship's forward direction was restricted. Could it be that there was something waiting for them in front? It is probably a trap set by someone. Chu Feng said lightly, there is a bounty hunter family on the Grand Line. Specializes in hunting pirates passing by here, and also likes to collect pirate flags. This is probably their territory. Really? Nami's face changed. If so, haven't we fallen into the enemy's trap? At this time, the road behind was blocked by 2 icebergs, which completely confirmed Chu Feng's statement. This made Nami's face even uglier. What are you afraid of? Zoro on the deck said calmly, do you think we are easy to mess with? Bounty hunter family. Ha! Crocodile's bounty hunter guild was crushed by them. Are you still afraid of such a rubbish family? At this time, Casa projected in front of Chu Feng and said, a large number of marine creatures were detected passing under the ship. They look like penguins. Penguins? Nami's face showed a strange look. This is the radiation range of Winter Island. It is normal to have penguins. But judging from their actions, they should be planning to push the iceberg. Nami. Okay, that's not normal. Whose penguin is pushing the iceberg when he has nothing to do? It seems that they were the ones who blocked the retreat just now. Tisk, interesting. Chu Feng glanced at the iceberg in front and said, Casa, go around the gap, I want to see what kind of guys these guys are. They actually dared to attack the Straw Hat Pirates. Doesn't the bounty of more than 1.2 billion have any deterrent effect these days? These guys actually still have their eyes on them, they really don't know how to live or die. Got it. Casa nodded, and then disappeared on the spot. He controlled the star to avoid one iceberg after another, and moved forward steadily. It seems that there are more enemies to cut. Zoro said excitedly, I hope there are swordsmen in the other crowd. The training in the past few days made him feel that his strength has improved a little, and now he really wants to find someone to fight. In Chu Feng's words, the fastest way to improve strength is actual combat. It's just that there are no enemies to fight at ordinary times, so he can only train. Now that he has a chance, he won't let it go. Hey, it really seems interesting. Nami looked around coldly, in that case, let's let those guys see how powerful we are. At this time, other people also came out one after another. Usopp looked around and said, why are there so many icebergs? Hey, Casa, how did you enter such a dangerous sea area? Before Casa spoke, Nami spoke first, this is a trap. We have entered the enemy's trap. Then she explained the situation to others. Usopp. Looking around, he immediately found that the iceberg seemed to be moving. It should be the penguin that Casa mentioned just now. Nico Robin guessed, the purpose is to guide us into their trap. But Nico Robin looked at the star and said, I'm afraid they underestimated the power of this ship. Not to mention the iceberg trap, even if it is a tsunami, whirlpool, or hurricane. She felt that there was no way to destroy the star. Since the other party wants to play, we will play with them. Chu Feng shrugged, of course, the price at that time is their lives. If you dare to take action against pirates, you need to be prepared accordingly. They are not a group of good guys. They have done a lot of things like killing enemies. Humph, it's just some icebergs. Zoro snorted, do you think this can hinder us? Looking at the iceberg not far away, Zoro jumped up and rushed directly up. With a casual knife, the entire iceberg was split directly. Looking at Zoro above, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Didn't I just say that I would follow their wishes and play with them? What do you mean, Humph, although I don't know what kind of person they are? Franky sneered and said, but they are really brave. Let's have a big fight. A mere bounty hunter family dares to target the Straw Hat Pirates. They probably don't know how to write the word death. In that case, let them feel the wrath of the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was tense and wanted to teach that group of people a lesson. After a while, little Mary found something wrong. That. Where's Zoro? Straw Hat Pirates. Hasanji was a little dumbfounded. Didn't that idiot jump off the ice just now? You're a jerk. After chopping the iceberg, at least get back to the ship. You can just jump off such a big ship. This is great, the people are gone. You don't come down, are you looking at the scenery on it, bastard? I have to look for people again, Chu Feng said, covering his head, one by one. Can't he save some trouble? At this moment, a large number of icebergs suddenly rushed out from under the water and directly cut off the rope connecting the star to the back. Quick, get out of the way, Nami shouted. Kasha, you can observe the icebergs under the water, don't get hit. God knows how many there are below. Don't worry. The star moved quickly, flexibly dodging one iceberg after another, and after a moment, it entered a dead end. Chu Feng. Kasha, is this how you lead the way? There is no other way. In order to avoid the large number of icebergs below, you can only go this way. Kasha, who was projected in front of Chu Feng, was a little helpless, but that was the fact. Oh, forget it. Chu Feng waved his hand, glanced at the iceberg blocking the road in front and said, I guess the enemy will soon appear. 537. After all, there is no way to go now, which proves that the enemy should take action. Hey, the ship behind is gone. Usopp, who was lying on the side of the ship, looked back and was stunned. Luffy and the others are still up there. Why are they also? Nami covered her face, not knowing what to say. Why are they all like this? How can it make people worry less? Forget it, they can take care of themselves, let's take care of this side first. Chu Feng waved his hand and looked up at the ice surface in the distance. The enemy will probably come out soon, everyone should be ready for battle. Sanji glanced at the ice layer behind him and retracted his sight. Although the green algae-headed bastard was a road idiot, he could still take care of himself. The same is true for Chopper with Luffy. Here we come. Chu Feng glanced at the iceberg on the side, and several people rushed over from it. Finally found you. Shoo. Hawk Lu, the third son, had a smile on his face. After taking them down, he would give his father a birthday present. When he saw the star clearly, he was a little dumbfounded. What kind of ship is this? Wait, is this the strange ship you mentioned before? Is it made of steel? How does it move? Shoo. Alberu and others had the same expression, but they quickly suppressed the shock on their faces. In any case, after they take down this group of people, the ship will be theirs. I'll take a closer look when the time comes. Thinking of this, done. Alberu, the eldest daughter, cleared her throat and adjusted her state. I'm telling you guys, done. Alberu laughed, if you get lost in the ice sea road, you'll never be able to return to the open sea again. Give up. After all, no one has ever gone out from here. I think so too, dear Sarug, the eldest son-in-law, hugged Dun Alberu and kissed him. Right, Dun. Alberu's eyes were red with hearts, we really have a lot in mind. Looking at the two people showing their affection in the distance, Sanji felt bad. It's so uncomfortable. Such a beautiful lady is with such a disgusting idiot. Damn, that bastard, fight me right now. He was suppressed by Nami with a punch before he finished speaking. Really, how boring are you? Unfortunately, if we want to leave here, it's easy. Nami snorted, then looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, let's get out of here first. There are icebergs all around, which is very annoying. Didn't I say it paused? Alberu said a little unhappy, since you are trapped here, you can't get out. So just surrender obediently. Hehe, unfortunately, what we are least good at is surrendering. Chu Feng sneered, and then said to Kassadin, Kassadin, use the ejection mode and fly out. The command has been received and started. As the voice fell, a blue light appeared behind the star, and then it ejected and took off. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 172, Lost Zoro found the enemy base. Flying up paused. Arubalu and his friends opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of disbelief. Why can their pirate ship fly? This is too incredible. That ship looks at least 100 meters long. Can such a huge thing fly? We must get it, Arubalu said excitedly, we must get it. Dad will definitely like this birthday gift very much. Even Arubalu felt that this ship might be unique in the world. Only such a thing is worthy of their family's status. Thinking of this, Arubalu immediately took out the Den Mushi and began to contact his second brother. Second brother, here is the latest situation. What's wrong? The other party's ship is very strange. It flew into the sky and escaped. Arubalu said excitedly, it seems that there should be some other functions that have not been used. I have a feeling that this ship may be the best ship in the world. We must get it. Dad will definitely like this gift very much. A question mark appeared on Brandy's, the second son, face. What the hell is going on? Anyway, they are no longer in the encirclement, right? Yeah, that's right. Hey. Brandy sighed, then looked at Akano and said, Dad, things are bad. Akano didn't understand what his daughter was saying, but he knew that the people had escaped. After thinking for a while, he said, let's get their pirate flag first. Oh. As expected of Dad, it's a brilliant idea. Brandy smiled, then looked at Den Mushi and said, you also heard what Dad meant, so just do it. Then he hung up the phone. Got it. Arub nodded. He looked at his sister and said, Sister, I'll leave this to you. This is my dear father's order. Pause. Lilu, the youngest daughter, looked at her sister angrily, and finally sighed, okay. He took out a red meatball, walked to the edge of the ice and said, go, flying fish, please. Then he threw the red meatball in his hand out. This is a special meatball that can be used to command flying fish. As soon as the voice fell, a flying fish rushed out from underwater, swallowed the red meatball in one bite, and quickly flew to the distant star. It wanted to snatch the pirate flag on that ship. Chu Feng, who noticed this scene, sneered and said, Innocent, Kassa, shoot it down for me. The order has been received and started to execute. As soon as the voice fell, several drones quickly took off from the star and rushed towards the flying fish. Countless bullets quickly hit the other party, scaring it to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, how could a mere carbon-based creature be faster than a steel body? It was soon caught up by a drone and shot down. What a strange fish! Nico Robin said as she looked at the flying fish shot down by the drone, it can actually fly. It has wings. Little Mary waved her hands and said, how interesting. It would be nice if it could be caught and raised, but unfortunately it was killed by Chu Feng. This is a provocation. Nico Robin said lightly, I think you should all know the consequences of the pirate flag being taken away. I'm afraid Luffy will. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and in their minds, they could not help but think of Luffy looking at them with a look of disgust, picking his nose and saying, you guys, when I'm not here, you can't even keep the pirate flag. What an idiot. Nami. The last thing I want to do is to be called an idiot by that idiot. Damn, did they almost experience such a horrible thing just now? This is a declaration of war, Little Mary said with one foot on the small stool. This is the other party's declaration of war on us. We must not let them go. How dare they steal the pirate flag? Isn't this a slap in their face? Most of those guys' homes are in this ice area. Chu Feng touched his chin and thought, I don't know where exactly. Casa, release the drone swarm first to find the other party's location. After finding the other party, kill them all. Dare to provoke them, the Straw Hat Pirates, really don't know how to live or die. Soon, the drone swarm found the other party's location. Listening to Casa's voice, Franky snorted coldly, Humph, in this case, let's go and teach these bastards a hard lesson. Casa, get shark number 1 ready, we're leaving. There is no need to drive the ship back. If it gets stuck again, it will have to fly again, which is too troublesome. And he also wants to try the feeling of driving the shark number 1 submarine, so he still uses the shark number 1. Okay. Well, Chu Feng thought for a while and said, Sanji, you guys wait on the boat, we two are enough to deal with them. It's not necessary for all the Straw Hat Pirates to go out to deal with that bunch of trash. It's too easy to beat them. Chu Feng is not bragging, he feels that he can take on this group of people alone. Take me with you. Little Meili immediately jumped on Chu Feng's shoulder and said, I want to go too. Chu Feng glanced at Meili, can you take this little guy with you? I'll go too. Nami lifted her hair and took Meili off Chu Feng's shoulder, I'll protect her when the time comes. You two just need to be responsible for the battle. After all, there is no way to free up your hands during the battle, so she has to go along. Little Meili's face was flattered when she heard this. If that's the case, then there will be no chance to fight. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Thinking of this, little Meili regained her vitality again, lying in Nami's arms and smiling happily. I'll leave it to you here. Chu Feng nodded, and then took the 3 people away from here, driving shark number 1 towards the enemy's lair. They will be fine. Usopp's face was a little worried, just 4 people. You underestimate Chu Feng a little too much. Sanji said lightly, have you forgotten what he did before? The existence of the level of the Admiral of the Navy is not everywhere. Since the other party needs to rely on such means to rob things, it proves that their strength is not strong. So it's too easy to take them down. What we need to do now is to pick up Luffy, the idiot, and Chopper. Sanji said with a headache, and the green algae head. That bastard still doesn't know where he got lost. It's really outrageous. Hey, Casa, have you spotted the green algae head? Found it. Where is he? Sanji's face lit up. Bring him back before he goes far. Casa hesitated and said, he seems to have entered the enemy's base camp. Sanji? What? Where is this? Zoro looked at the door in front of him with some doubts. Is there a house on this iceberg? Let's go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Zoro pushed the door and walked in without hesitation. While walking in the corridor, he heard the voice of Dun. Akano. It came from this door. Zoro pushed the door and walked in. Is anyone there? Looking at the things on the table, it seems that the living conditions of the people here are good. How long do I have to wait? Dun. Akano said with an unhappy face, where is the birthday party, where is the flag? Why hasn't anyone arrived? Isn't it a bit too much to take his father seriously? Unfortunately, because of the existence of water vapor, Zoro did not see this person. It's so hot, what's going on here? Zoro wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes full of confusion. When he walked in front of Don Akano, he found such a person lying here, and immediately put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Who are you? When did you come to him? The speed was really fast. What, it's not Kambakino? Don Akano looked at Zoro and said lightly, forget it, it doesn't matter. Then he took out a bottle of red wine and said, I have a bottle of good wine in my collection. Do you want to drink a glass? Anyway, I'm free, so I'll have a drink with this guy. This is Don Akino's idea, and also Zoro's idea. Zoro relaxed, picked up the wine glass on the table, and asked Don Akino to pour him a glass of wine. Just drink a few sips. Don Akino smiled, this wine tastes good. Ah, sorry. Zoro smiled, picked up the wine and drank it, and felt good. It tastes good. Right after taking a sip, Don Akino said, it was nice that my family held a birthday party for me, but halfway through, everyone disappeared and hasn't come back yet. We are really alike. Zoro smiled and said, I don't know when my companions disappeared, and I'm looking for them now. You too. Don Akino's eyes flashed with a strange light, which was really interesting. Yet. Zoro sighed, really, I don't know what they are doing. Yet, where are they slacking off? Don Akino thought to himself, are these children of his using the so-called pirates as an excuse to slack off quietly? Forget it, just ignore the guys who can't come back. Haha, these guys must be skating on the ice. Zoro thought of the little girl Meili, she was very playful. Well, she might pester Chu Feng to make a toy or something. By the way, can Meili manipulate ice and snow by herself? While thinking, he looked up, and when he saw the things above his head clearly, Zoro was stunned. What is this? How about it? These are my proud collections. Done. Akino said with a smile, not bad. Collection. Yes, it's the flag of the pirates hunted, it's amazing. Done. Akino is very satisfied with his collection. After all, these are the pirate flags of the pirates with bounties. It's also a very proud thing to say it out. There are some guys with bounties of more than 100 million. Well, I heard that the total bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates this time is more than 1.2 billion. It seems that this time my collection will have a heavyweight. Hee. Zoro sneered and put down the wine glass in his hand and said, what a bad taste that makes people unhappy. You actually like to collect other people's pirate flags. In this case, the so-called trap that Chu Feng mentioned before is this. Are you eyeing their pirate flags? Hee, it's really bold. Knowing their bounty, he dared to do this. So brave. Don't say that, Pa. Akino grinned, your pirate flag will be sent over soon. What do you think? The wanted criminal with a bounty of 180 million, the pirate hunter Roronoa. Zoro. Zoro's face suddenly darkened, is that so? He smashed the wine glass in his hand with a punch, and Zoro stood up and put his hand on the weapon. In that case. Hee, do you think you can do it? Pause. Akino stood up and said calmly, your companions should have fallen by now. It has fallen into the hands of my children. What a pity, you actually have to chop off the person who entertained me. Zoro pulled out the Wado Ikimonji with a gloomy face, chop you off first, and then kill the others. But to be honest, Zoro didn't believe the other party's words that his companion had been caught. Others might be caught, but will Chu Feng be caught? That terrifying Gundam can melt this place directly with one shot. Can catch him. What a joke. You said you want to chop me. Akino showed a mocking smile, well, I wonder if you can do it. As soon as the voice fell, Akino's body temperature began to rise. The temperature in the room was affected, and a gust of wind was directly rolled up. Tisk, a devil fruit ability user. Zoro's face was a little solemn. It seems to be a temperature-related ability. Everything I touch will melt. Done. Akino raised the wine glass in his hand with a grim smile, melted it with the power of the fruit, and said, even your famous sword will turn into a pool of molten iron like this. This is the power of my heat fruit. Nothing can withstand the terrifying high temperature on his body. Anything. Even if it is magma, he can lie in it and take a bath. It can even be said that if he wants, the temperature of his body can even reach 10,000 degrees. At least he thinks so. In other words, as long as I don't touch you, it's fine. Zoro said lightly, and then pulled out the attack posture 36 Troubles Wind. Clang! Boom! The flying slash directly penetrated the roof. What? Zoro looked at the unscathed Dun Akeno with some doubts. This guy actually used the power of the fruit to knock away his flying slash. Boom! Done. The temperature of Akeno's body suddenly rose, and the high temperature blew Zoro away directly. Done. Akeno stomped heavily on the ground, looked at Zoro with anger on his face and said, "You bastard, do you want to damage my precious collection?" Pause. As Akeno spoke, the temperature of his body became intense. Up and down. If those pirate flags are broken, you can't find a second one. After all, most of those pirates have been killed by them and disappeared in the sea. How can they appear again? If they are gone, they are really gone. These are all his medals. A proud collection. How dare this green-haired bastard attack them? What happened just now? Zoro's face was very ugly. He actually used the power of the fruit to blow away his flying slash. But if it includes haki, is it okay? Although he thought so in his heart, Zoro did not do it. Before, when he was on Judicial Island, his snow walk was destroyed by the rust fruit. Who knows if this can do the same thing? Chu Feng said that their haki has just been cultivated. If the fruit ability of some ability users is too developed, their current haki can't stand it. Just when Zoro was thinking about what to do, Dun Akeno's eldest daughter rushed in with people. "This place is just like a sauna. Don't let Dad's mood get worse." Dun Alberu said anxiously, "Smile quickly." "Dad, why are you so angry?" "I'm talking to you." Dun Akeno said angrily, "Haven't you gathered my birthday present yet?" "Dad, listen to me." Dun Alberu saw Zoro before he finished speaking, and he was dumbfounded. "Roranoa. Tisk, I can only try this." Zoro took an attacking stance, and the armed color domineering covered the double swords. Two swords flow luck. Chapter 173, The Little Girl Meili Who Is Afraid of Chaos in the World. Since you can't touch it, try to attach the domineering to the flying slash. Don't ignore us, bastard. Dun Alberu opened his shark mouth and roared, "Kill you! How dare he look down on them like this? And, is this bastard going to attack Dad?" Looking at the double swords in Zoro's hands, Dun Hawkluo instinctively felt that he couldn't let him attack. Let alone whether he could hurt Dad. As long as he let him attack, Dad would be furious. Thinking of this, Dun Hawkluo immediately rushed to the mechanism on the side and fiercely turned off the switch. What? Zoro, who was accumulating power, felt the ground under his feet, and was stunned. "Bastard, you actually plotted against me." Then the whole person fell into the deep pit. Listening to Zoro's increasingly smaller voice, Dun Hawkluo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't let him attack, otherwise, Dad would be very angry. By then, this house might not be saved. "I'm sorry, Dad." Dun Alberu said cautiously, "This group of pirates is very strong. Including the man just now, we have captured 3 people. Brother and brother are with Straw Hat Boy, they will catch him soon. Don't worry about the others, they are heading towards us now, they will arrive here soon, and we will catch them then." "Dad, don't worry, we will catch the rest soon," Saragaku said with a strong smile. After all, the elder and second brothers just said that there is no problem at all for them to hand over the captain of Straw Hat Boy. Since Straw Hat Boy can be solved, how can others with lower bounties escape from their palms? Yes, that's right, the 2 idiots Usopp and Sanji were caught after all. Nico Robin followed the little girl named Tonlalu and drove the star to move forward, waiting to meet up with her companions. "Humph, I hope you can hurry up." Tun Akeno snorted and lay down again. "My patience is very limited." "Don't worry, Dad." Tun Alberu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We'll be there soon." "No, we have to get my brother and the others back soon. Otherwise, if Dad gets angry again, I won't be able to persuade him." "This is it." Franky drove shark number 1 out from under the water. After approaching the shore, the 4 of them walked out from inside. "By the way, what did Casa say just now? Zoro has already gone in." "Well." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "I still don't understand why a person who often gets lost can find the right direction." They also found the place with the help of a swarm of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Zoro got lost and just walked in. It's really outrageous. Why don't we let Chopper cure Zoro's directionality? Little Mary hesitated and said, "Maybe Zoro's special disease can lead us to find the great treasure." "It's very likely, after all, this guy's directionality is really amazing." Chu Feng was also stunned when he heard this, thinking about this possibility in his heart. Maybe Luffy will become the Pirate King in advance. "What kind of brain circuits do you two have?" Nami said unhappily. "You know how troublesome this guy's direction is." "Really, it's just a special event once in a while, so why are you so surprised? Anyway, if Zoro's direction can be cured, then cure it. Then you will be disappointed." Chu Feng curled his lips. This guy's direction is probably not cured in the end. He looked at Xiao Meili and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Well, they really have a tacit understanding. Ha ha ha. At this time, Luffy shouted not far behind him, "Asshole, give us back the pirate flag." Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Luffy and Chopper, who were sitting in a small boat behind him, and said, "Are you here too?" "Ah, you are here too." Luffy nodded, and then said angrily, "Those 2 bastards just now said that they took away our pirate flag. I will never forgive them. They actually dared to take their pirate flag. Don't they know that the pirate flag is the soul of a pirate group? This is a declaration of war." "Wait, Luffy." Chu Feng said helplessly, "The pirate flag was not taken away by them." Luffy was stunned for a moment, but those people just now said. There was indeed a strange fish that wanted to come and take our pirate flag, but it was unfortunately shot down by Chu Feng's drone. Nami shrugged and said, "But they really plan to do so. This is tantamount to declaring war on us." "Is that so?" Luffy adjusted his hat and walked in front of Chu Feng and said, "In that case, then shoot them away." Although the flag was not taken away, he did not intend to let these guys go. "By the way, why did I only see you guys? Where are the others?" "Others?" Chu Feng was about to speak when he noticed a huge shadow in the distance and was stunned for a moment. "Wait, isn't that ship in the distance their star?" "Casa, what's going on? Why is the star here? When they left before, the star should have been outside the iceberg. Why now? Something happened. Mr. Sanji and Mr. Usopp left the star and are now missing." Casa's voice appeared in Chu Feng's ears and said, "The remaining Miss Robin left here with a little girl. Why didn't you stop her?" "Miss Robin told me not to do it. She wanted to see what the other party meant." "Okay." Chu Feng covered his face with his hands. He probably knew what Robin meant. "Forget it, I'm here now." Shaking his head, Chu Feng looked at Luffy and said, "Robin and Sanji may be in the house in front now." "What, were they captured?" Luffy said angrily, "Damn it, how dare you treat my partner like this? You guys, hand over my partner." The children of the Akano family who walked out of the door were stunned for a moment, and then they sneered, "Did you chase us here? Welcome to lovely land done." Cappuccino said lightly, "You actually came to our door, how thoughtful." Luffy was stunned for a moment. Is this lovely land? That's right. What a strange house. Luffy picked his nose with a very disgusted expression. Done. Cappuccino. You are a glutton. I thought you would say something harsh, but you ended up criticizing our house. You are going too far. Damn it, kill this guy. Done. Cappuccino looked at Luffy with an unhappy face. How dare this bastard insult their house? This is the home they love. Come on, Luffy laughed and rushed up, rubber pistol. Boom. One punch directly broke the ice. Unfortunately, it did not attack the enemy in front of it. Flying in the air, Don Kambakino and Don Brandy, the second son, looked at each other and quickly activated their abilities. The two quickly stuck together and then spun wildly. Magnetic Love Bazooka. After spinning to a certain speed, Don Kambakino directly threw Don Brandy out. Taste my cross of love, Don Brandy roared, and blasted at Luffy like a cannonball. Tisk! Luffy spat, quickly retreated, and avoided the opponent's attack. Boom! The ice on the ground shattered instantly, showing how powerful it was. Although Luffy, who flew into the air, avoided Don Brandy's attack, he was still kicked in the face by his brother Don Kambakino. Take it, Love Hunter flying kick. Swoosh! Boom! Looking at Luffy, who was smashed into the ice, done. Kambakino said sarcastically, as long as the two of us brothers work together to fight the enemy, there is no opponent that we cannot defeat. Tightly connected magnetic force, this is love. Really? Chu Feng's voice appeared in his ear and said, have you ever considered that we are not fighting alone? Bang! The fist containing the armed color domineering hit done. Kambakino's head fiercely, knocking him directly into the air and smashing heavily into the house behind. Bang! This punch directly hit Dun Kambakino's eyes and lost consciousness. Brother Dun Brandy widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Why is this man so fast that he knocked the eldest brother out in an instant? He didn't even react. What are you guys? Chu Feng's face was full of disgust. What love, right? It's a bit disgusting. It should be some special devil fruit ability, or racial talent. But it's a bit weird to say it this way. Although you are brothers, love, or something. What did you say? Damn it! Brandy was immediately angry. I will definitely make you look good. Then he raised his hand to summon his eldest brother, but the unconscious Don Kambakino could no longer respond to Don Brandy's summons. Damn, one hit. Brandy's face was very ugly. Is this man so scary? Damn, annoying clone technique. Luffy crawled out of the ice ruins and said, is it a ninja? In his impression, ninjas can clone. I told you, we are twins. Brandy opened his shark mouth and roared, how slow are you? Tell me quickly, how did you learn this? Can you listen to me carefully? Don Brandy felt like he was going to die of anger. Is this Straw Hat Kid an idiot? Luffy finally reacted at this time, you actually lifted the clone technique. Don Brandy, he felt that he was no longer able to complain. Luffy, the person just now is his twin, not the clone technique. Chu Feng said, covering his face. What kind of method does this guy use to identify people? It's obviously very different. Isn't it the clone technique? Luffy suddenly felt a pity and felt a bit boring. It's boring if it's not the clone technique. Forget it, since it's not, just beat him up. Thinking of this, Luffy squatted down and immediately started the second gear, and the whole person disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Don Brandy. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Bang! The heavy force even directly hit Brandy. His eyes rolled up and he flew backwards, smashing into the hole just now. Inside, lost consciousness. Pause. Alberu and his wife panicked when they saw this, big brother and second brother also. Everyone, please be careful of thunderstorms, Nami said playfully, holding Melee in one hand and holding the weather stick in the other hand. After all, there will be thunder at this time. That's right. Melee waved her little fist, looking like she was afraid of chaos in the world. Come on, fight, that's fun. When the time comes, she will also sneak up and kick, but she doesn't know if there is a chance. Well, she can't be discovered by her friends, He in the eyes of her friends, she is a quiet little princess. What do you mean? Pause. A trace of doubt appeared in Alberu's eyes, and then there was a roar of thunder and rain above his head. Looking up, he found that a large piece of dark clouds appeared above his head at some point. What's going on? Pause. Alberu's pupils shrank. Could this woman be the user of the weather fruit ability? Be careful. Nami smiled and then swung her arm down fiercely. Thunder punishment. Boom. The terrible lightning fell from the sky in an instant, hitting Dawn. Alberu and his wife, and also covered Usopp, Sanji and Zoro, who had just rushed out. Nico Robin was spared because she was a beat slower. Looking at the situation outside, Nico Robin was a little stunned. This. How did I encounter such a situation as soon as I went out? Usopp, lying on the ground, rolled his eyes and muttered, I shouldn't have come out. The sound of thunder just now sounded familiar. It turned out that Nami was such a bastard. The angry Usopp pushed Dawn and Alberu away, shouting loudly, Nami, you bastard, are you going to kill the three of us together? If they were not used to being electrocuted, they would probably lose consciousness. Damn, it's even more uncomfortable to think about it. Hey, who told you to come out? Nami smiled embarrassedly, without any apology. Besides, aren't you all fine? I've been electrocuted so many times, I guess I'm used to it. Zoro's mouth twitched when he heard it, and he didn't know whether to curse out a curse. Forget it, it's useless to scold her, this woman won't change. Patting the dust off his body, Zoro stood up and said, I just met a fat man, he said he was going to take our pirate flag away. Didn't let him succeed. No. Chu Feng waved his hand, if our advanced pirate ship can still let the other party take away the pirate flag, it doesn't deserve to be called the Star. Anyone who gets on their pirate ship without consent will be warned by Casa. Those who don't listen to advice will be directly attacked. That's good. Zoro nodded and glanced at Dun, the only one still standing. Hawk Lu said, it was you, the bastard, who pressed the switch that made me fall into the trap. Otherwise, he would have killed the fat guy long ago. Damn it. Hawk Lu gritted his teeth, I'll fight you. What a joke. Zoro grinned and pulled out 2 knives and rushed over, since you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way. 2 sword style Gyhoki. Zoro, who was ready to go, turned into a dark green light, and the whole person quickly passed by Hawk Lu's body and stopped not far behind him. Puff! A Hawk Lu screamed, and a wound in the shape of a scorpion appeared on his body. The whole person rolled his eyes and fell down. Humph! Zoro snorted, if you can survive, just take it as a lesson for you. As for dying, he died. He is a pirate since then, except for the family and the little daughter. Everyone in the Pacino family has been beaten unconscious at this moment. A huge fat man on the side smashed the wooden board in front of him with a punch, and walked out with heavy steps. He looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with a gloomy face and said, Straw Hat Boy, you dare to beat my beloved children like this? Are you ready to accept my anger? As done. Akino's voice fell, the temperature around him gradually rose. You can faintly see that the air is twisted. It's enough to see how high the temperature is. Chu Feng frowned, the heat fruit. I just don't know if his devil fruit is the same as Charlotte. Owen. Chapter 174, Surprised Chu Feng. I seem to have an immortal body. Done. Akino exhaled a breath of hot air and slowly took a step forward. You have made our Akino family lose face. Today I will roast you all into charcoal. Are you planning to take our flag, fat balloon? Oh, so what? Done. Akino said disdainfully, you young brat, what can you do to me? What can I do to you? Luffy said angrily, I'll beat you up right now. Just like what little Mary said, this is a declaration of war. This guy has declared war on the Straw Hat Pirates. In this case, if not, then we can only beat him up. Hurry, beat him. Little Mary whispered, this fat balloon is too abominable. You can try. Done. Akino snorted, and the temperature of his whole body began to rise gradually. "Hey, Luffy!" Zoro looked at Dun at a distance. Akeno said vigilantly, "This guy is a devil fruit ability user, be careful." You are a devil fruit ability user? Yet. Dun. Akeno smiled lightly, "I am a hot man who ate the hot fruit. I haven't taken the head of a pirate in person for a long time." "It's your honor, Straw Hat Boy." Since his children have the ability to hunt pirates alone, he has not taken action. Well, it's not impossible to exercise occasionally. This guy is the head of the Flag Hunter family. Franky said lightly, "What a bad taste." What exactly is the ability of the hot fruit? Usopp's eyes were full of doubts. "Of course you can heat it up." Chu Feng was a little speechless. "You can understand the literal meaning, right?" Nami nodded in agreement. "The temperature fluctuates because of this guy. If the temperature is too high, there may be no way to touch him." "How to fight?" Nami glanced at Luffy, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. "Want to beat me up?" Dun. Akeno laughed and said, "Speaking of which, I have encountered many pirates who are as shameless as you. Do you know what happened to them?" "None of my business." Luffy swung his fist fiercely behind him. "Rubber pistol, can't you just listen to what others say?" Dun. Akeno was dumbfounded. What kind of person is this looking at the fist coming towards him? Dun. Akeno slowly raised his palm, and the temperature instantly rose. Luffy's face changed, and he immediately stopped the momentum of his fist. But even so, he was still burned by the high temperature. "It's so hot." "Humph." Looking at Luffy, who was shouting with his fists covered, Akeno snorted, "Everything I touch will melt." As soon as the voice fell, Akeno picked up an iron parasol beside him and turned it into molten iron. "Do you still think you can beat me now, Usopp?" That iron parasol turned into molten iron in an instant. What a terrifying high temperature! At least more than 2000 degrees. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, "The temperature is indeed not low. The melting point of molten iron is 1535 degrees. To be able to turn into molten iron instantly, it must be at least more than 2000 degrees. Or even higher." Luffy yelled, "I don't believe it." Then he launched a more fierce attack, but unfortunately, without haki, he could not cause any effective damage. Looking at Luffy, who was jumping around with his feet covered, "Done." Akeno said sarcastically, "Don't even think about touching me with a finger. With his heat fruit, he can be invincible." "Damn, it's too hot, I can't beat him at all." "Ha ha ha, you want to beat me?" Done. Akeno stretched out a finger and waved it, "You are still too young." Then he laughed and slid, as if he was wearing skates, sliding back and forth on the ice. "Luffy! You are a pancake! What are you doing?" "Hee hee! Look, I'm skating, 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 skating. I can do this." Donachino moved quickly on the ice, as if he was making a joke. "Under the influence of the heat from the soles of my feet, the ice on the surface melted and produced steam, so that my body could float slightly in the air." Awesome! Luffy's eyes lit up, and then he started skating with the other party. "Chu Feng! You two are both idiots. Now we are fighting, fighting. What do you mean by suddenly running together to play?" Looking at the eager little Meili, Chu Feng held her little head and said, "Be quiet. Forget about Luffy, you still want to join in the fun." But... Little Meili struggled and said, "I want to play too. It looks so fun." "No, absolutely not. Luffy is enough for the psychopath on the ship, and Mary must not grow up crooked." "Damn, is Mary like this because of that bastard Luffy? I must beat him up when I get back." Nami was a little helpless. She reached out and rubbed Mary's little head and said, "If you want to play, let's play after we kill the enemy. You'd better be good now, it would be bad if you get hurt." "Okay." Little Mary puffed up her face angrily, her heart thinking of Chu Feng, "I'll throw your wrench into the sea next time, and see how you can invent. Humph Nami smiled, then looked at Chu Feng and said, is what that person said possible? Yeah, maybe. Chu Feng nodded, steam can push objects up. But... Chu Feng glanced at Dun Akano, and his mouth twitched. I always feel that the direction of this guy's fruit ability development is a bit strange. Is it because he lives on the ice? Hey! After playing for a while, Luffy finally stopped and looked at Dun Akano with a smile on his face. I'm going to re-examine the ability of the hot fruit. He. Dun Akano smiled and said, it's worthy of being a bounty criminal worth 400 million Baileys. You're quite good at it X2. Straw Hat Pirates. It's confirmed, these two are oil cakes. The direction of your commercial mutual praise is actually because the other party's skating level is quite high. It's really outrageous. But when I think of Luffy's personality, I feel relieved. This guy has a problem with his brain. Well, understand it. Akano smiled, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, but... I'm going to get serious now after playing for a while, it's time to kill these guys. As soon as the voice fell, Akano's temperature began to soar, and the airflow of the heat wave turned into a vortex. Scorching infusion Akano threw the vortex airflow towards Luffy fiercely, trapping him inside. Damn, what is this? Luffy was blown so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. What kind of strange thing is this? Hehe, I'm caught. Akano laughed and raised his hand and shouted scorching rise. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy flew directly into the air and continued to hover in the air, almost making the child dizzy. Hey, Luffy, what are you playing? Chu Feng was a little speechless. Can you play seriously? No, Chu Feng, his ability is really tricky. Tricky? Chu Feng's mouth twitched. You wouldn't be like this if you used Haki to hit him. Hey, you have good vision. Done. Akano waved his hand to dispel the thermal airflow and let Luffy down from the sky. Looking at Luffy, who fell to the ground, done. Akano laughed and said, look, I'll give you a fatal blow. Steam iron. The temperature of the body rose rapidly, and the whole person rushed towards Luffy like a cannonball. Bang! Pressed Luffy directly under him. Luffy Chopper was dumbfounded. Such a high temperature was directly pressed on his body. Isn't it? Luffy is not dead, don't worry. Chu Feng stopped others, and looked at Dun Akano calmly with his hands on his chest. After all, he is Luffy. Sure enough, Luffy quickly climbed out from under the ice, unscathed. Chu Feng saw this and the corners of his mouth rose. It was no wonder that the Nika fruit want to melt Luffy. Your temperature is not high enough. It hurts, you bastard. Luffy looked at Tonkano with anger on his face. You actually used such a strange move. You are totally unharmed. Tonkano was dumbfounded. He didn't hold back just now. Why didn't this rubber bastard get melted by him? Even steel will turn into molten iron the moment he touches it. It was very hot at first. Luffy grinned, but after being hit into the ice, the temperature dropped instead. Anyway, that's how Luffy understood it. Really? Tonkano smiled, then this time I'll make your whole body melt instantly. See if you can still say such big words. The temperature is rising, 3000 degrees. This is a more terrifying temperature than the temperature when steel was melted just now. He just doesn't believe that this kid can still bear it. Looking at the large amount of steam coming out of Dun Akano, Luffy laughed and said, the smoke on your body is so powerful. This is not smoke. Dun Akano said unhappily that this is the gas produced by high temperature. In short, as long as it doesn't touch you, it's fine. Luffy laughed and pushed his hands into the ice layer, and directly pulled out a huge piece of ice and threw it into the air. That's right, Luffy plans to use the ice layer to separate and avoid direct contact. Looking at the huge ice block that is gradually falling, Luffy threw his hands back fiercely. Rubber rocket launcher. Bang! The heavy force bombarded Dun Akano's body, directly knocking him out and hitting the huge ice block in the distance heavily. Boom! Hey, how about it? Luffy, who fell to the ground, looked at Don Akeno proudly and said, "It's very effective. As long as we avoid direct contact, we can beat this bastard away. He is really smart enough." Damn Straw Hat Boy! As he got up, Don Akeno's face was full of anger. This bastard actually beat him away. After trying to take a breath, Don Akeno tried to stand up straight. "You are the first man who can knock me down, Straw Hat Boy. You can still fight." Luffy was a little surprised. He didn't expect this man's resistance. Is the striking ability strong? Akeno snorted, and did not answer Luffy's question, but said to himself, "Not only that, you are the first person who really makes me angry. Let you feel my anger." The temperature rises, 5,500 degrees. Scorching bomb! A large amount of high-temperature air appeared in Akeno's hand, and he threw it at Luffy fiercely. Just a graze, Luffy felt an unbearable high temperature burning his body, and ran around in pain. "What's wrong? Wasn't it very powerful just now?" "Keep hitting me!" Akeno shouted angrily. "Come on!" Damn it! Luffy dodged one attack after another, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. "There is actually a long-range attack. Hey, you can dodge it quickly." Akeno stopped and said, "But you're done for the next move, Straw Hat Boy. Watch it." Scorching machine gun. "Luffy! Isn't this my move?" Luffy was dumbfounded when he saw the other party waving his arms crazily. He actually plagiarized his moves. How abominable! Just when he thought the other party would attack him with a very fast attack, he found that the speed of the extremely hot scorching bomb did not change, and it was still so slow. The speed of this bomb has not changed. Luffy was speechless. He thought the other party's attack speed would be the same as his rubber machine gun. The result is just like this. Just like this. Stupid, get out of the way! Nami looked at Luffy standing still and was a little dumbfounded. You have to get out of the way no matter how slow it is. Luffy reacted and quickly dodged to the side. Pause. Akeno took a breath and said, "No matter what the bounty is, I must burn you into a ball of steam today. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve his hatred. Steam worth 400 million Baileys, how luxurious. Right, Straw Hat Boy. I'm not asking you to use it for a sauna, fat balloon," Luffy said unhappily. "I'll hit you. You can do it first." Done. Akeno threw the scorching bomb in his hand fiercely, hitting Luffy everywhere. "It's all your fault." Done. Akeno said viciously, "Because of you, my beloved children. I will never forgive you. He wants to kill this guy and turn his bones into steam." "Humph, you are only allowed to arrest people, and others are not allowed to resist," Chu Feng said disdainfully, then looked at the distance and frowned slightly. "Why is the earth shaking? From just now, the temperature is indeed a bit wrong." Nami looked around. There may be a volcano underneath. It can't be the ability of this man's fruit. The distance between them is not actually close, so it is impossible to affect so far. Volcano! Chu Feng frowned when he heard this. This is not good news. Thinking of this, Chu Feng began to contact Casa. "Casa, move the ship to our side. The sturdiness of the star is beyond imagination. Because of the existence of a special position, it will not be damaged even if it is hit by magma from the front. It can be said to be indestructible, but they are different. Except for Chu Feng, other people's bodies can't withstand the high temperature of magma." That's right, not long ago, Chu Feng coincidentally discovered that there was something wrong with his body. He seemed to have inherited a kind of, similar to immortality. This surprised him, but he was relieved when he thought of the attributes of the wolf. Isn't this a matter of course? But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he didn't know whether the cause and effect ability of the childlike fruit would be effective for him. The order has been received and started to execute. After looking at the slowly moving star, Chu Feng retracted his sight and looked at Luffy in the distance and said, "Luffy, there may be a volcanic eruption here soon. You should solve the battle quickly. Use gear 2, use haki, you bastard. You are not allowed to play with those abilities after you learn them. Got it? Luffy squatted down slowly after hearing that and turned on the second gear. Steam slowly came out of his body, and his skin became a little red. From now on, he will be serious. Looking at the changes in Luffy, Don Akano did not even blink. You said you were going to the new world. Ah. After we beat you away, we will go. You can't go. Don Akano grinned and said, this is where you will die. Today he will kill all the Straw Hat Pirates, whose bounty is more than 1.2 billion. Then his eyes condensed, and he threw a large number of burning bombs fiercely. Luffy quickly disappeared from the spot and appeared not far from Don Akano. I said I'll go. I will definitely beat you, and then go to the new world. The new world is not as simple as you think, brat. So what? Luffy shouted, you don't even have the courage to go to the new world, why are you here to preach to me? Chapter 175, The Indestructible Star. In Luffy's view, Don Akano is just a coward who doesn't have the courage to go to the new world and hides in the Grand Line. Boy! Don Akano's face darkened. I'm angry. So what? Luffy snorted and posed in a fighting stance. Get ready, I'm going to fight. Rubber jet pistol. The fist containing the armed color domineering hit Don Akano in the blink of an eye, and directly knocked him out. The powerful force almost knocked Don Akano unconscious, and his eyes bulged out. Damn! Don Akano gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake, and then activated the fruit ability Scorching Steam Nostril Jet. The whole person was like a steam engine, flying back and forth in the air. After a moment, it returned to the ground. Straw Hat Boy! Don Akano looked at Luffy with a gloomy face and said, my beloved family, my lovely land. And all my cherished collections have been destroyed by you. Looking at the large number of pirate flags flying in the sky, Don Akano could no longer suppress his anger. I must kill you, bastard, with my own hands. Steam this guy into steam. And kill all his companions. And that ship, it will be his at that time. Full power of the heat-hot fruit. Don Akano shouted, maximum temperature, 10,000 degrees. Boom! The extremely terrifying air wave rushed up to the sky and then swept around. This guy. Chu Feng looked at Don Akano frowned. Although he didn't know whether this person's temperature had reached 10,000 degrees, it was indeed very hot now. Even the volcano on the seabed began to react violently because of the actions of this bastard. High energy reaction detected. High energy reaction detected. High energy reaction detected. Cass's said 543 times in a row. Establishment can return to the star, the volcano is about to erupt. Hearing Cass's voice, Chu Feng's face changed, so fast. Hey, everyone get back on the ship! Chu Feng shouted to everyone, the volcano is about to erupt. What? The Usops were stunned, volcanic eruption. What a joke, why did the volcano suddenly erupt? Magma or something, it will be fatal. Run! Chopper immediately turned around and ran towards the star. Only when they got there would they feel safe. What about Luffy? Zoro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, if we are needed. I'm here. Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, you go back first, leave this to me. Don't forget, I can fly. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay. Indeed, Chu Feng can fly, and he can wait in the air for the battle between the two to end, and then fly back with Luffy. Thinking of this, the others did not hesitate and turned around and left. I want to stay. Little Mary struggled to get out of Nami's arms. How could she not see such an interesting thing with her own eyes? No, Nami hugged Mary tightly and ran towards the star. It's too dangerous. And if you want to observe here, you can go back to the star. The height is enough. From the star, you can see this clearly. There is no problem at all. After everyone returned to the star, Chu Feng set his sights on Luffy again. He found a piece of ice and sat on it with a calm face. Now we just have to wait for the outcome of the battle between the two. Straw Hat Boy, the red-covered Aten. Akeno said angrily, unforgivable. Look, I will turn you into steam in an instant. Scorching tire. As soon as the voice fell, Aten. Akeno rushed towards Luffy with high temperature like a rotating tire. Luffy was so scared that he immediately jumped to the side, stood firm, aimed at Aten. Akeno who was chasing him and punched him. Jet pistol. Don't even think about it. Nostril spray done. Akeno shouted, a lot of water vapor came out of his nose, and he quickly flew to the side, avoiding Luffy's attack. After flying quickly in the air for a while, he got stuck in the field of vision and slammed into Luffy's abdomen. Bang! Luffy was directly knocked out. It's so hot. Luffy immediately lay on the ground and used ice to reduce the pain caused by the high temperature. Although he used domineering to protect his body, the temperature was still too high. Damn, where are the people? Luffy looked up and looked around, but didn't find any trace of that guy. Straw Hat Boy Don. Akeno flew into the air and rushed down like a cannonball. Go to hell. Steam iron. 10,000 degree stamping. Let me defeat you completely with this blow. Damn, knowing you. Luffy waved his fists wildly and shouted rubber jet machine gun. The domineering fists bombarded Don Akeno's abdomen continuously, but due to the high temperature, he could not be knocked unconscious. I won. Don Akeno laughed. Go to hell, Straw Hat Boy. Don't even think about it. Luffy pulled away and kicked Don Akeno hard on the back of his waist, smashing him directly into the ice. The powerful force plus the high temperature instantly broke the ice, revealing a huge crack. Don Akeno fell straight down and smashed into the magma below. Looking at the magma below, Luffy was a little dumbfounded. What is this? Magma. Chu Feng said lightly, there is a crater below, and a lot of magma erupted from the bottom of the sea because of your fight. Luffy, that guy is not dead yet, do you need my help? Not dead yet. Luffy was dumbfounded, he didn't die after falling into the magma. Because he ate the heat fruit, he is not afraid of the temperature of the magma. Is that so? Luffy nodded, then shook his head and said, no, since he is not dead yet, it proves that the battle between us is not over yet. I want to beat him up myself. This is what he said just now, and he kept his word. As soon as he finished speaking, Don Akeno emerged from the magma, as if it was not magma, but warm spring water. Hey! The temperature is good, but it's a little too tepid. Don Akeno took a long breath, looked up at Luffy above and said, Straw Hat Boy, you don't think that something like this can kill me, do you? Too naive. Magma is only suitable for bathing him. That's all. Tisk. Luffy looked at Don Akeno with some dissatisfaction. This guy is really arrogant. Chu Feng, can you create a support point for me? No problem. Chu Feng nodded, and then took out the floating flying board, a single soldier weapon. After simply adjusting it and turning it into a rectangular block with a large area, he controlled it to take off and landed at Luffy's feet. Thank you very much. Luffy jumped up with a smile, and then gave the opponent a final blow. It's really hot. After approaching the magma, sweat began to appear on Luffy's face. Sure enough, the temperature below is very high. Do you think you can defeat me with this thing done? Akeno said with a sneer, although I don't know what the thing under your feet is, it should be made of metal. In such a high temperature, it will melt soon. Hehe, as long as I defeat you before that, it will be fine. Luffy snorted and laughed, it's very simple. And he didn't think this thing would melt, after all, it was made by Chu Feng. Done. Akeno's face darkened, what an annoying bastard. In this situation, do you still think you can defeat me? Burning done. Akeno really activated the fruit ability Hot Soup Serve. A large amount of magma rushed up into the sky, rushing towards Luffy like a tsunami. Luffy was a little dumbfounded. There is actually this trick. At this moment, the floating flying board under his feet moved, quickly rose into the air, and avoided the magma wave. Don't even think about escaping done. Akeno threw several attacks, fiercely scorching bombs. Several attacks bombarded the floating flying board, sizzling. Tisk, it turns out that a stand should be installed on it. Chu Feng said a little unhappy. Luffy, hurry up, fight quickly. The floating flying board is just a mobile tool, and its defense is not strong. Kill this guy before it is damaged. I know. Luffy slowly squatted down, threw his hands back, and started to spin at the same time. Really tenacious. Done. Akeno was unhappy. He didn't die. Of course, after beating you up, I still have to go to the new world. Ha, you pirates are all idiots. What new world, what One Piece? Done. Akeno laughed and said, you are just dreaming all day long. It is because of idiots like you that our voices are so popular. Flag Hunter is a good business that is both easy and profitable. Ha ha ha, I really should thank you for being willing to die for the so-called dignity of pirates owned by one. They are all idiots. But it is precisely because of these idiots that their family is getting richer and richer. Shut up. Luffy looked at Dawn. Akeno fiercely, and covered his fists with armed color, domineering at the same time. Prepare to die, fat balloon. You want me to prepare to die? You are first class in showing off your strength, but can't you see the situation clearly now, Dawn? Akeno pointed at the floating flying board under Luffy's feet. You will soon fall into the magma and melt. Well, although this temperature is nothing to me, it is like being in hell for you. Your temperature is nothing at all, Luffy said seriously. A cold guy like you still wants to compete with me in terms of hotness. Are you dizzy from the heat? You actually said that my temperature is not as good as yours, Dawn. Akeno's face was full of mockery. Open your eyes and look at my boiling hot body. Who else can be hotter than me? After saying that, Akeno laughed and rushed towards Luffy, his body burning with an extremely terrifying high temperature. Of course it's me, Luffy roared and launched his own attack 1,000,000 degrees. Rotating jet rocket launcher. Fly to the sky for me. Bang. Boom. Akeno flew away quickly like a cannonball, and hit his nest heavily, rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. Luffy, who had seen all this last night, fell on the floating flying board and gasped. Finally, I beat this guy away. The high temperature of 10,000 degrees is indeed a bit tricky. Chu Feng shook his head and asked Casa to send Luffy up. After taking a look at the floating flying board that had completed its mission, Chu Feng put it back in his pocket. Since it has completed its mission like a warrior, let it rest in the dimensional space. We should go. Chu Feng glanced at the sea and said, the volcano is going to erupt. Volcano. Yet. Chu Feng nodded, the pressure below is probably about to reach its limit. Wolf God Armor Combination. Armor Combination. After the Wolf God Armor on the ship, Chu Feng took Luffy and flew towards the star. After returning to the ship, Chu Feng removed the armor and walked slowly towards his companions. At this time, Cass's voice came over, here it comes. What's coming? Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the sea surface quickly turned red, and then the magma rushed out directly. At this time, the star was in the attack range of the magma. Run away, Usopp shouted loudly, otherwise, you will be melted. It's okay, don't get excited. Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, don't underestimate our star. He is the best ship in the world. Casa, turn on the defense mode. The order has been received, start executing. As the voice fell, a light blue light spread rapidly, wrapping up the entire star. And the moment the magma was about to touch the star, it was directly isolated from the outside by the blue light. And the bottom of the ship did not change at all due to the high temperature of the magma. Really? Indestructible. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, as long as he was fine. No, why did the volcano erupt suddenly? It's all because of the guy who ate the hot fruit. He awakened the submarine volcano here. Nami said helplessly, it would take a long time for the eruption here, but his action broke out in advance. I guess all the ice in this area will be melted. Forget it, it has nothing to do with them. Okay, let's go. Chu Feng waved his hand, squatted down, picked up Meili with a look of pity on her face, and put her on his shoulders. It's okay to stay here, but I can't stand this smell. When a volcano erupts, a large amount of toxic gas will fly out, and the smell is quite unpleasant. In that case, let's go. Luffy waved his hand and shouted, Casa, turn around and head towards the direction of Fishman Island. Oh! The huge star broke through the huge waves of magma in front of it and drove steadily into the distance. The magma alone could not stop the star from moving forward. Soon, the star broke through the sea area and rushed to the outer boundary. At this time, a man standing on the iceberg shouted. Straw Hat Boy Cappuccino shouted angrily, I'll bet on the honor of the Akano family and I won't let you go. You're annoying, you're a guy who can clone himself. I told you they're twins. Forget it. Done. Cappuccino gave up explaining, anyway, I'll avenge my father, you wait to die. He will definitely kill these guys. Boring. Chu Feng looked at Dun with disdain. Cappuccino then said to Casa, Casa, give him a shot, we should go. Okay. Casa smiled, then he manipulated the star to open the weapon system. Soon, a gun barrel in the high place aimed at Dongkom Peikano and made a deafening roar. Boom! With just one shot, the huge iceberg turned into water vapor. Well, the world is much quieter now. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction, that's right Sanji, make a delicious meal. Luffy looked at Sanji and said, celebrate today's victory. Okay, no problem. Sanji smiled and turned to the kitchen. It's time for dinner, so let's go make dinner for today. Well, it's just right to cook the big octopus caught yesterday. But Meili looked at the sea swallowed by magma in the distance with an unhappy look on her face. She didn't even kick it in the end. P.S. This is not a single female lead, you should know it by looking at the cover, hehe. By the way, I want to kill Momonosuke, does anyone agree?